VP can't. They're afraid if they make the push up and Ferris gets the knock onto one of them,
yeah,
anyone's Legend's just going to pounce right back behind it. Ferris knows this, so he's just trying to keep control on one side. Lukrux does get him on the outside, so finally getting some control over that building. AGAL having a much bigger lion's share of the compounds, though.
Yeah, the fact that VP doesn't take any damage from Ferris there is really, really nice in terms of having a bunch of players knocked and they can't get back to 4. They get back up and running, and like you said, very important that they have all their players up, and they have that BRDM, so they have an escape valve. They don't necessarily have to take that fight against AGAL unless they really, really want to, and it gives you some safety if you do.
Feels like they want it. Delwyn going to be down. Emma is going to be holding the windows. Nixie going to be the guy peeking one side of it. This feels like we're moving into field, so get what you can get before you walk into the killing fields. How these nades going? Not connecting as much as they want. Just still peeking around the windows galore on all the sides of it. Nixie, though, getting a ton of information on this movement.
Yeah, he has taken quite a bit of damage, but you're exactly right. That information led to Corexi being able to coordinate with the frags, get that first big knock onto AGAL. The fight can continue. Look who's showing up behind this, though. Lee might have something to say about this, but more players dropping for AGAL. Beamy getting 2.
Now it is just down to Moss. The guy that went down early does manage to get Delwyn back up, but where do you even go? It feels like every single window when he goes for peeks, there's nades rolling in on top of him, and he's got to be so cautious. Smokes everywhere, visibility near on naught. He's just going to start holding the stairwell as Delwyn's going to go down, and he's back by himself.
My eyes just look to Lee. He's just going to use this opportunity to just try to sneak by this fight, but Hamas with a pump shotgun, very concerning. As VP, you got to be worried that you might overcommit to this fight. You've already taken 3 down.
Hello guys,
Look
welcome back to the stream.
Is he going to steal it? Okay, I thought for a second he might steal the BRDM.
I like this from VP. They want to get timing on the circle. They did the damage. Hamas is just going to be up by himself. They know that. Lee's just going to go right up in front of him, maybe eat a couple of bullets for him. VP, though, maybe looking to finish out what they start a little while, as Nade's going to be prepped up from Lee. What are you going to do against that BRDM? 17 now taking shots at both these roaming targets. It is going to be Vitality that has the center of the circle, while back behind all this, Hamas has spotted out Vicious making a rotate.
Petrichor Road trying to hold the line between a couple different teams. The Falcons looking up and over this hill very, very shortly. Chewy throws the molly to try to get something done, but it is Shremzy with the AUG who pops up and takes Chewy down.
Yeah, Petrichor Road, JDG, Falcons all having to move away from different angles. Specifically to the west, it's going to be Supers right in the center of the circle. Vitality has vision on what's going on over here. So Falcons, while they've got the high ground for now, know that they've got a lot of threats very, very close. Wouldn't be surprised if they just try to sweep this one out, see if they can finish off Petrichor Road, maybe Nons as well.
Oh, there you go.
Yep.
No problem at all for Kick. Gets the grenade right where it needs to be. Still have JDG up on the edge of this hill that has to be dealt with. Should be pretty doable for the Falcons, you would think, but Tiggleton getting lit up by a bunch of different teams. I mean, there are 4 different teams shooting at him.
Runs! Big play comes up at the end and ruins Falcons' day. Tig now down, getting flushed out. It is everybody in the lobby. 17 Vitality, as well as VP, all just trying to decimate Falcons.
Oh, that was a push that had to happen for the Falcons. They had to go for kills. Let's see. Kickstart's going to be able to hang on, get a little bit further, get some more points into this one. Supers now as well need to be making a move as 17 south of the circle, looking to try to sneak in behind Virtus Pro and Vitality. Supers, I don't know how much they're going to have to work with here. They should still have some vehicles, you would think. They've been hanging out of that compound for quite some time.
I don't know if vehicles matter in this circle because it is really flat. Hay bales. I mean, there's that little bit of a ridge that we saw Falcons trying to play, but you just saw what happened whenever Falcons tried to move over there. If Supers tries to wrap down to the south, they're just going to bump into 17, who still needs to get in the circle. So right now it's VP, Vitality, EU complete.
actually be able to catch Vitality a little bit off guard. I mean, they're so dialed in on what's happening with 17 Gaming and Virtus Pro, but here, you're just trying to play chicken with the other teams. You're trying to outweight them make the first move so you can come in to the party last.
Boy, we go on old school PUBG right now, using these like bush lines that are set up inside the fields to try to creep through. Full stealth coming up right now for T1. Rex has actually gone over and gotten the crate. So it's going to give them another foothold position to play. Now 17 Gaming has to figure out where they go. They've got a trench that's kind of dug themselves. It's enough for some safety for now, but Supers does spot out the stealthy T1, so stealth fails in the end as bullets just rain down upon him.
Oh man, and Rex has a Lynx. He's putting it to good use against Virtus Pro. He's going to find the big knock onto Lucarux, looking for Nix. He doesn't get him and gets taken down by Hello My Bad.
That shield coming up just in time, as well as providing enough safety. T1 in a ton of trouble. Vitality, who's been playing the center point for so long, has just got turreting position. They just got to spin on every single angle. Looks like 17's trying to get closer and closer. See if they can maybe aggress onto the Vitality defensive line. Circle pops, and it goes down to the south. That means that Super is getting control over that crate. At least is going to get them close to the circle.
Yeah, and now Vitality has to try to deny 17 some kind of entry. They've been trenching their way a little bit further forward so they can get into grenade range and try to displace them, and they're already landing some good ones. Quizzy down.
Winbow manages to drop it. Here comes another follow-up. Looks like the Molotov's going to be just a smidge too short. Levante's just got way too many targets in front of him, and the smoke line for 17's a bit further out. Looks like maybe they were trying to prep it out for a run, but instead it's just going to be nades landing down onto that spot, opening up more cover for 17 to work with if they want it.
Yeah, this is pretty well thought out here by 17. They've been able to keep themselves very much alive. The Super still trying to get Rex back onto his feet. I think they just are able to get there, but they're taking a lot of damage along the way because everybody else has been able to dig in, find spots inside of the circle, or create some safety of their own, and that has made it very, very difficult for them, still being on the outside looking in. Another crate going to be dropping in just ahead of them. I mean, it's a little bit of extra cover. You'll take anything you can get as the Supers. You can see there's a couple Doritos up there even for them to work with, but again, like you've been talking about, it's not much, man.
It's just flat dips, whatever you've dug into, and Vitality's been here for a long time. As you can see, this is why I was thinking they were starting shooting as much as they were, because it's just too many targets around them. And they're, again, another knock, more meds, more armor being burned. I'm worried about the attrition and really how long Vitality's been here and how long they can keep up the defense, specifically against Supers, who just keeps finding crates galore and manages to find ways to fight their way in.
Yeah, it's been rough sledding. Their armor and other things, but a good grenade from Guman. Find Nixie. Is he going to be able to get the flush off the back of it? No. The follow-up grenade not quite where it needed to be. Lucarux, in the meantime, gets back up to that first aid level of health and looking to maybe res Nixie if possible.
We're in a bit of a paper, rock, scissors style moment right now where we've got VP eyes on the Supers. They can't move too much because they're in nade range from the Supers. No real capabilities for movement as we're just in a very flat section. So if you've got any way to dig, you can see that that is just the only moment of reprieve that you get. 17 all stacked together. Little Ghost going to be down back behind him as it is going to be Nixie just lighting up. Supers gets 2 knocks, but Vitality can't get any control angles on it as Hell My Bad's trying to creep over there. Just nothing being revealed for him though.
Yeah, the fact that the Supers couldn't follow up onto that knock on a Nixie quickly enough has caused them to hemorrhage a couple players. Nixie will be knocked again, but still, it's going to be VP hanging on quite nicely. And now Hello My Bad trying to finish the Supers off. Cannot do so. Heaven going to be able to stay behind the safety of some of these crates and other things that have, again, just barely given Supers enough entry into the previous circle, but they have further to go to get into Circle 8.
I mean, Vitality's just barely in the circle. They've got no smokes from what I've seen left. Just a couple of bullets to work with. 17's going to be pushing from the south. You have to assume it's going to be on the Vitality line. Do they have enough tools to work with? I mean, Vitality really wanted to deal with Supers, but they couldn't. VP is just comfy, cozy over there into the east by comparison. They've got a good double up with eyes onto Supers. They've got Beamy with pretty much center control going on right now, and Corexy that's just supervising what's going on between 17 and Vitality.
Yeah, and you can see Xiao Wu is on sapper duty here.
And Supers, now it's VP full focused, 15 kills. These guys are fragging out on this lobby. Supers got nowhere to go. The Dorito, not enough cover.
Yeah, and that's a huge knock because the timing here getting very dire for the Supers. The blue is just onto Heaven's back, and he's going to be taken down there. Yeah, can't get any further forward. They go down in third.
How many more kills can we see VP get as it is Beamy just charging to the center of the circle, using the cover that he's got set up over there, peeking back on over into a very weakened Vitality, backs up against the blue zone, and not much that they can really do to walk out as they manage to find a smoke, but can they even find the angle that they need to take down Beamy?
Beamy still one more stun, and that's a big kill on the Levante.
Just keep chaining them together. This is just brutal. Creeping forward, there is nowhere to go, and that is going to be VP with a big win.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. A team that started out looking pretty good yesterday and couldn't quite keep it together as the day went through, and they come out swinging. Loved the early aggression that we saw from the beginning to the end of that game. VP was taking fight after fight and winning them so cleanly, so well, and that's what allowed them to get into that late stage, have 4 players up, have their spot dug into that circle already, and they're able to hold the line.
What did they end at, 16 kills? Something like that? Idea going for you right now is that VP, where we were talking about a bit underperforming from our expectations with them yesterday, they got 35 points on the day. They just got 26 in one game. That's the VP I was expecting.
They just sent themselves into the grand finals. I mean, I think that's basically guaranteed now.
This is just a ridiculously good performance, and kudos to everybody else that managed to find ways to make something work, because we saw Supers were just trying to chase the circle for so long inside that, and Vitality, while they did get into position early, there was just like nothing for them to find. There was no crates, no nothing.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality had to defend
When I see him, I'm gonna
against a lot of teams.
together, okay?
Yes.
It's here.
Was that
That
Nixie?
sounded like Nixie.
That was a Nixie if I've ever heard it right there.
I want to give Vitality a lot of credit. They were dealt a really tough situation there because there were a lot more teams that had to try to fight through them than VP. So they were defending on like 3 different angles.
Yeah, they had Supers that were messing with them, 17 that was making the foot push that was right on top of them. And again,
T1 back there for a while.
They just didn't have a lot to work with because they were having to take care of so many threats around them. And yeah, Vitality is another squad that played yesterday and needs to find points. So a later stage performance coming in from them, absolutely big. As let's go ahead and toss it back over to the studio.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Hey, Kalaris here at the Esports World Cup for 2026, and I've got myself Salute here as well as Maddox to do the translations here before day number 2's games do start things off. So my first question for Salute, of course, is coming into day 2, which is their first day of gameplay, how is Gen.G feeling about their preparation and going into these first games?
일단 살로스 선수 첫 번째 질문은 일단 오늘 파리 경기장 와서 오늘 첫날 또 경기신데 지금 기분이 어떠시고 좀 어떻게 준비하실지 궁금합니다.
일단 파리의 날씨가 너무 좋기 때문에 컨디션이 너무 좋고 그 다음에 경기장이 EWC에서 너무 좋은 데를 제공해줘가지고 좀 마음 편히 준비를 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, the Paris atmosphere is very good, and the weather is really clear. So, yeah, I mean, feeling really great. And also, the EWC actually provided a really good stadium for us. So, yeah, it's actually a very good atmosphere to prepare.
Fantastic. And I guess my follow-up question to that is, did you guys get to watch a lot of what was going on yesterday? And what do you think about some of the performances from those teams? And are you concerned about some of those teams?
이제 두 번째 질문으로는 이제 어제 경기 한번 보시면서 이제 슬슬 준비하셨을 텐데 어제 경기 중에서 좀 이 팀은 진짜 좀 걱정된다. 이 팀은 진짜 경기해야 되는 팀이다라는 팀이 있었는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저번 대회 때부터 좀 미스 팀이 되게 잘해진 것 같고 굉장히 경계되는 팀인 것 같습니다. 굉장히 현재 폼이 좋고 4명 다 자기 위치에서 할 거를 다 잘하기 때문에 그 팀이 현재 제일 잘하지 않나라고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Yeah, since the last PGS, I think Myth has been definitely a titan. So yeah, I think their gameplay is really great. Their form, all of their 4 players' form is actually really great here, and also their cohesive plays are actually showing off. So yeah, I think that Myth is actually the one to look for.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, 감사합니다. Thank you very much. Gosu, the flute. Oh, so good. Oh, Genji. Oh, what a win. Interview, please. No, come back, please.
It's okay, Kalaris. You got your chance to do the interview. But if you're VP, if you were able to do the pick'ems earlier on, you're feeling quite happy right now because this was a squad that was averaging about 5.8 points, and they absolutely smacked it coming into this one. Welcome back, everybody, to 7WG, joined by Godspeed, Lays, and Toffees. Lays, VP showed up today.
Yeah, look, after I'm not even going to say it wasn't a bad day yesterday, right? It was mediocre, a little bit mid-range, but I feel like because they witnessed Twisted Minds and Myth, and they know where the goalposts are, they came out exactly how they needed to and prioritized eliminations in this one because they know what they need to catch from the other groups. And look, I'm feeling just a little bit bad for Group C at the moment because, they're just coming into this chaos. But my God, baby! 1,000 damage coming out of that game. I think they hit just over 15 eliminations when I was sitting there. And of course, I got the...
An earned chicken, right?
I earned a chicken dinner, oh my God, what a great start for VP.
It was. 7 kills for Beamy alone, phenomenal. But a lot of that for me came out of that sort of kerfuffle at, I'll call it yellow marker, because that's all anybody ever puts when they rotate. It's like, go to yellow. It's a crappy compound to be in. But what we saw happen there was that sort of Na'Vi fight with Genji opened the doors for a lot of different teams to come in on Crash or Transition. VP left before killing the last man, and they did it at the right time. That put him in a great spot, and that BRDM let him stop right on top of Tyloo, who had just gone through the trouble of digging a hole with a grenade to lay down. They were like, oh, well, thank you, Tyloo. We will take that spot.
And that was the crazy thing about that game as well, as we look at the leaderboard here with 27 points for Virtus Pro. I mean, they, as you stated, in that compound, they had to deal with AJAL. They had to somewhat deal with Na'Vi. They had to deal with Genji, right? All those teams are coming down to the southwest. Well, I'm saying VP had to deal with all those teams as they were down there, and then they got that BRDM. They were able to shift into that field, which I also just want to talk about this as well, right? Like, how many times, Steve, would we have seen that field ending before and be like, man, it's just cooked for all the teams out in the open. The fact that there is now deflades and the nades can create cover. You have a pickaxe. This is so cool for me to see because before these fields were it was just death, and now teams are finding cover, creating plays. It's so sick.
So Seven, I know that you haven't had a chance to be on this patch since they added the digging. Yep, I love it. This game was a showcase.
Probably one of the coolest.
Exactly.
additions.
These fields traditionally have just been an absolute, I mean, honestly, terrible situation to find yourself in. Yep.
Yeah.
The fact that 17 lasted as long as they did, the fact that Soup on the north side, I thought they were cooked early, but the Soup boiled over. They got in the circle, they dug the hole, and they made it work. So I do think this has been a pretty good case study for how the pickaxe, how the destructible trade can be a benefit.
I think it's one of the best additions they've added, personally.
And when I was talking with Kalaris yesterday after the show, he asked me, what is the one thing that you're enjoying the most so far? I was like, the digging. It just changes the dynamics so much of certain areas. We got a chance to see it yesterday, but as you guys just mentioned, we just saw it perfectly in that scenario. And the BRDM, I want to see a little bit more of that splat maker because I wanted to see them being able to run some people over with it. Yeah, I mean, I think that BRDM has been a huge staple so far this game. Yeah, I love it.
I'm not the biggest fan of it, but
historically, Godspeed has not been a BRDM lover. And it has gotten stronger with the nerf to the Panzerfaust. There's a few less counters, but it's been very good. We've seen it over and over again. I do think, sometimes the pickaxe a bit overpowered. Maybe a few changes for like the durability or things like that would be good. But the holes, I love the fact that we can change the terrain. Yeah. I also want to give a shout. Another thing that was added not long ago was res beacons. We saw a trap at a res beacon in that game, and we'll get back to that. But right now, props for Virtus Pro, man. 7 kills for Beamy. That's what you were talking about too, Lace. Beamy with those 7 kills, and honestly, a good pick-me-up and a great start for this squad, considering what was happening yesterday. As you were mentioning, not really one of the best days. Today, they started off hot.
Yeah, and like I said, they really need to have that momentum because, yeah, they know what's coming for them in these other groups, and they really did hone in on those eliminations and all those kills there. But I sort of want to move more maybe to our teams that didn't do so well and that I had on my books.
My favorite segment.
My favorite segment, the losers. So
AGAL.
I had high hopes for Gen G. They came out, got their first elimination on AGAL. It was looking kind of bright for them. We've got two of our Korean teams here today. T1 as well, sort of facing it off. T1 actually did a lot better than I thought they would. They were more up that leaderboard with about 9 points left over. But yeah, these Gen G, not a great start for them. It was looking like they were sort of going to move up there. But yeah, honestly, Salute was holding that team together in that entire game. But unfortunately, I guess that confrontation where we had, it was AGAL and then VP and obviously all those third parties, it just wasn't looking good for them. I did have high hopes that Salute could get out of that situation due to the third party arriving, but it just didn't plan out that way.
The problem for me, and I'm glad you brought up Gen G, is that their whole year has just been disappointing. When you look at the roster, you have Bean, you have Salute, you have Soul, right? You have D. These are players that in their, well, I say in their prime, they're really not that far off it, or if they're not still in it. I mean, these are players. Salute at one point with Soul was one of the best players in the world. Like, Soul was one of the best players in the world, right? We all said it. He's incredible. Him and Tig had a little set off. Where is that? I need to see that.
They just
Gen
brought
G has
back
been
this roster, no? They sort of
but all
rekindled
year they have been floundering, and I need to see something more. This is the biggest test they're going to have, and so far, the first game wasn't great. Now, I have to give him a caveat because that circle was rough. That whole circle, Steve, we saw a lot of teams having to go. Those fields traditionally underneath Everest have always been really rough to play around. So, I mean, you got to give him a pass, I guess. I guess.
That's right. I mean, I want to see Team not be getting a pass in AGAL. I want to see a little bit more out of that
squad. They need more, too.
They have 5 more matches left, and it's not going to be enough. But I know we do have something awesome coming this year, and that is none other than ENC.
That's right, ENC is coming your way a little bit later on during the year here, as I have got Porosaurus here to... Why is everyone so tall?
I don't know, buddy. I'm sorry.
Or why am I so small? But, of course, ENC on the way. I mean, talking about those regions that are going to be kind of representing, especially across PUBG, who are you looking at to be able to challenge for a title?
I mean, look, coming off of a massive PNC win, obviously everybody's looking at Brazil, but I feel like that might have been a once-in-a-blue moon, just exciting thing. I think you really got to look at Thailand. You got to look at Vietnam, China, South Korea. Basically the East, right? If you're looking at, if you want to put all your chips in the right spot, but you never know. I mean, the West has something to say about it sometimes.
Yeah, I'm going to slightly disagree. I think the West has got some power. You think that Brazil might be once in a blue moon, and they looked good being able to do it over at PNC. At the same time, though, EMEA is able to represent in quite a big way as well. If you think about those individual components that will get a chance at ENC compared to some of our prior ones, you've got guys like Nixie and the boys able to put up some kind of numbers as well. So I think there'll be some big challenges. Thanks, Poro, for joining me here. It is time to head over to the casters here for our next game of the day.
Bye. Thank you so much. Super hype for ENC this year. Yeah, okay, we just had PUBG Nations Cup, but I love whenever we watch what's going on with Esports World Cup in general. Now getting another, I guess, a different flavor. You know, we got some vanilla, we got some chocolate going on. Mix it up, get some fun going on with this one, because we just did the qualifiers for that. I think it was me and Poro, and it was just so fun already.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's going to be a great event, just top to bottom. It's so much more like interesting in a way, because it's different than what we're used to, where teams can just kind of bring anyone together from around the world and put together these great teams that we get to see here at EWC, at ENC. It's all that country pride, it's all those things on the line, and the stakes are going to be so high. Everybody's going to want to be gunning for that big prize that you can get if you win. So we'll have to wait and see. But this plane path, pretty fair, right down the middle-ish, a little bit east, but pretty reachable for most of the drop spots on Tago.
Do we get another Northern Tago? Because while we've gotten the double up on Tago, it feels like it just keeps pulling back over. It's one of two things. We either get Song on with like 50% of it water, or we are up next to Shipyard and Army Base. It's kind of just abandoned the center of it, which I don't have a problem with. That's kind of the one of the worst areas that I don't really like to play in Tago.
Ah, okay. I mean, I kind of like most of Tago. Actually, the only place I don't like is the swamps by Hosan Prison. That part is not fun to play.
I kind of like that area because you can do like all the foot pushes around on those little mini hills.
Yeah.
Now, competitively, it's a lot harder, of course.
Yeah, it's the driving, actually, that ends up just getting worn down over there, I guess. We're up by Shipyard again, though, so Gen G, that's been their drop spot here for this game, and Falcons going over to the airport, and they will be A-OK once they get situated.
I love how the fact a lot of players joke that they don't like to go airport on this map because it feels like they're cursing themselves to go to the airport early if they go there. But Falcons, not necessarily too afraid to play around it, feeling pretty good. This is a circle where we don't have too many teams in it. I mean, really, we've got, what, a little bit of T1, but Gen G is going to have inside track on good positioning. While we've got the map up, I want to point out there's a whole bunch of kind of flatter, more open terrain, of course, over into the east, leading into and around airport. But whenever we come into Shipyard, that territory just to the south of it has got this, I don't want to say big hill, but biggish hill that's over there that a lot of teams can kind of fortify around in different sections of, and kind of creates a fortress for everybody that's kind of playing in the, I guess, the river that's more to the south, it's more open and flat, and then to that eastern territory.
Yeah. The hill around it is one of the bigger ones on Tago for sure. And there's a decent amount of trees and other things to work with that's up by that Shipyard hill. So there is a lot of room in this circle, even though there's quite a bit of water. There's still options. They aren't great in some cases where you might have to kind of hang out at the edges of the fields that have kind of those berms on the outside of them that you can try to hide underneath and wait things out a little bit, try to make
Hello guys, welcome back.
The real thing I have in mind right now
We
is
are
the fact that this
live,
circle's
guys.
so
We are
far away
live
from
with
everybody.
the
Like you mentioned earlier,
EWC.
not a lot of teams starting in it means that there could be one of those situations where teams run into each other while
Let's
they're
go,
rotating
guys.
or
Let's
something
go.
like that.
Well, I mean, look, this is a early emergency pickup already called from 17 Gaming. I guess maybe wanting to go to the opposite side of the circle. No harm in that. You know, if you go to the eastern area of Shipyard,
go,
you can get your
guys.
back up against the water, push in, know the fact that you don't have to scout as much, going to make you feel a little bit safer. Maybe this is just going to be one of those things where you have a couple players go up, or nope, it is a full commitment. I was going to say maybe they're just doing some scouting with it. Nah, they want to avoid all of the mess because we have been seeing Shipyard a lot this year. And it is just dicey over there, man. I mean, we just talked about PUBG Nations Cup. Brazil had a massive game coming out of Shipyard.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can fight out a Shipyard pretty well. Again, going uphill in a situation like this, a little bit easier sometimes, especially with the amount of cover that you're going to be afforded in parts of this area of the map. So, yeah, I think what 17's doing perfectly fine. I wouldn't be surprised to see them, like you mentioned, go to the complete opposite end here. They're going to see Gen G underneath them, kind of center-ish. So I wouldn't think that that would be where they want to get out. I think one of them just got tagged in the middle of the airport, guys.
Falcons
Let's
rotated
go,
really
let's
quick
go,
away from
guys.
airport. They already have Gustav that's got a foothold in those hills that we were talking about south of Shipyard. But it looks like they've got a couple of rotation options. I think that they're just going to get more control over that southeastern hillside. A couple other squads going to be rotating over there pretty close to it. Petrichor Road going to be right back behind it. Tyloo actually has one Dragon that got stuck behind Petrichor Road, so the rest of the squad going to be in front is, yeah, 17's pulling, and they are going as far to the northeast as you can get on this map.
Yeah, I think this makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
Looking for maybe some vehicles that didn't get scooped up along the way, and, you know, Wenbo's already got one for the team, and VC going to roll into Shipyard proper. Try to figure out if anybody's in here. Gen G has a player close. It's Bean and somebody else over there with him. Looks like D as they went into a 2-2, but they're going to drive away from this. Don't want to give Vicious Esports an opportunity to find a free pick or something like that. Or maybe they're just going to spread out a little bit. They're leaving D on his own.
So while we're looking at what's going on with the circle, also remember that we do have, I guess, the river that turns into the dried river. That's a big core component of this circle going down into the south, and the territory that's just going to be to the west of that, that's also incredibly hilly. We don't know how the circles are going to pop, because remember, these are the new circles. For all we know, we could go back over to the west of Shipyard, just because why not? Really, Super is the only squad that's playing over there right now. I dare you to cross that bridge next to Shipyard. It's not going to feel good, and I don't think that they're going to go that route. But we've got a lot of late rotators down to the southwest, where we can see Full Sense about to make their move. Anyone's Legend's going to be very close to them. Sharper's going to be back behind that. Even Shadow down there is... A lot of squads are like, nah, man, I don't even want to go center on this one. I'm just waiting for Circle 2.
Well, this is what I'm a little worried about for Gen G, is D's all on his own. He needs to get the heck out of here, man. He is getting surrounded. He's going to have to do some damage.
This is a very interesting push coming out from VC. They see an opportunity. They abandon Shipyard. They go for the hillside, get themselves a decent spot. D's going to be playing the other side of it for now, but this is pretty vulnerable, specifically with 17. Hearing this firefight, they're also moving in pretty close. So the longer this goes in, I like this. A side rat coming in from Jinji on the side flank of it. D is going to go down. Is this going to pull Jinji off of it? No, they're going to commit. Beam gets down, duck by.
Well, they have to at this point. I mean, D was dead to rights if they didn't get there quick, and being able to at least buy a little bit of extra time, Tycon will at least take the point for now. VC has established themselves. They've got their position taken, and Genji has to retreat, so that's going to be blue chip on the ground.
I like this from Genji. They wanted to go for D, see if they can maybe get him out. Yes, they have a high ground position over that compound, but they know too many people are going to be vying for positions on this hillside, so they need to get out very quickly. 17's already just going to be in the north of them. Vitality already over into the east. To the south, it's going to be Falcons, and T1 kind of close as well. So abandoning that position, while it did cost them D, does also mean the fact that they can get into a better defended position for all of their neighbors that are due to start messing with them sooner or later.
I think the mistake there is just leaving D in the beginning, and I talked about when VC goes into Shipyard, that compound that D is in is actually pretty easy to encroach upon from the Shipyard spot. So that's exactly what happened. When you're on your own, you can't really defend that.
Super is going in for an entirely different strategy right now, as it looks like it's all the way up into the north of Shipyard entirely. They're out in the water. They're going to go ahead and wrap into that section of it. Should be pretty okay. So with VC kind of abandoning this spot, Super's going to find it for near on free.
Yeah, but the Supers are going to have to get it done on foot now. Not going to have the luxury of having, you know, a Dacia or a US or something like that as they try to make their way forward. Now, the good news for them in a way is that everybody in front of them is a little bit split up for the most part. VC's pretty coordinated, like in terms of being pretty close to each other, but like Sha Wu, for example, who's on the edge of one of those warehouses in the Shipyard. Human can just do a little bit of scouting out there, make sure nobody's coming up behind him. He can watch the bridge a little bit.
Hide behind the cargo barges over here. He's got that pier that he can kind of keep an eye on. I mean, there are a couple of foot push capabilities coming out, and I wouldn't be surprised if Supers went for this strategy, maybe to see if maybe they already have or are looking for another emergency pickup that they could use, because we often see bouncing out of Shipyard in that strategy pretty common. There's a couple of foot push paths that you can go for, but that's a problem for later because this circle is going to stay on Shipyard. It's just the guys to the south, so let's get ready. T1 is going to have to be defending or really abandoning that position, while it's going to be a VP, AGAL, Na'Vi, JDG, Full Sense, Sharper. I mean, we even have Shadow as well as Petrichor Road all having to regroup on the hillside we just keep talking about.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit chaotic maybe. It's starting to really narrow down the amount of playable terrain that is going to be available. AGAL once again going to be in a fight early, but Salalzi spotted out Hausker before he could get that Panzer put into place. And all of a sudden, Tai Lu on the ropes early here against AGAL. Lee was getting, I think, called back in or something here. Falcons taking a bit of a fight against, I believe, Vitality out there. Tiggleton's going to take a point for them, but Kong Kong trying to hold the line. Some grenades are going to hit him, though. He's going to throw a stun in response, but if that frag, oh, it almost got him.
The longer this goes on, the scarier it gets. JDG still needs to get in the circle, and they're going to be wrapping over here. They might choose to third party. AGAL feels like they've got the momentum already set up for themselves, but they don't want to overextend onto anything right now. They want to try to reset the pacing just a bit more, see if they can get any knocks. Lee's on the other side of this right now. Has a lot of vision on at least Sololzi on position, but this is kind of isolated. Not too much he can do. Nade's going to land pretty close to Sololzi, but it's going to bounce a couple times, so continue on its merry way. It's going to peek around, and Sololzi just denies Lee to do anything.
Yeah, point blank there. If Lee had cooked that frag grenade a lot more, he could have maybe gotten Salalzi there, but it wasn't cooked at all. He just kind of tossed it in. Meanwhile, Delwyn trying to use the edge of the smokes, yes indeed, goodbye, to try to do something about this. Hemas hits his teammate. That didn't go good.
Well, you know, if you go with explosions enough, sooner or later there's going to be a problem. One Dragon, now the last one up for Tai Lu, but only one up. And Himas, as he's trying to go for the res as fast as possible. JDG is starting to get some vision on the outside of this. Full Sense also encroaching from the south, so the longer this goes on, the more problems continue to mount as One Dragon's across on the other side of the road. I don't know if he's going to go for anything else here, as it's just going to be pretty defended. I mean, he's going for a couple of peaks, but nothing's revealing itself.
This looked like it was going to be a pretty clean fight for AGAL, but it's gone very sideways, very fast.
Sorry, I saw that Vince deny the grenade, and it just reminded me of whenever Barney denied the shot coming up from Kalaris.
Oh, yeah, right.
That was just full rejection.
Yeah, just denied, absolutely. I mean, not that it would be hard to stop Killaris. He isn't, you know, the most athletic.
He was trying. He was trying his hardest.
But his best is never going to be good enough, Matt.
I forgot you guys have bad blood. That's part of the lore.
yeah, the lore. Yeah, exactly.
All right, AGL looks like they should be able to get their fourth man back up, and poor old One Dragon living up to his name as he is all by himself down here. As JDG going to go ahead and move away more into the west. Looks like Full Sense doesn't really want to get too involved in this. Vitality actually calls an emergency pickup just in case. They're not going to need it. Circle pops right on top of them. And good old Supers, now you got to figure out how you going to get out of Shipyard. Of course, a couple of paths, but it looks like 17's going to regroup. And I'm more caught up in what's going on with T1, VP, and VC right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, for sure. That western edge may get a little bit bloody. You know, Full Sense now just setting up a bit of a barricade on their edge of the circle to keep AGAL pinned in if they try to encroach on their territory. Nixie just doing a little bit of a fact-finding mission. I mean, this is incredible from Zalalzi right into Lee. Really nicely done. Now, if we get to see the follow-up from Himas, it didn't go so good. Now, this right here, that's your teammate there, bud. I mean, I get it. He was trying to get it around the corner to hit the other player, and Delwyn kind of walked into it.
While that was going on, Nixie does get dropped. That's I guess, a minor problem for VP. T1 has a side position just down to the south. That's going to stall out any knock onto VP on this approach is really going to throw off the pacing. Ian flanking back behind this one. Gets a good angle. Lucarux is going to go down, and VP with 2 players already knocked and a BRDM just waiting to be stolen.
That's huge for T1. That is such a nice find. I mean, we saw how valuable that BRDM was for VP in the previous game, and they're able to deny that one this game. That's awful for Virtus Pro, who played so well on Erangel. Here on Tego, not going to be able to recreate the same magic, most likely. Yes, Beamy and Crexy, very, very good, but as a duo, nigh impossible to be putting up double-digit kills. We'll have to wait and see. Is Heather kind of right behind Beamy, driving in his general direction?
Nowhere to go. It is going to be Supers making the push to the south, right as VC is making their rotate. Hops inside of a vehicle, and Simon just gets instant drop by Heaven. T1 hears that firefight. Looks like they're trying to backstab, see if they can get a piece of what's going on. Falcon's also going to be to the east of this with some minimal vision. Trees are going to deny out a lot, but it's going to be enough to make it complicated, as that's going to be another knock made from Rex. Drops on top of Duckmine.
Yeah, he's able to do some really nice damage up there, is Rex, because Heaven was really in a lot of trouble. Had to go prone into the smoke to get the heal through. Like this from the Supers, they got to clear an edge, and if they can deal with VC, at least make them weak, then they're going to buy themselves a little bit more space. Now, the concern, of course, is going to be that Falcon's also going to be up ahead of you, and you got a little bit too far ahead of the rest of them. Did Rex there, and he pays the price. He almost gets knocked by Falcons off screen. Meanwhile, the rest of Supers trying to find some kind of safety into this next circle, and they're getting harassed the whole way in.
I mean, there's a couple of little divots and shacks that you can play, but none of it feels super good. At least get you away from the Na'Vi firing line just to the south. Anyone's Legend also going to be approaching on a similar vector to this and maybe distract T1. So with DL down, it's going to be Tig that managed to get the shot, but I think this is pretty safe from that firing line. And now T1's having to focus back onto Anyone's Legend, so that should be resable and safe. Shack Life, best life for now, is it's going to be a circle pops and moves away yet again as, man, Super is just chasing the circle.
Yeah, now it's just getting even more difficult. There are going to be more and more teams fighting for this territory. And taking that knock on the DL, really painful. That helmet going to be very beat up. And Delwyn does find E-End off screen. Falcons here just staring down. And anytime the Supers try to pop out and do much, they're just going to be getting lit up.
Come on, guys, let's support our favorite teams here.
Legend getting vision on
Let's go, let's go.
Petrichor Road going for a regroup. They were running a bit of a 2-2 split. Up to the north, we also do have Shadow getting very close to 17. A lot of individual fights starting to break out. It's VC now trying to backstab onto T1. Type just denies out as much of that as he can try to get, but there's nowhere else for him to really go. He's got to deal with the looming large threats in front of him. Heather at least has the BRDM, but Vicious is going to go down. Not too many options as Na'Vi realizes they don't want to push into the circle yet. Instead, they're going to push into the face of all those squads that are stacked up on top of each other. See how much more they can get.
But Cumian actually gets typed there. It's just that BRDM that's left for T1. They took a prize and they can't do much with it. The Supers fighting on a lot of different fronts and getting knocks, but they're also losing players along the way. There's DL back on the ground again. I'd be curious if his helmet is even still attached to his head at this point. Rex takes a headshot, so all this gear is just getting absolutely destroyed, and along with their players. Rex falls to Shrimzy's hands.
Supers just having to chain res while they walk into firing line upon firing line. Mass up on top is going to go ahead and get more damage onto Na'Vi and force their line and force their hand right into the supers. Nowhere else to really go, but Shrimzy's going to get a piece of it. Na'Vi is going to go down, and now that's more space for the supers to deal with, but Falcons are very focused in dealing with supers, while 17 feels like they're trying to take shots on the other side of Falcons.
It's going to get a little weird here on this western edge. Himas, oh, not sure who got that knock. It was Himas indeed who got Heaven. So Heaven out in the blue, and it's going to be quickly bled out. But Beamy all of a sudden springs to life. Virtus Pro split out very, very wide. Beamy made himself a foxhole, and he's going to profit from it. Almost finds another.
I mean, this is just kind of hunkered down over here. Remember, we saw them take those 2 casualties early, so they've just been hiding over in this location. Human going to be his closest neighbor now of anyone's legend right on top of him. Falcons can't go into the path of the circle that they wanted to, so it's going to be Gen.G in the compounds with defense. 17 behind that one. Falcons just got to send it, and it's going to be right onto the other side of what's going to be going on with VP. Correxy right in the mix of it all, and he's going to go down off this rotate from the Falcons.
Yeah, this is nice for the Falcons. They're able to get kind of an already established position for themselves, a rock, a foxhole, a little bit of safety. They can potentially get this res unless Heather has something to say about it. Tanadol as well. That's a little bit of damage there to kick. Here goes Heather. Is he just going to drive into that? Oh, he just missed it. If he had maybe ridden into the back of that car, he might have been able to get a knock.
Just a heady play coming up, stay on top of the car. Oh, no!
I thought he was gonna flip it.
Kickstart, and they're gonna kick flip there with his vehicles, and it looks like they're trying to see if they can contain Heather. I don't know, just buy enough time maybe to get everybody inside the cars. Do they have a Panzerfaust maybe in the back of one of them?
Well, now they just have to light it up. I mean, they've got to try to wear through that armor, but look how healthy this BRDM still is. I mean, maybe 75% health left here. Gustav lucky. Oh, there's the run over. He got 2!
That's big. That is terrible. Full sense just watching on the outside of this. Falcons were having such a good game, finding so many kills, and to have it start coming apart this way, now it's just going to be an easy nade toss right to the thick of them all. T1's Heather as a solo takes down the Falcons.
That was such a tricky spot because of that BRDM. The Falcons there. I mean, Gustav got lucky on the first pass through. He had just gotten the health in when he got hit by the BRDM, was able to survive it because of that. And then still the reset there for Heather, and he is going to slurp up a lot of good util.
I feel so bad for the Falcons on that one. It felt like everything was going good. 7 kills, 3 players up in the circle, and then good old BRDM T1 rolling right through your life. You can see that they went from feeling good to suddenly like, oh, I don't even know how we could have done anything there a little bit differently. Sharper now on approach to the circle, JDG to the south, as Full Sense has got control over to the west-ish, but also kind of to the south, as they're running a very wide 2-1-1.
I'm very curious about JD Gaming. What are we going to be doing here? Belmoth at least bullied away from their western flank. The bad news is that Sharper has some kind of angle down into him. Petrichor Road just ahead of this as well.
Where's this
Mortars up in the air.
Is this after the BRDM beast himself?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
That's a hell of a shot. That came very close to Heather's BRDM there. And that
just moves it a few feet forward. Nah, man, I don't want to play that game. Everything's fine. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe that was Flash and Full Sense that took the shots. I didn't see exactly where it came out. There's just a spattering of solos that are over here. I mean, we can see that Guman's trying to make a play on the Flash. A couple of shots. Doesn't get the knock. That's very atypical. I mean, usually Guman can get those. So now he's put himself in an awkward spot. Beamy's just going to be the north of that, getting some of Gen.G's attention, as well as I think 17's.
Okay, there's the mortar. We found the scene of the crime, and it's a surprise from Tigger. It is going to be Guman getting taken out. Could not convert. Soul does find Beamy, so Virtus Pro will fall in 10th as well. So Virtus Pro not able to kind of replicate some of that great energy they had from game 1, but that's okay. They're doing just fine.
But look at this. Full Sense already being aggro onto the other side with Petrichor Road down to the south. 17 managed to just demolish JDG. There's just not much else that can happen over there. Sharper's got control over to the southeast-ish. They're just now touching over here, but this is a more open section of the circle. Is continuing our theme is trying to figure out how you can dig the best inside of some of these circles. We're going to get a lot more of open territory that we're going to be moving into. The circle does pop over to the north. Gen.G's got a compound. It's going to be Shadow having the eastern side of it, and Heather in control of, I guess, everything else with the BRDM.
Yeah, Heather's just very, very excited to still be in this game, to be honest, because he's been able to salvage some extra points. We're already in the placement points as well, and that's definitely something that your team is going to be feeling good about as the next couple of days wear on. Another mortar exploding in the backside there, not really connecting onto anything that I can see. My eyes on to Gen G here with 3 players up. You know, maybe somebody makes a go at their kind of flimsy compound they've got up on the north side.
I'm just kind of confused in what you do down to the south. Okay, you're going to be moving into the more open section of the circle in the south. Even if you get there, Full Sense has got a lot of players already set up. Heather's already got a ridge line of defense. You can see that Petrichor Road's having to deal with Sharper on the other side. Double up blue zones. A ton of frag grenades coming out. Sharper's realized it's going to be really hard to get in the circle. 17's already got vision on them. So they've just got to take down Petrichor Road, see if they can get anything else out of it. And this has just opened up Full Sense to take whatever they want. Vitality, though, does look like they have the same idea as Sharper, but they're going to go after Sharper. Looks like they're sneaking up right back behind him, trying to see if they can get the backstab up, but it's just a second too late.
Sharper has to give up this ridge line now, and that's opened up an opportunity for Vitality to potentially punish them a little bit. And 17 still struggling over there. It's being into Setsuna taking the point, and here goes Sharper forced into Petrichor Road. They're falling at the hands of Ming Ming and company. 0-4 getting in there as well. Earth, the only one alive, and Petrichor Road still has all 4 players up.
Full Sense with 2 of their players just keep roaming back down here to see if they can steal anything. Going to go ahead and pick up 1 of the kills out of all it. Good old Earth Zapuli now in the thick of everything with Petrichor Road. Looks like seeing if he can get anything more out of it. Not going to get the knock. He's outside the blue. He's going to go down. Ming Ming's going to go ahead and send him back down into the dirt. Now it's going to be Vitality that has to figure out how they're going to get into the circle. As Petrichor Road's at least managed to get a foothold with 1 of their players.
Yeah, Chewy's going to see some of Full Sense next to him over there, so he has to start letting loose with the grenades, but all that can really do is just move Tigger off the mark a little bit. Does have this Panzer here. And the fact that he hasn't used it just yet, kind of concerning. I'm not sure if Full Sense has spotted this. Maybe Belmoth got a view of it.
I'm worried for Petrichor on the other side. It's been Shadow taking a lot of shots at Vitality, so Vitality just has to go further down to the south, and suddenly Petrichor Road finds themselves pinched yet again. Petrichor Road spins back on it quick. Ming Ming gets the knock on Levante and makes it look easy, but that's going to be a surrender of position coming up from Petrichor Road, and while we do see Vitality fall, Full Sense has got control of the south.
Yeah, this has been a really nice, kind of slow and steady game. Tigger will be claiming Ming Ming, knocking Petrichor down in 6. Yeah, Heather, just vibing. I mean, nobody's going to mess with him for a while. Now, there was that Panzerfaust that we saw in one of those vehicles on the southern edge that Chewy from Petrichor Road had. So I'm wondering if Full Sense was able to scoop that up, and that may be the thing that ends up spelling Heather's demise. Meanwhile, Shadow Esports getting deep into another game. Let's see if they can get another win. We saw it yesterday. They shocked us, and I'd love to see it happen again.
Most of the circle is going to be to the top of the screen over there where you see Heather kind of roaming around. Gen G's got to leave their compound position. We also do have Shadow that has to push their way in. Heather's just kind of roaming around trying to see where he's not going to get shot at, to see how much more placement points he can get. Actually, he's going to jump back out, take a couple of shots. Very bold plays coming out is I think that Heather's found himself a bit more than he wanted. He's got Full Sense to the south taking shots at him. Gen G to east of his position. I mean, poor old Heather. You just want to be left alone.
No one's going to be happy with that when you're in a BRDM, though. I think it blew up. Yeah, it's gone.
He has been flaunting it, to be honest.
True.
He's just been roaming around in front of everybody, be like, look at what I've got, guys.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the oligarchy over there. Well, finally, he's going to be going down. Soul will take him down in the end. That BRDM only had so much health, and eventually it gets blowed up. But this BRDM still very much alive. So Shadow looking to see if they can maybe get a little bit further into this circle, digging. I mean, you got quite a way to go here, Hansy. I mean, that's a solid 10 meters, 14 meters in front of you there that you have to dig, so could take a little while. Meanwhile, Full Sense, full control because they have that BRDM and quite a nice piece of land.
Most of the high ground for Shadow is going to go away, and even if you keep digging more forward, you're going to start putting yourself in a vulnerable spot. So yeah, I like this go for the rocks, not quite yet in, but at least now you're committing down onto one squad because there was no real way. You had to either go Gen G side or you had to go Full Sense side, and Full Sense has been doing such a good job on covering their movements. Every single time that they need to bounce into a new position, they've been roaming around. I'm talking these guys are putting in the miles. They've been over into the east, over down in the south, control of the west, time and time again, finding a new position to play from.
Yeah, well, the kills haven't been, like, astronomical for Full Sense. They've been really good at not, like, giving up themselves for free to other players. Now, Hansy does go down, but Flash going to steal that point away from Gen G's salute. That's huge, you know, that they get these points where they can. Full Sense, you know, are defending PGC champions. want to do better than they did on day one. Up to 36 points now. So far, I think Shadow just knows that this is cooked.
Yeah, Tigger's got a present waiting if they peek around. So Shadow's going to go down. The underdog story is still trying to continue right now as these guys make it in late stage yet again, finding some kills. But it's just going to be the lineup between Full Sense to the south and now Jin Ji to the north.
Saw Soul with a Mark 14 there. So he's picked up some level 3 weaponry for himself. Bean does have that Panzer, so if there's kind of an overstep from Full Sense with their BRDM, he might be able to punish it. It's just how aware, again, is Full Sense of that. They might just try to drive at it.
I'm a bit nervous for Jin Ji here. They do have this hillside, but it doesn't feel too good once you actually get into the circle. So they're going to try to go for a counter pinch on this one, but nice shot's going to come up from Tigger. That's 2 down. Jin Ji had a plan, and it was instantly destroyed.
Yeah, they're looking to try to do that exact same thing to that BRDM, and Tigger's having none of it. Over now, trying to take out the final member.
Bullying for the end of it, nowhere to go. Jin Ji is out and Full Sense gets it.
Yeah, that's a really just sturdy game from Full Sense. Just kind of navigating a lot of tricky situations where maybe if you overcommit to something, because there's a ton of fighting on that southwestern edge where they're sitting, they're able to just kind of keep everybody else at bay, find their points where they need to, avoid any big damage, any big fights, get that BRDM and get the win.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a lot of squads kind of stacked on top of each other, trying to go for full defense, while Full Sense was slower in their roams and approach, and it felt like consistently had control of the southwest time and time again in these very wide controlled angles where they were trusting each other to just really have each other's backs, and if anybody approached, instantly counterpounce, push them off. Jin Ji on the other side of that, just kind of holding down the compound for as long as they needed to.
Yeah, I mean, Genji there, again, kind of losing that player very early in D. The fact that they're able to get as deep as they do with just 3, not bad. Able to find a few kills here and there, not too bad. Let's listen in. Yep, that's nice, yep. That's just, again, it was a steady game.
I'm so glad we got the victory team comms coming out from that whenever we saw the BRDMs rolling around instead of what we got with Falcons, because those had to be the quietest of calm. I mean, what do you even do? Poor old Falcons and Heather. Respect for doing it, man, but that was one of the dirtiest things I've seen in PUBG in a while.
It's just tough if you don't have the Panzer, you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do in that situation, especially when you're kind of stuck and you're taking damage, and it's just really hard to kind of find a way out of it. And Heather, to his credit, you know, played it nicely. That's kind of he has a huge advantage, but still
that was a great
done.
salvage game coming out from them. Of course, we talked about Falcons and the weird BRDM stuff that happened with them, but they still had a decent kill count coming out from that game. Shadow, later stages, time and time again, finding just enough, it feels like.
Well, they're hanging in there. They still need to pick up the pace maybe just a little bit. I mean, we were kind of talking backstage what we think the point cutoff is going to be. Somewhere around 60 points is kind of what we were sort of feeling at the time.
That's the inherent average that we tend to see.
Exactly. I mean, and so it's pretty standard stuff when you're playing 6 games a day for, 12 games total. It's just, I need to see just a little bit more from them, but they're hanging in there. Their macro at least can be good. When they're given opportunities, they can hang in there.
You know what I need to see? Anyone's legend surviving for, I don't know, Circle 4?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with them, but it is just, the rotates are just a problem right now, man. I don't know if it's their scouting. I don't know if they're just more confident in their approach than what they actually wanted. It's just absolutely crazy as we've got another squad in the hunt, and that is going to be Vitality. I believe Coloris has Levante on the stage.
That's right. Thank you very much, guys. Of course, Levante here, the big man himself here to talk about everything that's going on. So my first question, Levante here, to start things off. This game just now, you're in the compound, Circle 6 shifts away from you. What's the plan for the team?
Найти поинты, сделать игру максимально хорошую для нас, зафармить все и попытаться зайти в плейсмент-поинты, найти киллы, найти плейсмент-поинты, в целом все. Ну, шифт, конечно, неприятный. Двигаемся дальше.
Points to make the game maximally good for us, to gather up and to maneuver forward. Yes, indeed, the Circle 6, the form, okay, not so good for us, but we're moving forward. We are going ahead, finding points, that's it.
Okay, fair play. And overall, what was your kind of impressions of yesterday? What went down? Do you think that you could have had a little bit more points on some of the certain games? What was your perspective on day number 1?
Конечно, мы должны были и обязаны были вчера набрать больше поинтов, но мы допускали в своих играх глупые ошибки, из-за этого где-то не добрали, где-то плохо сыграли, но сегодня дали себе обещание парням, кто нас поддерживает в нашей организации, что мы справимся и сделаем сегодня все для того, чтобы пройти финал.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yesterday we must have had to score more points, but somehow we failed to do so. Nevertheless, we have time, we have today. We made a commitment to ourselves, between the players and to the guys who are committed to that we are going to get those points, refocus, gather up, and move forward.
All right, well, thank you very much, Levante, for joining us. All right, it's time for a flex off. We do flex off. All right, that's Levante. Let's go.
Come on, guys, please make sure to like and follow. Let's see which team is gonna win, which team is gonna be on top.
Tyler 1, you're done.
Day 2 PUBG Battlegrounds, EWC 2026 Paris.
Tired of
Group
taking
stage,
down your enemies with those
survival
boring
stage,
regular frag grenades
group-
and blue zone grenades? Introducing
A and
the
C.
red zone
Let's go,
grenade, the
guys.
newest addition to the PUBG throwables. With the red zone grenades, you won't have to worry about scouting the enemy team anymore. Just pick one up, throw it into your enemy's territory, and watch them get blasted from the skies. The red zone grenade, your savior when one explosion isn't enough. Coming soon to your PUBG lobby. This is throwable. Before using, make sure it won't bounce back into your playing zone, and don't use it in a closed environment. Common side effects include friendly fire, blowing up vehicles, and destroying terrain. Consult with your team leader or coach before safe use.
Oh man, I want a red zone grenade. They look so much fun. And I mean, a squad that was able to not use a red zone grenade, but finally show up full sense. And for everybody currently watching at home, if you guys haven't already, make sure you check out the Esports Foundation Creator Program. You can join it, go sign up at some point. Maybe a QR code will, there you go. Oh, that was magical.
Magic.
Just make sure you use, you just scan that QR code, sign up. You can earn rewards, and we might even end up interviewing you on the finals. Check that out, the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Lots of rewards to be earned right there. But talking about earning rewards, a great reward for Full Sense finally showing up.
Finally showing up after catching a few circles and, of course, having a BRDM and, of course, having all the other teams kind of take care of each other. But look, the PGC 2025 champions, they showed up.
We said in the pre-show they need to step up and have a day like the fact that you win the world and then kind of have to make a name for yourself, struggle back, prove to everyone you deserve to be in the final can be a tricky thing. So to get a win here, whether it's by an inch or a mile, doesn't matter. Chicken is a chicken. It cooks the same no matter how you get it, is good for them, and I think sets them on a path to maybe grind it back up.
Do we think they were gifted that because Genji just full sent with no capabilities and got blasted in the face right at the end? But I'm just going to leave that right there because what?
Also, just to point out the fact that Full Sense had that in the fact that they still had that late into the game with multiple BRDMs coming around, it's like Genji could not have expected they would have a Panzer there.
Right, no, because the weight of the Panzer and especially like using it lately, it got nerfed, it's hard to move with, It's not the counter that it used to be, so people just stopped using it as much, right? So the fact, you can't expect that. The BRDMs, it's like, oh, when Batulan uses it, nobody stops him. But here they come. Oh, there's a pocket Panzer. No one likes those.
I'm glad you guys are talking about that stuff because I got a chance to finally see the Splat Maker in action. That BRDM. By the way, well, you'll get a chance to see it. The one I was actually talking about, it's none other. Wow, this one. Oh my gosh.
That's what we're talking about.
That ending was beautiful. And then there was another one that hopefully we'll be able to show later on because Falcons, my goodness, Falcons. What were we thinking at one point as we look at team stats right here from Full Sense?
Yeah, I mean, we were having this conversation about Falcons before. I was like, oh, they were kind of gifted a great zone, and but they lack that ability to defend their position. And I mean, it just took T1 to sort of use the exploit against them. And Falcons really slow decision making in that altercation with, I think it was Heather. I mean, they did an interview before. They were trolling in that interview, and I'm feeling like the trolling is bleeding into their gameplay because that was questionable.
I mean, at the end of the day, Heather, I think he knew what he was doing. He was like, I'm just going to try to pick up a little point here. Be a little bit of a, for lack of a better word, a butthead to these guys. And he drove around them in a circle. And yes, Gustav and Kickstart jumped out at the same time. And I think it just was a miscommunication. Trimsy had the right eye. He's leaning out of the car. He knows he's not a threat to being run over. And I think maybe the other two just thought the other guy's taking that seat. I'm going to jump out and try to make the assist here. And it was just one of those situations where when you're in the smoke, you can't see anything. We've all had this, right? The fire alarm goes off. You wake up. The whole house is dark. You try to run to the door. You smash your shins on the side table. Like, it happens.
Where are you living?
America. This is what happens.
I don't think I've ever really experienced that, but this was
but it doesn't look like this.
This was just a mess. I don't really know what else to say. Heather, I mean, Heather played well. He managed to get 3 kills off the Falcons. Yes, they were in smoke. It was a sticky situation, but I kind of expected a different outcome. But you know what? Heather takes those.
PUBG happens.
Yeah, PUBG happens.
And the thing is that Heather just kept running into trees too. He had so much time.
This is what I said about slow decision making from the Falcons.
Well, I don't think he thought he was going to last that long. Like, honestly,
exactly.
I
think he was just trying to harass his
100%. Do something before he goes down. And I think he may even thought, like, you can kill me and take this BRDM. You're not taking me until you blow it up, kind of thing. And he was surprised. He hit the tree because he didn't think he'd make it around that circle.
And Gatsby, we were even saying, why didn't just Falcons go on top of the rocks? They could have just ended up.
Well, they couldn't go to the very top because I know they were getting shot. That's why they had so many smokes down in the first place. But I mean, to stay on the ground level, especially with that thing just circling, it's rough. They had a ditch. Look, it is what it is. I don't want to harp too much on that.
No, but I think the key here is I wouldn't call this like a call problem, and I wouldn't even call it a positioning problem. I would just say that was like a comedy of errors. It happens.
Yeah.
And that's where, like you say, PUBG happens. We go next, and that's the beautiful thing about the game, right? With your friends at home or on these teams, sometimes you drop, sometimes you have a bad match. You get back to lobby, you reset, you go again. So that's what these guys are going to do, and they're the professionals who can do it.
That being said, they at least had, I think, 7 kills in that game. So they still had points. It's not like it was just a complete donut for them. So yeah, it wasn't an awful game. It just ended unfortunately.
And for Falcons, they're kind of allowed to do that because it is their first day of groups.
That's
this
true.
is only the second map. They still have a lot more to go. As we're looking at now the overall, obviously for everybody tuning in, for some reason you missed out yesterday. You missed out on absolute dominance from Myth, but they're currently not playing here today. We have Virtus Pro now being able to pop up. Lace Virtus Pro in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro is pretty much qualified at this point.
Yeah, like it's just like an exceptional game from the start, and this is what like a lot of teams are sort of lacking focus on, is taking those massive games in the early stages, and that's exactly what VP are doing. Like I said yesterday, it was kind of like a mid-range game for them, but they're sitting up in that top 3 because they know their competitors from yesterday.
Let's talk Shadow Esports for a second, all right? Because they got to the late game that time. They're at 44 points. Here's why we have the conversation. This is an example of, can a team make it work? They are shocked by how they walked away yesterday. They actually end up with a decent game too. They've got 4 more to grind out that extra 20 points. Do you think they can do it, Godspeed? He's sighing. He sighed loudly. You guys couldn't hear it at home.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think this lobby, as it continues to manifest, I think the teams that are better than them are going to figure it out, and I think they're going to get trapped in rotation mainly. I'm calling it now.
He was much more polite here on the desk than he was in the green.
They're going to have rotational issues. That's my guess for them.
I agree with that. I think as much as it'd be fun to go all in on them, I don't know that I can do that just yet.
Yeah, you know, I ended up saying that my predictions have been going off on the pick'ems, but to be completely honest, Lace, I kind of just want to see them in the finals. I know you guys are saying that it's going to be hard, and honestly, we kind of saw that in the first game as well out of that squad, as they ended up with a big old donut on that first game. Here, being able to bounce back, but if they can maybe just string some good performances, they just might end up doing it.
Yeah, well, let's talk, if we're talking about donuts, let's talk about another team that's been sort of sending those in, and that's Na'Vi. We're 2 games in. I know it's early, but I've seen 4 points, I think, total coming out of them in 2 games. I expect better when it comes to a team like Na'Vi.
And I would agree with you, but for whatever reason, they just haven't been able to get it together. I don't know. That team, it's difficult for me to pinpoint what exactly the first 2 games. The first one, the circle was rough, right? Second one, still, it's rotations. They couldn't even make it in. So I think that's definitely something, as long as they can just, maybe the first 2 games, they weren't feeling it. Maybe they kind of had to go a little wider on their rotation than they wanted to. But either way, they should. I still think Na'Vi is okay. I'm not super worried about them.
They didn't really get to capitalize on like many eliminations in match 1. So that was probably their sort of time to get points on the board. But yeah, game 2, I just didn't even see them show up.
I just saw Vitality's get sent in. Their last player getting, patted on the back by the coaches, looked like he was masked up and not feeling great. So that could something maybe get our team on the floor to go look into. Because again, Vitality in that race needs to be on their game. And if they're doing it with a player who's not feeling at the top, like that is something that can have a massive effect on the team. It hurts your comms. It hurts the speed of your thought. It really can get in the way.
Yeah, well, for this squad, especially for all the squads that are in Group A, you do have 4 matches left. For some of the other squads in Group C, you still got some time. You know, Falcons will let it slide. You did end up getting the 7 eliminations. I just wanted to see the Splatmaker in action once again, but I'm hearing we have something amazing with Kalaris and Avenger on the stage.
That's right. Thank you very much, guys. Of course, there's a lot of great players here, but we wanted to talk about some of the very best so far here from Esports World Cup 2026. I am with Avenger, once again, another very tall person here to talk about everything that's been going on so far, and we'd be missing the point, I think, if we didn't start with good old Kiss Magic.
Yeah, we have to talk about, of course, him coming here, changing into the French Kiss, getting 18 kills in just 6 games. Not playing today, but still leading that is just insane, right? Sure, we've just played 2 games so far today, and it's all up for grabs. After the second game, Levante actually jumped into the second place of overall damage, still behind Example.
Yeah, got to hear from him just before, of course, he's able to, you know...
He's flexing on the lobby.
He's muscling everybody out of the way. He's one of the very, very best here so far. But of course, as you say, in terms of that damage done, yeah, you don't quite have Example here to be able to keep that going. But you say, what, 2 games still in hand, and he's still able to put up those kinds of numbers?
I think Levante is something like 3,000 damage, and Example, with 2 games less played, is 3,500 something, so still leading by more than 500 damage, having played less. So, yeah, crazy amount of damage done yesterday. Remember that game on Miramar where he was on the roof, fragging out, getting tons of damage, but few kills, but he was farming that game.
All right, well, that's the bronze. Let's talk about some of the brains here as well. I mean, I'm not going to stick with Twisted Minds right now. I'm not going to talk about Batulis because he's always kind of in the focus of all of that. I want to go back to Myth because Jacob really, with what they've been able to do so far, with PGSs as well as yesterday, that's a scary formula.
Yeah, every time we talk to them, every time we hear from kids, like, yeah, they're praising him so much, the way that he's putting them into these situations where they're able to frag out and get into positions where there are 3 or 4 alive. So Jacob, very much so. For this year, I've been so impressed with him. So hopefully they can continue to push that on.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger here. Of course, you should keep your eyes on all of these players. It's time to go to the commentators here for our next game of the day.
Okay, got about 4 games left on the day and 4 games left in the livelihood of a whole group. They've got to make sure that they get everything that they can get right now. We talked a lot about Levante and the capabilities, but this is a guy that's got to make sure he gets points at the end of the day.
No doubt. I mean, he's had a nice day so far. One of our top fraggers here throughout these first couple of games. So that's a nice start for Vitality and Levante, but still work to be done for sure. I mean, you can't take it easy right now. You got to keep up the pace, got to keep pushing to make sure that you finish this day as strong as possible. You don't want to leave kind of that point cutoff anywhere that feels dangerous.
And I'm scared because the desk was talking about it. Na'Vi has been kind of non-existent so far. There's going to be a point where that stops being a thing. And once that happens, they're going to start eating up the points around them. I mean, there is a world where maybe that Na'Vi just doesn't have anything big that happens on the day, but that would just absolutely surprise me. AGAL needs to get something big going. We can look on the other sides of this, and if you are a Shadow fan and they are in the hunt, they only need a little bit more. They just need to find something. It's really them and Vitality. Can they find just enough to really squeak in about another 20-ish points?
Yeah, for sure. There's still hope for Shadow Esports and, you know, for Indonesia. I mean, definitely something to be said about this team and their way to at least get deep into games. Like, they're relying a bit on placement points. That's good enough to at least get you into that grand finals. Potentially, we'll have to wait and see. I want to talk about Na'Vi just a little bit more because I think this is a map where they often can really start to rack in the kills. We've seen it in the past with Hakatori, and especially when he'll drop like 9-10 kills on this map, go absolutely crazy here. So definitely going to be one of those teams on this one that I am keen to see pop off.
Weird circle into the plane path that is going to bounce pretty far down into the southwest away from it. So that means that T1's going to be in a pretty decent position. Petrichor Road is one of these squads that we're kind of thinking about is Petrichor Road. They're going to have an odd rotate into this one. It's also another squad that, I mean, since Axelift has always been kind of a face for it, a lot of people are very focused in on what's going on with Petrichor Road. And so let's go ahead and hear with Ming Ming what's happening.
德章地图我最喜欢它的市城嘛，然后因为它地方城大，收的东西物资也很多嘛，然后也很肥，然后转移路线什么，我感觉也都挺好走的。你可能就像教练说的吧，然后周围其实没有什么很大的很多人嘛，周围可能就我们的一座主城。
Quick, easy, efficient. Petrichor Road. Pull that into your game a little bit more. Quick, easy, efficient. Find some stuff, man.
That's all I play for. I just want easy and efficient. That's what I'm all about. So I'm glad to hear that. You know, one of our all-time great players in Ming Ming definitely knows what's up and definitely keeps it simple, and that's my kind of gameplay. So they start out in Impala here but the circle went west, more Monte Nuevo. Okay.
I got a hard question for you.
Okay.
Is it good for Petrichor that they're tied up with Anyone's Legend right now, or is it bad for Anyone's Legend that they're tied for Petrichor Road?
I think their power levels aren't too far off in a lot of ways. I think it's
really really.
Here's the way I'll say it.
Look at me, Asia paper thin, and say that sentence to me again. That you think that Petrichor Road and Anyone's Legend are comparable.
Hear me out. I think AGAL probably has a little bit more firepower, but I think the brains on Petrichor Road are maybe a little bit better.
Okay, I think I'll kind of give you that.
Yeah, I think Petrichor Road could play a little bit safer and be a little bit more reliable, but when it comes to who has the higher ceiling, it's AGAL.
Yeah, I mean, if Petrichor Road doesn't qualify, I'm not going to be hurt. If Anyone's Legend doesn't qualify, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be really surprised by it, I think.
I mean, those are two teams that I had on my radar for today. You know, when we were doing the pre-show segment with Lace, I was like, I think both of these teams have a lot to prove here today, and for various different reasons. And they're very good. You know, each team has a superstar fragger with Ming Ming on Petrichor Road and Himas on AGAL. Two players who can take over a lobby when they're feeling it. It's just we haven't quite seen that big pop-off from either of them yet.
How stylish is it? Of course, it's Levante in the Golden Mirage.
He just looks great.
He's just flexing on everybody.
Yeah, it's a natural fit for the man. I think we should find a way to get him a gold card in real life, yeah?
Okay, we're going to have Vicious in the center of the circle. JDG is December 12th, also kind of getting over there. The area east of Monte Nuevo is getting a lot of the attention in the rotates right now. A little bit further east of where we can see Vicious going is going to be 17. North of that, T1, Falcons, a little bit of Vitality over there as well. Coming out of Picado to the north of it is going to be Supers. To the south is going to be Na'Vi. But VP's making a wrap right in between Na'Vi and JDG right along the road.
Ooh, that was a good grenade there. Did 40 damage to E-End, so the Falcons trying to put some pressure onto T1, but this is the strong side of T1. They're in a 1-3 split with Reigning quite far ahead of the rest of them, and Falcons is just committing to this. Shrimzy leading the charge with the M249. The grenades are going to splash out, but they're not hitting the Falcons, so far, T1.
I'm scared. It's Heather on the side of all players for Falcons to be going against right after that last round. Heather, though, not finding the opportunities they got inside that last game just quite yet. In some trouble, and their couple of shots going to connect and not going to get the knock. Seeing if maybe a repeat was going to happen, doesn't find it. Nade's going to be prepped up. They're a bit clustered, so it looks like they're trying to get some space away. Shrimzy is going to get the knock on E-End with the molly.
I was just about to say, if that molly flipped into E-End, he's in trouble. Type trying to get in here to do something. Heather trying to hold the line, but now Falcons is kind of dug in. I mean, Type's got to get Tiggleton down, and he hasn't just yet.
See if he can find any more. Just a couple of taps from the bullets. Tig's doing a good job on juking away, but there's just too many T1 players on the outside. Tig's going to go down, so you've sacrificed Tig to get control of the building. Can you get anything else? Heather is now close range threat. Reigning and Type now regrouping.
Now Reigning had to drive back to try to relieve some of the pressure here. And so far, Falcons haven't been popped. Oh, what a bunch of shots from Heather. Gets up into the window, and Gustav had no idea he was there.
Man, Heather is just like Falcons kryptonite right now. See if they can get enough timings on this one. This is very far to the north. No other squad's really capable of third-partying any of this, so T1 can just kind of take their time. Dancing around the outside of this, maybe Sharper could go for a wrap back around, but sounds like we have a C4 being prepped and ready to go. Runs around the outside, but it's going to be Type on the defense. Falcons out real early.
Like that C4 there because it forces Falcons out into the open where T1 has control. That's beautifully handled. And they could even potentially get a revive. There is that station that's just to the north of this that they could go for. We do have Vitality, who eventually made their way over here, but if they were looking to try to third-party this fight, they are a little bit too late. They will at least be able to take the space for all the trouble that T1 just went through. And Falcons as well, out early again, a tough go of it. Oh, no.
Yeah, right as soon as we saw him walking over. Okay, whose fault is that? The person driving the car, I'm assuming?
I mean, we were just bigging up Levante in his cool car, and then he does that.
I mean, look, when you're vibing and you're just kind of like rolling around, yeah, you know, sometimes.
Maybe he's hating.
Yeah, just a little bit. Oh, are we? See me rolling. Hating. Okay. Showing age here as Petrichor Road is going to be wrapping down to the south. Full Sense is going to have the upper area of Chumacera under control, but nobody else really holding down Chumacera. Monte Nuevo is going to be Tai Lu. And then it's going to be Brickyard for AGAL. Most of the other squads kind of a bit spattered across the hillside.
I'm very curious about Shadow Esports way up on the north, doing a very wide wrap, but that's off map, and that's kind of like them playing for Circle 2, you know, trying to get a pre-rotation in potentially. 17 and kind of a normal split in the center. They're going pretty wide. Most teams are. The Supers as well, split along the Picado Mountains on the south edge of the power grid. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road trying to get in their cars a little bit earlier, see what's available around the edge of Chuma Serra and potentially a little bit further forward.
So we have two different ways that we can kind of see this. Well, really three. If we pull back over to power grid, that's going to favor Vitality, T1, Supers in their positioning. Go more of that Chuma Serra staying center area. Really, that's going to make the power grid players a bit sadder as they're going to have to come down from the hillside. And we go power grid, so that means that this is what I was afraid of. Look down into the southwest. All those squads are now going to be wrapping into a more open area of that power grid hillside to the west. I mean, sure, there's those couple of trenches, or you have to commit back in the lower sections around Picado Graveyard. This is really weird because we've got that giant hillside that comes south from San Martin leading into Picado.
Yeah, this is a tough circle because, like you're talking about, Matt, that area in between Monte Nuevo and Picado, you want to take space early, take compounds early, because if it ends in there, like you were mentioning, that it becomes really difficult if you don't have a compound to fight through that part of the map. But now there's a lot of mountain in place, so there's actually quite a bit that teams have to work with. Ukarux is getting tagged up just a little bit by Na'Vi from range. This has opened up an opportunity for JD Gaming to keep on keeping on. There were some helicopters up in the air, some emergency pickups being thrown into the mix, but maybe AGAL the only one who's going to commit.
17 heading back home to Picado after being gone for all of a circle. Other side of Picado, looks like Genji is going to be trying to take that to the south. Fulsense is going to be ramping it back behind Petrichor Road, as well as Na'Vi. AGAL with their emergency pickup could be going literally anywhere. Shadow still nowhere near the circle. They're going to be coming on the other side of Monte Nuevo, as it is going to be Vicious going for more of an approach onto that lower hillside coming out of power grid to the west, as well as Tai Lu taking control over that just a bit before them.
I want to talk about where Sharper is right now in relation to kind of the circle and how much control they have. I mean, they have everything from San Martin all the way down to halfway into this phase 2 circle. That is a huge amount of space they've given themselves. They're very spread out though, so there is opportunity maybe for a wide wrapping team to punish them, but if nobody does, I would expect that Sharper is going to get pretty darn deep into this game potentially and look to, you know, do some real damage here, but we'll have to wait and see. T1 does end up getting back up to their full strength. Now, they did have a knock on the outside of the power grid area there, and there's that emergency pickup. So this is, where does AGAL go? This is what I'm looking at. Sharper, if they can keep AGAL from getting in the middle of everything and causing problems, should be A-okay, and that's damage done.
Oh, is it enough to get the knock? They do manage to make landfall. So Crash into a great position right above Genji on one side. Well, I say a great position. It's at least a safe position now, and it gets them away from all of those crazy wraps that they wanted to do. Is this just the solution? Anyone's Legend, their rotates have just been detrimental. Let's just call it honestly, every single game. So maybe emergency pickup, just crash somewhere and get control over it and just start fighting your way out of that.
As you can see, AGAL recognizing that their eastern edge is dangerous, so they have to put up those smokes so they can try and find a way to not fall underneath Sharper's grasp. You know, they're worried about players getting into grenade range there. Jedi looking to see if he can get anything, but right now AGAL going to use those rocks nicely. The problem is staying on that edge of the rocks can be a little bit tricky. You can find some holes to hide in for sure as AGAL.
Okay, more power grid, more problems for everybody on the outside. Specifically, if you're south of Picado, it sucks to be you. VP, they're going to be on approach. Looks like they're going to be leaning into the VC side of all of this. Na'Vi is just going to be the other side of that. Full sense tail in. Petrichor Road just full on send as JDG airborne for the time being. And good old Shadow going to be back behind it all. Looks like VP is going to go for a more northern wrap, try to bounce around the western section of what's going to be going on with VC. And I don't necessarily fault that. Genji looks like they're mirroring it over into the east.
JDG is losing players in the air. I'm pretty sure that Levante got the kill as they were parachuting in. Yeah, indeed. So that is a rough go of it for them. They're trying to just find something inside of the circle. Now there's a few dips and dives on the outside of the power grid that you can take, but Na'Vi is crashing right into them.
Oh, rolls right into the face. Suze doesn't get the knock, but Hakatori, a boost stick will. That was just an aggressive play coming up from Na'Vi. They lost Ferris for it, but that was a power play.
Yep, that's kind of maybe what you needed here as Na'Vi to start getting a little bit of wind behind your sails for this match, for this day. Here comes some mortars. They're not even going to land on screen, hitting behind all of this. VP is making the wide wrap around to the north side. T1 still dug into the firehouse on the north side of power grid. They haven't moved a muscle since they won that fight against Falcons. Meanwhile, I really like this from VP. They had two options there. They could have gone for the emergency pickup. I think if the circle had gone east, maybe they had done that. Instead, they want to go north because they realize that there's going to be some open space up there that they could rotate into.
Well, we were talking about VP as well as Jinji going for that more northern wrap. They are going to be right next to each other now as Jinji is going to stop off, get some vision of VP right in front of him, with Vicious going more north to get away from the firing lines that were happening down to the south. That's going to get even dicier as there is nowhere for Shadow to go, and they're going to be bumping into Full Sense down in the south. This is the test for me with Shadow. This is a circle that is very hard to deal with. If they can find points and a way to get into it, this might be proving that they deserve to qualify.
They're at least able to punch back here. Jexy did take down Tanadol. So, you know, for Shadow, kind of a tough couple circles where they were trying to make some, you know, later rotations to see if they could catch a hard shift. Instead, it hard shifted away from them. So now they have to do a little bit of fighting. But again, good news is you at least made Full Sense pay the price. He took one away. And Full Sense does have one player in the circle. Tigger is there. Let's take a look at how this happened maybe. There's the crash from Na'Vi. I mean, just out of the cars, and a lot of dead players from JD Gaming on the ground. And you're right, Ferris actually falls to Tai Lu there. But overall, just a clean drive-by.
It gives them center of the circle in a great position on the outskirts of power grid to work with pretty much whatever they want. Here's Shadow continuing their roam into the circle. They did manage to get away from Full Sense, but can they survive the new set of threats that are going to be around them? Petrichor Road coming up a very close range back behind all of it is power grid yet again, being the focal point in Vitality, just loving every moment of it.
Oh man, maybe we get a little power grid finish. We get a little death match going there. In the end, that would be rather fun. I think, let's see, VC circling the wagons, looking for an opportunity, but really they don't have a ton. They've got a little bit of safety at the bottom of the hill, and Tycon up in the top in a shack. Not ideal. You got to kind of play a little bit of defense around the backside to make sure that, you know, you can't jam enough players in there. Really, one is only going to be safe.
I mean, the way that this is set, we've got some very big rotates that we're going to be looking at. 17's got to force their way into the circle, and that's going to be kind of close to the supers. I don't think that they can really avoid that. AGAL has to force their way in a much more open section of the circle over into the east, where Sharper has been holding them back for quite a while. And then down into the southwest, we've got Shadow, we've got Tai Lu and Petrichor Road. Yes, there's a couple of ridgeline sneaky areas that they can play, but it's also a lot dicier because they could be in much closer range and a bigger firefight and nade range, most notably, than I think any of these teams want to be.
17 might actually find the northernmost warehouse.
Well, they're running right into Sharper.
Oh, they're going right into Sharper. Sharper going to have an opportunity here. AGAL might have some vision into 17, who's trying to figure out anything that's safe. Meanwhile, Pau just going to make his own safety, digging a little bit of a foxhole there.
Okay, well, 17 makes their rep. Petrichor Road also managed to get very close to Pau, so maybe that dig-in could be important for him in just one moment. Shots now starting to come out on the 17 on all of their approach over there. Jinji is also going to be the new target of 17 in their rep. Petrichor Road at least finding some safety, and here we go. We've got 17 now stacked up. Jinji going to be right in front of them. They did at least manage to bypass Sharper as well as anyone's legend, but Jinji, where are you going to play from this one? They've got to be careful. They don't want to overpeak because it's going to be T1 with supervision of this.
Yeah, those are good shots, though, by Soul. He did more damage than he took there, so he's at least able to afford himself the opportunity to move his car back just a little bit while 17 has to regroup. Knew he was in grenade range, so wanted to try to get out of that as best as he could. Get a better firing line from the rest of his team. Meanwhile, VP cutting in towards Full Sense. Full Sense trying to dive into the power grid proper. Nixie running out of bullets there. Might have popped a tire, but Full Sense at least gets to the fences.
Where we started with Falcon's death is where everybody seems like they're focused on getting to. Full Sense does find a nice little position to play for now. VP is going to now have control over everything into the west. Tai Lu still got to get into the circle, and it's going to be Shadow. Actually, Henzi he's gotten all the way into power grid by himself. The other players for Shadow are right on top of Tai Lu, and it looks like they're just full on stealth as Tai Lu's literally driving over them right now.
I mean, I wouldn't think thought that that would be possible, but it is. I mean, they've done it, and Jexy actually finds another kill there. Type knows that Full Sense is out there. Jexy gets two, one with the barrel, one with the Mark 12. Looking to see if he can finish this off. Tai Lu getting absolutely shredded. Another angle is found there. It's actually Beamy from VP who gets that. A grenade almost finishing off a player on Petrichor.
Circle's popped. We're keeping in most of Power Grid, but we're going to move into the more open sections of the south and the hillsides into the east. Petrichor Road still has to vault over what's going on with Supers as well as Vicious in front of them. Luckily, Tai Lu falling off to one side has denied out a competitor onto one angle of approach. But I don't know how Petrichor Road can fight their way into this. There's just too many squads around them holding too many angles. Ooh. If they fight their way into the north, they're going to have Ewan back behind them. If they try to go east, it's just going to be VC holding them out.
Yeah, Rex is driving way on the southern edge of this right now. DL was watching from the high ground, giving a little bit of just couldn't quite get there in time. Yeah, so he's going to go down, and Human trying to do what he can here, but now the Supers are at a man disadvantage compared to Petrichor Road. Grenade not going to do much there to our IGL, and he looks over towards Chewy. Can't do much. It's actually VC putting him down.
Okay, Bob saying head needs to start popping some heads as it's just him and what angle of approach you go for. VP with nowhere to go, they're going to run back down into the shadow defensive line. Good shot's going to find or on at least one knock off the start onto Lucarux, but you can see VP already has the information. They know exactly where they need to focus their targets, and Nade's already running right down on top. Jexy doesn't get the knock, but running in, it's going to be Kamal's right into the face of VP, not finding the angles yet, at least getting some damage though.
Oh, actually, I think Hansi is getting some damage into the backside of Virtus Pro here, who are trying to fight tooth and nail. This has kind of turned into a tricky situation for VP. Looked like maybe they could have taken a favorable fight, but Shadow, little do they know, had an extra player already up towards the power grid proper. Jexy going to confirm the point and use these blue zones to scooch ever so much closer into the threat range. There is a res that happens for Virtus Pro.
Okay, also Vitality has some angles of vision. What's happening over here? Nixie, though, just shuts down Kamal's. Nothing to be had there. VP on a rampage, trying to push their way forward. Jexy taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down. That leaves just one up for Shadow right on the edge of the zone, but VP still needs to get in the circle. They've got VC in front of them, and they're trying to avoid the Vitality firing line.
Look how weak Beamy is. I mean, he's 1 HP here, so anything that hits him is going to put him on the ground and basically put him out of the game with the circle that close to them. Meanwhile, somehow the Supers have kept themselves going, took Petrichor Road out of this. They only get a couple kills out of it, but still in the game. Maybe can get into placement points if they can find some level of safety there on that eastern side. And there's that shot connecting into Beamy. He's down. Nixie in trouble as well. Tycon springs from the shack, instantly deletes Corexy, and Nixie just gonna go out.
VP gonna fall. VC just too defended in their position. They were having to hold down this for so long just due to the way the Supers were playing this. Supers are just sitting at center of the circle. Well, no, maybe let's just go all the way to the north of the circle. So let's make it full on Korea over here, as it's gonna be T1, Jin G, and now Supers all right on top of each other.
All right, I mean, T1 is now gonna finally have to make a move. The circle has kind of kept that compound in for some time, so they're making some fortifications that they can, but these are outside of the new zone. There is a little bit of ability to potentially go into that northernmost warehouse where I think the Supers are going to go right now, so they're going to be beat to the punch there just a little bit. AGAL on foot, looking to maybe do some damage on the edge. Clear 17 out before they have to make another move, but they still have Sharper, danger close, and there you go, getting some shots towards them as they try to cross.
Soul might also get some vision if they're not careful, so the foot push has got to be aggro and it's got to be fast. Himas can get into this angle. I think that he's spotted out. Does he know exactly how much he could get? But 17 moves quick. Looks like maybe Zhao Wu spotted it. Quick counter move, and Soul is going to be able to get the knock onto Heather. That's going to start the catalyst of things happening into the north, as a couple of shots are going to be enough. 17 now moving closer to Jinji on one side of it. Tian just walks right up in the face, gets the knock onto Soul, but it's getting dicey over here. It gets counter knocked by Bean.
All right, Bean at 5 HP, takes down 2, the barrel, but he's going to get backstabbed by EN. D trying to hold T1 back to save his team, but he's the only one alive. He's in the blue, and he's in trouble. 17 ends up getting taken down by Destroy's grenade. D just trying to throw everything he can at this, but it's not going to happen.
AGAL wanted a piece of that and couldn't really get it. Delwyn still having to hold back Sharper, and T1 just dominant position over in the north. 8 kills already, and they're starting to stack them all together. Anyone's Legend doesn't really want to approach on that angle anymore. Instead, use the hillsides. They're starting to focus more down onto Sharper in the defensive positions that they're they're playing, while the Supers, who were all the way up next to T1, used the fence row to come all the way down and get into a great position, center of the circle.
I mean, if T1 doesn't lose any players here and they can keep those vehicles relatively healthy, they're going to have a lot of outs potentially to get outside of that warehouse and lock it down if it does a hard shift to the west again. AGAL swinging back down towards Sharper now, looking to take more fights, looking to rake in more kills. They've only gotten one here for being so fighting so heavily out on this edge for so long. That's not much considering the caliber of this team, and Tanawat putting him back down, and he's getting shot from a bunch of different angles. It's EN who gets the knock.
A lot of squads that need big games since they played yesterday and couldn't really find anything. Going to be in good positions for the circle. Anyone's legend, though, just getting picked apart. Too many different angles, and it's going to be Sharper finding everything. What do you even do off of this? Now Sololzy looking at T1. Type's got control over the warehouse. Sure, we still have Shadow up and Hansy looking at everything, but Vitality's got such a great position in the circle as well. It just feels like Sharper's got all of the East on lock, and there's nowhere for Sololzy to go.
I'm loving the way Sharper's been playing this game for the most part. They know Sololzy's on his own. Ian wants to finish what they started. Don't want to let him go over to the blue, and not going to happen. Heather's grenade is going to do it. 10 kills for T1 in this game so far. Ian immediately has to prone down. Here comes the grenade barrage from Na'Vi. Knew that VC was going to be getting close. The follow-up, still not going to find any knocks. Good movement there to avoid much damage.
T1 active, really quickly running into the face of Sharper, realizing the way that this circle's popped they want to go for. But Denawat's going to defend. Ian's going to go down. Hakatori's got eyes onto VC, trying to get control of the southern area, while it's going to be Na'Vi trying to keep control over everything in the center. We also have movement happening for Vitality, going to be keeping eyes on what's going to be going on with Supers. All of this just stacking on top of each other, while VC finding an angle of approach.
Yeah, this fight, though, for Na'Vi's position, one of the most important in this circle. Supers are going to go down to Vitality. Tanawat getting over there, raining down with Earth. And all of a sudden, Sharper continuing to thrive. T1, a nice game in the kill department, able to get decently deep into it. But Sharper has put themselves into a spot where they can continue to cut through some of these other teams. Na'Vi, 3 players strong, holding against VC so far.
How long can Shadow solo survive, and how much can Vitality get here? The solo is going to be creeping up in the warehouses around Power Grid, while Vitality just wants to make sure nothing's going on over into the north. Sure, Navi's got control over the circle itself, but really it's going to be Vitality and point totals that we're going to be keeping an eye on. As, yeah, Hansy, I think they know where he is. Picks around the side, and that's going to be all she wrote for Shadow. At least managed to make it into placements. Very decent, but here's our top 4.
Sound cues gave that away. I could see Hello My Bad tracking him with his arrow from the map, so he knew and heard him. So Hansy not able to keep himself obscured long enough from Vitality's detection to get any further into this one. Decent salvage game, again, up to 50 points here for Shadow Esports, so they very much could be in that grand finals. They're on pace to get there. They get 6 points in this game, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, and that's plenty to continue to have the point pace you need to find yourself playing in the last 3 days here at EWC 26 and PUBG Battlegrounds. Tanawat takes down Hakatori. This team is on fire right now.
Yeah, Hakatori going down is going to make the defense of the center so much more complicated, but Boostik's still up. He's in a vulnerable spot. He goes for the peek onto it. Sharper going to be trying to put the damage in. That unlocks VC to counter-wrap to the south of this. Navi's position that they were playing from was so strong, but VC's got a man advantage on position, and this has also drawn all the attention down to the south and allowed Vitality to get out of Power Grid.
Tycon here looking to take Spyro down, but it's Tanawat's blue zone that is going to find it. Tycon looking to steal the point. Clicked on the head once, just needs a couple more bullets to land there, but there's pressure from Vitality. Na'Vi gone. Tycon doing some heavy lifting there in front. Sharper needs to recover.
And it's Levante that got the angle onto them. So we're looking at this hillside, an approach to the north from Sharper, down to the south. It's going to be VC and Vitality that wanted to go for the center. Maybe balled off a little bit too much. They're going to retreat, try to get Gadrox back up, as it looks like it is going to be a 4v4v3 to end this all out.
This is a key game for Vitality.
Yeah.
Getting deep, getting some kills. If they can get the win, they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable about that grand finals positioning. But Sharper, VC have something to say about it. VC's looked really good to me, taking some really nice fights, being really disciplined with holding their line, not giving up some of that space. You know, their spacing's been really good. That's the biggest thing here for VC. They're not opening themselves up to some opportunities to get just, you know, fragged out, shot down. They're being really proactive.
Saw Quizzy with a mask on, and we also saw him in between rounds with that mask, seeming like he doesn't feel the best right now. Getting a good game here is going to make it a lot easier whenever you're feeling sick. So Hello My Bad with eyes on to Earth's positioning. VC, though, just using the standoff in the north to take more control over everything. Tycon going to be the guy leading the way. Sharper one side, looks like they're making the focus onto Vitality. Vitality doesn't have much to play in the circle, just the outer walls, and Tycon going to be corralling him in. He does get the knock onto Levante, and that is a big knock onto Vitality. Sharper looks like they've got a good lock on position, and Hello My Bad now also under duress.
Great read here from Sharper, knowing that there wasn't going to be much of an opportunity for VC to swing the other way through, but Tanawat, he's going right into the mix. Tycon finds Gedrox, one player left. Tanawat couldn't quite see him. He tries to go for it. You're out in the open. Hello My Bad, going to get one before he's taken down. Quizzy gone. That is the end for Vitality.
Time to be vicious. 9 kills up on top. Sharper stacked on top of each other, and with the car push, they managed to get some kills, but they are now in a very vulnerable position. Earth just back up against the blue zone along with Jedi, as it is VC with control over the center, and they realize this ain't gonna work. They're gonna surrender over the blue zone, and that is Vicious Esports with a victory.
Yeah, again, really good spacing in a lot of those fights, and they play that game really, really nicely. That early setup they had, I really liked, where they had Tycon up in the shack and 3 players down below him to guard it, because that's a really tricky position to defend if somebody gets underneath that shack. So really like their setup and the way they're able to use that to catapult themselves into the late game.
But it's the big game for Vitality. They need more still. They want to qualify. We love Levante and that crew, and this was such a late game performance coming up from them. Shadow also making it into, what, 5th place overall after what was a little bit of a dicier start on everything. They understand what the win conditions are for them to succeed in here, but can they keep it up with 3 more games on the day?
It's a great question. I'm very impressed that they just kind of keep chugging along. You know, they're the little engine that could here at EWC, and seems like they may be able to get to that finish line, at least to go into the grand final.
Crazy fight, bro. Actually, we can see in replay that's a crazy fight, and a good game, guys. Good game. We witnessed the epic game here.
One of the reasons they're into this game later as it goes, because they have so much space to maneuver. Even when a hard shifts away from them, they still have so much control that they have, you know, the ability to recover from those ping-ponging circles and things like that. And they do precisely that. Like, they're playing out in the open really, really well.
And again, a lot of my focus today has just been on Group A. Where do they end the day point total-wise? Because they aren't going to be playing tomorrow. So whenever we have some squads like Sharper, they're popping off. The focus for me is just how do the squads around them and Vitality find any form of successes, as they're just going to be having to sit and wait and watch tomorrow. Oh, that is just so nerve-wracking to have to do. This is absolutely ridiculous, but we're going to go ahead and try to get game number 4 all set up. We'll be back in just one moment.
We book Esports World Cup up.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Oh, hello. We are here for the Sony Media Tour at the backstage of the Esports World Cup 2026. So let's take a look at everything that's going on, as we have got some of our players already getting their hero shots done as well. As you can see here, made in Thailand, 2 times BGS champions. Look at the size of that tripod. Whoa! For such a small phone. Size does matter. All right, let's take a look a little bit further on. Kiss, what a legend, what a legend. Maybe we'll chat to him a little later on. Let's move on further down, of course, though, as we've got a lot more other stuff going on. I can see Team Liquid in the distance here, getting all of their media sorted. We're getting a lot of introductions into how all these players are setting up, how their feeling is for the tournament as a whole, of course. And you can see they're getting mic'd up as well. I think going to be talking about some stuff. A very different setup here for Esports World Cup 2026. As you can see, another lovely stage. And over to my right-hand side as well. Actually, I could even sign this myself. This is for all of the players to sign as they do come along. But right next to, don't know who that is. I'll just put myself right there. the real GOAT of esports. So we can now make a little bit of a move on into the quiet zone. Come in. All right. Whoa. Spooky. All right, as you can see, as is signified over here by the quiet zone. Pay close attention, because we're going to be on a little bit of a trip, an excursion through the quiet zone to see exactly what is going on. A wild Avenger. A wild kiss. Exactly. Right, let's take a look at what's going on in here as well. As you can see. Oh, sorry. You can see Parasaurus over there is getting ready to do something. He's about to say something incredibly stupid, but maybe, just maybe, we'll get a glimpse of it later on. All right, let's take a look in what's going on in here as well, in the quiet zone, and peek in. As, hey, we've got Avenger there, and we also have Virtus Pro, Beamy and Lookrooks, being briefed, apparently, on what they need to do here. All right, more here in the media area, as we do have ourselves, hey, the Falcons boys! We got Shrimsy and Kickstart. How are you doing, man?
Sir. I'm doing fantastic, and you?
Not too bad.
Feeling great.
Awesome. I love the pajamas. They're awesome. All right, let's get these boys in here. We're going to film a little bit of media with these guys as well, as we're going to have them guess some of the plays from previous tournaments. Anyway, that does it here for the media tour as a whole. So I'm going to get on with the Falcons boys, and we'll see you next time. All right, guys. It's going to be the quiet. All right, let's try that again. Absolutely not. Absolutely. One more opportunity to see players in their natural habitat. Nothing. Spectacular scenes here at the Esports World Cup.
Welcome back, as we have decided to just go and explore Paris a little bit more. We find ourselves on the rooftop of Novotel. Shout out to them for actually letting us use this spot, because it's amazing. But as we have hit the halfway point of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 group stages, honestly, we got to recap a little bit what's been going on. We just saw the Vicious being able to get a chicken dinner. But if we go back to day one, I mean, that storyline was just straight up myth.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what we're doing, if we're saying let's take that halftime, let's look at where we're sitting in the tournament right now. Myth and particularly Twisted Minds we can get to. These two are insane, but Myth, 3 wins on one day is unheard of, and the fact that they could come back and do it again tomorrow, let me tell you, every legend starts with Myth, and these guys are close to taking that title for themselves. Name change in the future, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they sort of started out after match 5 at like about a 7.2 elim average, which is it's not bad, okay? That is exceptional. But before that, they're actually on a 5.5, and that was because of the several chicken dinners that they have, and that amazing match 6 where they got like 5 eliminations and that win. And I mean, that's exactly why this team is bringing it home.
They are going to be bringing it home. And the scary part, if you're a Myth fan too, or if you're just scared of Myth, what they're performing, is that today they're getting a break. Yeah. Today they're getting a chance to see what everybody from Group C is going to be doing, and Myth is just looking at them like, all right, chill. Let me see what you guys got going on, because we're going to come in hot tomorrow.
And they got no stress. I mean, the fact of the matter is we've played 3 games so far, and Myth and Twisted Minds still haven't been caught by the 9-game teams, right? Like VP, yeah, they're having an okay catch-up time, but they still haven't closed the door on those 2. Like, it is crazy how far ahead Myth was at the end of yesterday.
Yeah, for some of the other teams, we talked about it earlier, but we need to touch base as we're kind of recapping everything here. Full Sense finally ends up showing up. They get a win today, but they need to start being more consistent, because now they're going to be going into their final 3 matches, and if that consistency is not there, tomorrow they're just going to be sitting down, watching the show, Liz, just biting them nails.
Yeah, I mean, today is all for them, so they need to really do something there. I mean, it was a little surprising, I guess, from the first kind of group stages that we had, but, you know, they do know what's ahead of them and what they need to pick up on, and look, it's an okay job, I feel. Like, it needs to be a little bit more aggressive, I feel.
The problem is when you look at the leaderboard right now, you think, oh, maybe they're okay, maybe they're in 7th, but but you got to remember they have 3 games up on 16 of our teams, and that is time that has to be made up somewhere. So for those teams, even Shadow, our defending world champions, everybody who's got those 9 games played, just because they look like they're in a good rank now doesn't mean it carries over, which is even more stress-laced, because that means they don't know what happens tomorrow. They have to put up, I would say, easily 12 to 15 points higher than they expect to make sure that they are still guaranteed the advance.
Could you just imagine playing this and then watching the games just from your hotel room going, no. Did we make it enough? Did we make it enough? I mean, it's crunch time right now, but yeah, I would not want to be in that position. They definitely need to amp it up.
If they have the Novotel view, honestly, it might not be that bad.
You're not wrong. Actually, I know teams who, when they're in that situation on the 3rd day, they'll just go to lunch, or they'll take a day at the zoo, or they'll do something like that. Their coach obviously is like watching the whole time to give them updates, but I've met teams who are like, you know what, we don't even look until the very end, and then let's enjoy our day. Let's not have that stress looming over us.
How about some of the other squads that have came in today? 17 Gaming. I mean, they've been putting up some points. We just saw what Team 1 was able to do in the last one, and they ended up eliminating Falcons early on as well.
Yeah, I was sort of touching on this. Like, we looked at match 2, and obviously Heather just being able to pop that grenade into their situation, and it looks like T1 is just clipping the Falcons' wins at the moment, because coming out of match 3, it was just an obliteration from them too.
I mean, they're from my region. I love the Falcons, boys, but this has been a very rough start. Now, I'm not going to write them off. How many times have we seen the Falcons sort of thrive up and go full phase Sunday, if you will, on that last performance day? So I'm not going to write them off yet, but it's been a very tough run for them. T1 looks so good. To be as high up on the board as they are, 13th place with only 3 games played at 30 points, that's the same track line that we had Twisted Minds and Myth on yesterday. So these guys can feel very comfortable.
Another team that's in that same situation in regards to what we were talking about, being in that Group A, maybe not performing as well. AGAL. You got to remember, for AGAL, this squad, yes, you have been able to step it up a little bit, but it hasn't been to the point that we expected to, right? You're thinking about insane players that they have in that roster. Hey, Maz, we need to be able to see them being able to bring it up. So you know what? I think it's time. We want to continue talking on. We might stay here at the top of Novotel a little bit longer, but for now, I want to see what's going to be happening at the stage.
But Bosh, it is time, of course, as we have a few more games coming up here for the halftime. But we want to kind of touch on exactly what was going on really there. For the Vicious, I mean, you've got Tycon finally being able to step on up back on the international stage here, Match. I'm always good to see Tycon.
I mean, dude, you gotta love Tycon. I always have like mental images of that clutch that he managed to do where he got like, what is it, like 8, 9 kills, 10 kills by himself, and then clutched out the game. I got in trouble because I think I said some naughty words at the end of that cast, but I mean, it deserved. Tycon's that good of a player, so it's great to have him back in the forums.
Yeah, look, and especially you and I had casted Tycon, I think, in one of his first games, right? And we go back to those times we said, hey, this kid's going to be a superstar. Now I'm hoping he has the team behind him. And so far, the way they played that south edge, the way that they kind of pushed Vitality out, they watched for the other team coming across, which of course was sharper, and they were able to capitalize. And winning that game is going to be a huge boost of confidence for them as well.
I think the first time in Fantasy that we ever played, and Tycon was a sub on that during 10K. Do you remember?
He was the cheapest.
Didn't you also pick him up like super early and rub it in our faces?
I may have heard.
Sounds like something James would do. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've got my ear to the ground, as it were. But let's.
You're so low. You should.
Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, I mean, because you're so much shorter than me, I'm going to enjoy this job.
I don't know if I should be speaking.
Let's talk about some of those teams that are on the bubble here for this one. Of course, as you've got teams like Tyloo, AGAL, and Petrichor Road all really needing to step up. It does feel like Tyloo's probably done here, though.
I think Tyloo is done, unfortunately. I mean, even if they have an incredible last 3 games, they're still going to be behind by a full 6 games of the other group coming back in. On top of that, I haven't seen anything from them that makes me think they're going to do it.
Final thoughts?
Same. I mean, Tyloo's just not getting there. Petrichor Road finds something. Anyone's legend, pull a trigger, man.
Yeah.
Please, AGL, I'm begging you.
Just shoot.
They're the kind of team that can have 30-point games in the past. We've seen it before. It's time to head on over to the commentators here for game number 4 of day 2.
Hello, friends. It is I, Porosaurus, joining Mr. Avenger on the cast for these final 3 games of Groups A versus C. And it is last chance saloon for those teams in Group A that may need to make that cut line, which is looking very, very difficult for some of these squads.
Yeah, the fact is, I think we're going to be sending 2 or 3 teams home, and they're going to be having no chance, even being outside that top 6 team. The bottom 8, of course, are going to have their dreams crushed in our crusher. But yeah, 3 more games to go here for them. And we're going to be kicking it off on Rondo, Poro. What's your thoughts on this?
Never would buy a condo there.
Okay, too much violence there, or
too much too loud.
Right.
I got a dog. You know, he's just
I need sleep,
barking all the time. But, yeah, not a great map to want to start on if you really need to make a push to get some things going here, especially if you're looking at what we were talking about. Tai Lu, we were talking about who are some of the other Group A teams that we've got our eyes on here.
Virtus.pro's not playing more of these threes. Next one here: Tai Lu, AGL, Team Vitality, Supers, Full Sense, Petrica Road, and Shadow has their last three maps we played here at Esports World Cup 2026 in Paris. And honestly, on Rondo here, back over to Tego, and then on Erangel, finishing things up. We were talking about the hypothetical cutoff line yesterday, Paro.
Yes.
I said 55-60. I think 55 is going to be plenty safe, considering how much points the top have taken. It took Virtus.pro 3 more games to catch up, and they have now tied Twisted Minds on that 69 points. Nice.
Yep, nice. Virtus.pro has been having a bang-up day, for sure, as has Vitality. As has, who else have we has had a good day? T1. T1 has been popping off today. 30 points on the day so far. But, yeah, I mean, still work left to be done, obviously. But with 3 more maps to go, I think those guys could be feeling a little bit more confident.
Yeah, we're giving a little bit of a hard time to Falcons here. But the fact is, there is 6 teams below them that have had worse performance. That is Gen G, it's Na'Vi, and it's AGL. But let's hear what Tai Lu has to say.
船厂的仓库物资比较丰富，然后转移的路线会比较偏多一点。
Well, there you go.
Yeah. It's a short interview, and it's also been a short pleasure of them today. Unfortunately, 1 point in 3 games. 19 points yesterday. They're on 20. Currently very, very far down the leaderboard. It's going to be a little bit rough for them. Sure, there are some other teams that have obviously only played 3 games so far. Na'Vi, Gen G, AGL, Petrica Road, and JDG have also a very low amount of points today here. 12, 12, 10. It's somewhat low after 3 games, but then again, we've seen it before, Paul. We have seen these chicken dinners with double digits, and it can definitely be happening for JDD here with a Jiaotin home turf circle for them. They've only had 7 points so far today. This is their game. This is their chance to turn that around.
Yeah, this is, you know, we were having discussions in the green room prior to the game and talking about teams like Tai Lu. You know, China as a region have delivered some very impressive performances this year so far. The switch to TPP obviously working out really nice for Petrichor Road for 4 a.m. But it feels like that region is getting very top heavy. And once you get past, you know, Petrichor 4 a.m. 17, it starts getting a little loosey-goosey down there as to how much success you're going to see from them at an international level.
Yeah, and 17 Gaming has had uncontested spots most of the time throughout the day here. They only have 2 more points than Falcons. They've not had the best of games so far, and they have fantastic loot. But for this circle here, they have a pretty easy entry towards that central stadium area here. JDD's always getting ready, and they're already taking some of the best spots right now, looking to see if that gas station is free already. AGL coming in from that northwest side over to Bailey. They're going to have quite the space here, and considering how far northwest this circle is, Poro, I'm really wondering how many teams are going to try to backfill it. You know, we have Falcons in the north, sure, they're going to come in from that, but how many teams are going to try to swing around?
You typically see this on stadium circles like this, where everybody immediately tries to send. You see such a cluster towards the center because those positions of power, those strong positions, are comes at such a premium that these teams are willing to make those high risk, high reward sends right towards the dead center early because they're so convinced that it is going to end up paying off for them. So we'll see now that we're getting a little bit later in. It's 4.5 minutes. That's late at this point in a circle like this, but so many teams still outside, still fighting their way in. It's going to be interesting to see how many try to go and still send towards that center or who will just kind of play around the fringes.
Yeah, about half these teams already looking at how can we get into this circle, try to get some of the priority here. And also, let's break it to you guys. Rondo in general, especially for land ratio, this area has so much unplayable terrain that is counted in land ratio. It has water, it has these high ground, it has these pillars. Now with this, that we don't have land ratio, we're going to have some wild circles. We could be ending on straight next to the rocks on stadium. It's going to be really interesting to see how the teams apply the strategies that has changed just since this meta has just updated just a month ago.
It's going to be really interesting to keep an eye on as we see the stadium already starting to get a little bit compacted here. Mr. Guman all by himself as Vitality is arriving. The rest of the Supers nowhere near here, so Guman
leaving.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah,
be pretty quick on the trigger there, and trying to get out, and he's just going to go ahead and rejoin Mr. Rex.
That's an alpha move, to be honest. You just 4-man roll up into stadium, assuming that the team that's looting there is already spread out, split out to some of these compounds on other priorities that we have here. T1 rolling in, try to get topped around. That actually works, so someone's going to be able to take that later on. In the end, he leaves it. He doesn't want it. You want the electric bus. You want the Dacia. Want to get that rolling.
Not creeping up on anybody anytime soon, right? Well, this is actually kind of surprising to me that this compound in particular is just completely wide open. Whoa! You do see, there you go, Winbow. Nice shots there to start things off. But yeah, 17 just kind of coming in a little bit on the later side, but are, again, as we were talking about earlier, sending it really close towards center. Not playing around on the periphery because they know the likelihood is that this area is going to be in now, and you want to get something hard cover that you can play. You don't want to be forced into playing any open areas this early.
Yeah, I actually thought Suse from JVG is going to take that gas station, but yeah, 17 just rolling in aggressively, taking that. We've seen so many endings close to that, and you know, the ridges just south of it, but that was because of land ratio. We had so much circles went away from that stadium area because you had all these pillars, all these high grounds around it, right? But here, that might change. We can see it go absolutely anywhere, and it's going to be amazing. We've seen some of these crazy circuits where it ended up closer to the river as well. Falcons is definitely hoping for Hardshift North. They're coming in somewhat late here, you know, 10th team or so to get in. They have no information what's ahead of them. They're going to be spending a lot of time gathering that information.
Oh no, not the time to go to a replay. Well, T1, it looks like it will scare Navi off, but Navi will be okay as we see 04MB just dying to nothing, but it looks like he was able to get rezzed once again. But T1 able to keep Navi at bay, so Navi will continue to roll around on that eastern side. They know that the door is now closed. Don't want to try to get any further into the circle. We'll just play here from that southeastern side. See Falcons, as you said, coming in from the north. But yeah, I mean, you keep bringing it up, and for good reason, right? Like this, the way teams are playing this right now is based off of old circle logic.
Yep.
And now that we have the new circle logic, those hard shifts could come into. It almost feels like an inevitability at this point that we're going to see it break away. Now, if it goes hard north, hard south, it's going to be interesting because they're so compacted on each other. So if they do end up having to move, it's either going to be you got to do it instantly and try to get out of there quickly, or you play it slow and just don't want to be the first one to get caught out.
Yeah, and you're kind of, you know, innovating as you go here. New positions are going to be power priorities, and you're going to have these high grounds. You're going to have this area around the rivers and the floods.
Oh,
look at that northern shift.
There it is.
Oh my God, Falcons are laughing. They're loving this. This is their chance. You know what? I can give you the live commentary of the comps right now. It's going to be like, guys, we're fed. We need to win this.
Blessed. Hashtag blessed. Well, immediately you see them turn back around. They're going to go for whatever high ground they can find around there. You can see just off to their northwest are those pillars that they can play around. And it looks like Kickstart already in the glider kind of looking over in that area. But they're going to see a boatload of vehicles down to their south starting to head that way. So they need to make a decision quickly as Virtus Pro is going to run into Sharper. Sharper had a great game last round, and they're going to start off here by getting the knock on a Nixie.
Getting a big name down right there. He had 2,500 damage when he started today here. Sabalui gets it. Lukarooks also has been found. Noxon confirms it coming through. VP, sure, they've already gone through. They're already in the final here, but that still want to get points. This is still the absolute best practice you can get if you're already qualified for the final.
Goodness gracious, once again, just a portable red zone of grenades being sent over here. The utility being such a major factor. And Sharper not scared to go ahead and send everything they have in the bag there to go ahead and secure those 2 points off of Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, the rest of the team will go ahead and escape as now we see 17 running into Supers. They've got Falcons just off to their north, and you can see Shadow just off to their east. So this is not a fight that I think either of these teams really want to invest too much time in. And yeah, there you go. Both of them are going to pull away immediately.
Smart. That's the way to go about it, right? You want to make sure you can stay alive as long as possible. Full Sense here going for an E-pick
This
up
is
on the southern
interesting.
side. This is huge. We could see so many teams coming in and taking away these pillars from some of these teams that are on the lower ground, right? Kickstart, sure, he's in the glider, but if 4 guys land on the high ground pillar above Falcons here, that's going to put so much pressure onto them, actually. And we have the river in play also, doesn't matter with the land ratio, but these 3 or 4 really tall pillars around the compound where Falcons is, that's going to have quite the impact if Full Sense is able to grab 1 or 2 of them. And it looks like that's what they're going for right now.
I would if I was them, and they're going to actually, I mean, if they can get up there, they're going to have time to set up too, because we also have another E-pickup that's coming from east to west,
yeah.
A little bit farther distance, but I mean, they're going right over the top of the same spot, right? So if Full Senses has the time to really sub, and now T1 has popped one as well, so multiple E-pickups there. So Sharper, or Full Sense rather, could find themselves in a really good spot, but you see immediately upon landing, they're just going to have to drop down on their bellies as a number of teams already looking over in that direction.
Yeah, Falcons hunkering down this compound. This is quite a strong compound here. You have multiple sides of cover. You can be in the roofs. And it's really difficult to breach unless you breach from that northern area where the rocks is. Just this direction that Gustav is looking at. But they're fully aware that Full Sense is taking some of these northwest pillars. But we're going to have this next circle pop. Let's see where we go, Paro.
All right, we're going to get another hardship.
Wow.
We will. Going to cut all the way over to the west. And that's going to leave a
look at all the
pretty big chunk of Bailey in. Where's Vicious going to go? Where's T1 going to go? Obviously, Full Sense has landed on top of that pillar. Right now, you see Falcons currently content and hanging in their compound. Why wouldn't they? As you see a number of teams trying to make their way past. It looks like they're going to be able to do it. Vicious not going to pop the chutes by the towers. Instead, they're going to continue going all the way over to Bailey.
I'll have to admit this. I've never seen such a northwestern circle, especially with the back-to-back hardships like this here. Look at that, all the fans here in Paris loving the games going on the Qiddiya City grid.
I need to get a beret, man.
Yeah? Red or blue?
I mean, honestly, the red one is looking pretty nice.
You have to go with lipstick as well then. That's kind of crazy. But look at this, 17 being absolutely getting in here as T1 is flying in above them. Delvin finds 0-4 and B from Petrichor Road. Shots coming in. AGL, they need to have a good game. We have just 3 more to go.
Happening on the south side of the circle, you can see there's still 60 alive left in this game as there are a number of fights going on here. T1 have run into 17, and 17 proven to be a little bit more of a hassle to clean up than Falcons was for T1 last time. In fact, they will go down as T1 gets eliminated in 16th place. We'll see if 17 has the time to get those revives on before they get crashed.
T1's had a good day so far today, so they can afford one, but now look at this. Vicious also finding 17. Beamy finds JDG as well. So much fights happening here in the northern side. 17 Gaming's out of 15th place as well. Tycon is back to being him old self. 2022, 2023, Tycon is back.
Beautiful timing there by Vicious. They're able to get there before 17's able to do any type of reset whatsoever, so they'll pick up a couple of kills there as I-26v6 will get the knock on a Rex. That's going to force Supers to pull back off, but they don't have time for this. Vitality is coming in, Petrichor Road is coming in, Tai Lu is sniffing over in that area as well as Falcons, also third party on this fight. So the entire south side all kind of playing a game of chicken right now to see who's going to commit to a fight so that the other ones can then third party on there.
So many sharks in water driving around, just being ready to pull up or drive by. Team Vitality here trying to maintain control of that eastern side just of this high ground road here. It's going to have quite the impact on DN Supers. Nice to see them driving around here. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Deal and having
them back.
Yeah, they're going back south here. They're actually going to go straight towards AGL and Petrichor Road, and maybe Tai Lu on that southwest side here. Having popping some tires is going to be annoying for Vitality. Also a headshot coming his way. Damage is done. Difficult for Vitality to recoup. Hello, my bad if he's going to go down out here, but I think he's going to be fine. The blue zone is not taking more than 1 damage per second. Until we get to the next one, just 10 more seconds. We're going to go to triple that damage, so you need to get into that circle just now.
Super's one of our teams that's on the clock. 43 points overall right now. And only this game with 2 remaining. To try to make sure they're above that cut line as the circle will bless up just a little bit here. That's great news if you're Full Sense, as they still have 2 on that high ground, but they've sent Belmoth and Thanadol down low to kind of that as well. We'll see where Falcons decide to go, and when they decide to go really is more the important question. You don't want to be the first one there, right?
Yeah, Full Sense also on the clock. 3 more games to go for them here, and that's exactly that. Need 10 more points so they could be safe, and they could definitely get it from this game here, or with having high ground control and also having all the Eyes in the sky, being on 2 pillars here is quite insane. Now Falcons are moving on the north side of the road. Vitality driving on the road on the southern side, but that's going to be a fight between AJL and Vitality just shortly happening here.
Well, looks like Petrichor Road is sent it towards the middle as we get a quick replay here of 17 quickly dispatching with T1. T1 did manage to get a couple in return, but that was very well played there by both squads. It really just turned into a 1v1 at the end as we see a number of teams just kind of playing along that roadside. The high ground on the east and low ground on the west. Kills just picking one off here and there. Now Na'Vi focusing down on Kamal's. Coming in from the south side, no one really there to support Kamal's. The rest of his team is a distance, and there you go, he is going to go down.
Yeah, there's Heads just trying to slide straight to the center. Vitality's out in 12th place here. They were way too aggressive at going too deep, and they lost out on everything. Himas with the links as well on Get Rocks. Jedi finds Ming Ming from Pittsburgh Road. And Na'Vi lost Ferris here from this position on the north. Shadow really trying to hold them out here. The usual Na'Vi would do a straight pull up onto this position, but they have so much strong terrain here from Shadow. They're inside the circle. They have rocks to peek from. Very difficult to take away from them.
That actually might be a come up for AGAL as well as the Lynx. He was able to take him out of that BRDM that Vitality was working with earlier. So AGAL may have acquired themselves a new toy as Falcons will play just underneath the tower. And now Na'Vi continuing the push up, but you see Shadow. Oh, you don't want to stack up like that. Boostic cooks a perfect grenade. Hansi now the last player left alive as the utility continues to stream over the top.
One more for Boostic. Could get a triple nade. Nah, it's just more damage than the knocks already, and they're going to try to make the most of it here. More damage is being done to them. They're coming their way. That's a great peek. He gets Spyro down. It's just Boostic. He gets him down. Hansi out. Shadow Esports out in 10th place here. And now it's 7 kills for Na'Vi.
Good work there from Boostic. 480 damage for him. 4 kills in the bag. 7 total for Na'Vi as they starting to find their footing here late in day 1 for them. Rest of Full Sense not able to really pull everybody together and respond to that. So Belmoth just holds on to the high ground as we center up once again on the circle. Donut indeed. Sharper and Tyloo sparring off to the west, but they have to find a place to play now.
You know what? The slice of pizza on the south just looks like perfectly it's AGL's. This could be their game. Look at that, yeah. They have quite the control in the corner there with the intersection of the road. That is such a strong position. You can reach up and you can look over the ridges and just apply so much damage to everyone. Delvin already setting up that spot, so that's great for them. Falcons now considering, are we going to make a move here? Going to try to make more control here in that eastern side. I don't think they're fully aware that Thanadol is close to them, but they're definitely aware that Full Sense is up there. Let's see what AGL does, though.
Yeah, AGAL, I just briefly saw him on a mortar. Not sure where those mortars were being sent to, but you see Falcons stacked up the way they are. It gives you pause for sure. As we check back in with Full Sense with that high ground. They are going to have to leave it now, though, but they do have a foothold in with Thanadol just on the other side of this column from the rest of the Falcons. Meanwhile, it looks like Sharper is going to make their move now, getting close to VP or what's left of Virtus Pro. Corexi and Beamy on the clock.
Sharper trying to get close, to VP, I should say here. But 2 guys just being alive, Corexi and Beamy. Shots coming in and connecting. His coach is on screen here. You can see Gunnar somewhat nervous, it looks like. But he knows how important this game is for them. This is definitely a double-digit potential game here. AGL is setting up quite aggressively. Tyloo actually getting close to sniffing this out as well. As you see Beamy trying to boost up and survive. He's got an AUG and a Panzer in the back. Virtus Pro don't need the points, but definitely want to try to compete against these teams as, of course, can they get more kills? Can they stat pad and get a little bit more confidence from the 3 last games they're playing? Look at that, the BRDM on Delvin. That's going to be so impactful throughout this late game.
One they stole off of Vitality. Lynx coming in huge for AGAL. 4 kills for them so far, 3 in the pocket for Himas. Complete control over this road as VP is going to make their move. And fortunately, they do so at a time when AGAL was kind of moving on their own. So nobody really looking at them. And now Falcons actually has a line of sight on them. So more shots coming through. Tyloo has wrapped around on the south side as well. So eyes on here. Shots being taken from range from one side of the circle to the other.
And honestly, Full Sense and Falcons could benefit from coexisting on the high ground and low ground. If they could shoot at everyone from everywhere, it could be happening. Zapalui finds Corexi though. Belmont finds Spyro. The Na'Vi is down to just Boostic. Have quite the impact here, and Vicious also in the northern side. They have quite the control. Sharper in the west, Tai Lu in the south, AGL in the southeast, and the road. So much control. And Falcons, Full Sense, just next to each other as Belmont finds it. Look at that, him as also in the mortar. They moved it, they took it with them. Where is he going to land? It's going to have an impact.
I don't know if he was dialed in on that Pagoda, but the first one landed. Oh my goodness, one dragon. He gets knocked out of that. I'm not sure. Was he in the car? Did he get knocked out of the car? I'm not sure. Either way,
Na'Vi out.
Got to leave. But yeah, Kong Kong on one as well. So Tai Lu sending mortars off somewhere. We'll see where they are going. Just a little bit shy of the high ground. I think that's, yeah, kind of aiming over towards Full Sense. But the new circle is going to pull Full Sense in once again. So this might be a Full Sense Falcons fight that's going to have to pop off here, as they'll try to drop some grenades down. He's going to do big amounts of damage. Not going to get the knock to start things off, but that one might. Oh my goodness, the one bounce off the rock, keeping them alive as Falcons just hear explosions ringing in their ears.
That's going to be rough. You're going to have to spread out just a little bit more. You cannot have two guys that's that close to an 8 here. They're 2-2 stacking, trying to spread out, trying to apply some of these utilities that they have. Headshots are coming in as well for Shrimsy. Now all the smokes are being applied here. They're slightly in on the lower side of this rock here. But now peeking over, peeking across. Ticket gets found from Destroy from AGL from the other side of the road here. Lots of impact. Beamy finds 2 on Vicious. Simon and Tyken is down.
Of course Beamy had the Panzerfaust, and now Beamy's got a BRDM of his own to play with. Well, what's left of it. Either way, he's by himself. He can maybe survive just a little bit longer. We'll see. He'll at least use it for cover, if nothing else, as Vicious will try to make their way in, see if they can finish him off. Meanwhile, Falcons trying to take out what's left of Full Sense. They have just been hanging around, getting shot at by AGAL from the low side. Gustav will find 1, he'll find 2, and now it's down to 1 for Full Sense.
Tigger left alone here now. He's going to have to make a push for it. Can he make it happen here? Shrimsy on the absolute front here. Utilities being deployed. Now nades are coming out as well.
Cook it.
Shrimsy might have. Oh, great peek on him, but the nade's going to do a little bit of damage, but they're going to be fine here. Now they're inside the zone. They're going to be able to reset a little bit, and they're taking the PGC 2025 champions out of this game. 6 teams left, 20 players left alive.
That was a good fight for Falcons there. Clean fight. And obviously, AGAL was kind of pressuring them, so they weren't able to set it up the exact way that they wanted to, but they were still able to come out on top, so well played by them. AGAL just exerting so much control over this lobby from this southeastern side right now. They are a problem that everyone is going to have to deal with here eventually, but right now, Falcons the only one that have their eyes.
Himas finds Kickstart with the links. Tickleton finds Dogby. Vicious is in. Virtus Pro is out in 6th place here. And what an effort from Beamy here. Well played by them. Now we're down to AGL having this much control here. It's going to be so difficult for the rest of the lobby. Falcons trying to survive as much as they can. And look at that. Southern shift straight onto AGL. This is their chance to make it to the finals.
If ever you needed a game to go your way, AGAL going to hit this one as Delwyn gets the knock on the kickstart once again. Falcons just getting pressed from all sides. Now Vicious taking shots over there, but now Sharper has actually got a flanking angle over here onto AGAL, so they can't focus fully on Falcons anymore. They have to be looking over towards Sharper. 642 damage there on, I think that was our Zapalui that we just looked at, but you see what Falcons are having to deal with. It's not great. It's not great at all.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult.
No utility left, no smokes in the M7, everything, just nothing.
Obviously, their focus now is trying to get out and get Vicious out of the game and eliminated here. There's 2 potential kills on them, and also the point for placement. That'll be a 3-point play for them. But let's see how this applies here. Sharper also a potential big game for them here, and they need it. 18 points so far before these 3 games here. So now they're going to be pushing up even further. Gustav finds Tanawat from Sharper. He's going to be able to confirm the point. I'm not sure, though.
Tanawat kind of get caught in no man's land there as the rest of his team still playing on the other side of the hill. They're going to have to move eventually. It looks like they're focused in on Tai Lu right now. They've kind of given up, then it all for dead. Can't really blame him as Tycon will just spray through the smoke, see if he can find something. He's going to get some damage, but not going to get the knock. But Powell will. He'll find Gustav. He'll find Kickstart immediately following. And now Vicious, there you go, Tig. It's going to get the return knock. Tycon's been spotted out. Let's see if Tickleton's mini is still popping. He's a 1v1 here versus Tycon, but a lot of cover here for Tycon to play around.
Absolutely. Stolen kills left and right and center. Him as finds Stanawat.
Huge rate.
As well. Yeah, it is. Him as is finding Thunders as well. Takes Sharper down. One Dragon goes down to Sharper. It's a big three-way fight by the big teams left alive. And now without just Jedi, Hausker, and Kong from Tai Lu. Falcons is out in 5th place.
Tai Lu showing signs of life here at the end. Kind of talking about them prior to the game, saying that they don't really have much of a chance. We don't have a lot of faith in their abilities to come from behind this point, but yeah, good night, sweet Tycon. Of course, it's going to be Delwyn that gets him too, isn't it? Well, AGAL, we were saying earlier that they looked to be in a fantastic position to secure a win here, and now they have complete control as the circle will pull to them once again, and Tai Lu is up against the wall.
Tai Lu's on the clock. We're talking about them. This is their chance to put points on the board. And they need to win. They need the points. They need the kills.
They need a lot.
Yeah, they need everything, basically. Especially considering they had 1 point in the 3 first games of the day here. And so far now with 2nd place, 6 points replacement alongside the kills that they have. So it's a good one for them. But I don't see them winning this game here. There's a 4-man strong with full 3 gear, with FAMAS, with Lynx. I don't know how many bullets Hennis has left, but Hausker is taking lots of damage here. He has a Panzer. Could have an impact. I don't know if Delva's going to be too greedy with that beard and getting too close.
I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, you could see just the way that AGAL is posturing right now. They know they're in a 4v3. They're not going to take any super high risks here. They have control of the circle. They have everything they could possibly want.
Oh.
And we'll see Tai Lu. They're going to put 2 in the vehicle, try to send it, but that's going to get absolutely lit up immediately. Kong Kong going to have to hop out, and he's going to get spotted by Sololzi. Somehow Hausker is still alive. Is able to get behind a tree as the Panzerfaust comes through, but he will get the knock onto Delwyn. 1 Dragon. They'll spot him at. But, you have to imagine Tai Lu kind of in a tough spot. There's no way. You're not going for that res, right?
That's crazy. Delwyn with a, oh my god, the confirm from Hausker and Tai Lu here. Great utility usage from him. 6 kills for them so far, and a 12-point game considering they going to be pushing up to 13. Still going to have 2 massive games. Shots comes in. MAZZA gets so much damage done onto Hausker. You're not going to get that res. Surely 1 Dragon is going to get absolutely slaughtered with all the utilities being thrown in his direction right now.
The red zone comes through, and that's going to do it. AGAL clutch out a huge victory for themselves here at EWC.
Absolutely cinema here for them. They were looking actually pretty rough so far today, but that game was their absolute victory here. What a way for them to do it. They were in 33 points going into this one here, and now with the chicken dinner, with all the kills they're able to get here, they're going to put themselves into 50-plus area here, so that's going to be close to finals.
That was a team that we had very high expectations of coming into yesterday, and obviously not really delivering in a big way. I mean, it was an average day for sure, but they needed more if they were going to secure their spot. Well, more will they deliver here today, and they've still got 2 more games left to play, but fantastic work by them all the way throughout this game. I mean, taking that roadside, and honestly, just as soon as they were able to take out Vitality, it was almost just set in stone from that point on.
Yeah, absolutely. As we look back here, him as absolutely slaughtering Hausker here. What a great way. And look, 6 nades. Him has had 6 nades when there is just 1 player left standing. The bombardment of the red zone just starts here, and look at that. 5 kills, 7 kills I think he ends up on here. What a way to do it from him, and also tons of damage to come in.
Very cool, calm, and collected there, aren't they?
Yeah, I felt like that's so expected for them from that position. We were talking about it already, you know, minute 12.
Oh, yeah.
They are going to win this game just based off that position with the utility they have, with the links, with the FAMAS that Delwyn was able to get, and also at BRDM. It's so strong. It's, you know, it's, for me, it's almost like a top 4 is guaranteed with the BRDM.
It almost feels like it sometimes. Well, we have seen teams kind of run into trouble with them sometimes here and there. But I mean, when the position that they had that time around, it was going to be really, really. I mean, I don't think we saw anybody even take a shot at AGAL there for about 15, 20 minutes. Well, there you go, 23 points for them, and that's going to do a load of work to securing their spot here in the grand final. Vicious Esports and Ty Lu, though, showing out here at the end.
What a great day and start for Vicious. So I actually didn't have high expectations for them, to be honest. It's a situation where Tycoon is just back, maybe? Like, it's a newfound motivation.
Did he ever leave?
I don't know, man. Last year, 2025, 2024, he was a former shadow of himself. Remember Dubai, remember 2023. He was an absolute beast. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue to do this throughout the final, but Vicious is looking great. They're looking poised.
Absolutely. Well, we have a quick interview, so let's throw it down to Mr. James Carrell.
Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. I'm here with Shrimzy to check in on what's going on so far here for the Falcons boys, one of everybody's favorites and one of my favorites in Shrimzy as well. How are you doing so far, man?
Doing good, and you?
Not too bad, not too bad. I want to ask you about the first, well, half and a bit of the day here, of course. A lot of people are looking at Falcons as one of the big names here for EWC. So what's been your perspective so far on how the games have gone here for Falcons?
Games have actually gone pretty decent. I think we're playing pretty well. A few things haven't gone our way, and it's led to a lot of points not being acquired, but I think that's just PUBG sometimes, and you just have to keep pushing.
Bit of a tough rondo here for this one. Obviously, you guys had a decent shift north onto your compound and be able to take that spot, but then the circle starts shifting away. You send Gustav forwards for that scout, but then beyond that, you're kind of stuck up against those rocks. So what's going on communication-wise, etc., in those kinds of moments?
It's just pure chaos, you know? Like, there's just so much going on all the time. Mortars, BRDMs, people above us, you know, we're just trying not to die and trying to see get as many kills as we can, but I mean, it's just crazy. There's a lot going on.
Confident about your chances to be able to move on? The 2 more games here today. Obviously, you've got another day in hand as well. You thinking it's going to be okay?
Yeah, of course. We're one of the best teams in the lobby, and we're going to perform like it for sure.
If I get you some waffles for the Breakfast of Champions compared to our previous breakfast, do you think that'd work?
I need it. I need it.
The Breakfast of Champions, very important here for Shrimzy. Thank you very much, mate. You can get them back, as now we head on over to even more here from the EWC.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Another week of EWC means another week of club championship updates. We've got new games on the table, and we're hanging out with Tun to give us a little bit of insight about what's been going on over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet.
Yeah, MLBB very much underway, starting with our group stage, which we've got going on all week long, into playoffs next week. But we're very early doors here in MLBB, but it's going to be really interesting, especially when it comes down to club championship. We've got a lot of the big boys in there, and some of the teams that actually really need to start putting their foot down.
I mean, similar situation to what we've got going on for PUBG as well, which means that when we're looking at the Falcons, AGALs, the squads that need that win in order to be eligible to claim the trophy, this could be a huge pivotal week for them.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, speaking of them, they've got 2 teams within our tournament. So one of them did come through in week 0 of WC, actually. Managed to make it through the qualifier. They've got those 2 different teams coming through, but only one of them is really in contention to be going for the win. For them, not being the greatest of starts, though, for both the Falcons squad, you would have liked something maybe a little bit more clean cut. But teams like Vitality, Team Liquid are our favorites when we're over there. They need to start getting going as well. They're not quite putting up as much of a fight as they have done in 2024 and 2025. But realistically speaking, they are a team who should be getting 1,000 points in MLBB. Whether or not that happens or not is another thing.
Yeah, and they're one of those teams that have done well in years past for club championships, so we'll have to keep an eye on them and see how it goes. But of course, lots of gameplay left before we can even get into that, so we'll check in just a little bit.
Well, if you had AGAL, one of those club championship teams, on your pick'ems, congratulations, because they are bouncing back, getting over 10 eliminations in that last one. If you haven't been able to put in your pick'ems, make sure you go ahead and do so. Go to the EWC website or the EWC app. And if you're sharing stuff on social media, don't forget to use the hashtag EWC. I want to start featuring some of your guys' stuff that you're sharing on social media. But, I mean, the main topic right now, Toffees, AGAL.
Man, they needed it real bad, right? This is one of those, they're not only for this, but for the Cup in general. You heard the Cup update. They're a team that has to sort of put some points on the board for the organization. They actually managed to do it that time. Now, they did it with all the tools that they could possibly get on the map. The BRDM, they had a Lynx in their pocket. At the end of that match, I think there were 8 grenades left on HimAss, so that was crazy to see. They played it really, really well. And while Tycon and HimAss aren't on the same team anymore, it was nice once again to see the old Tycon-HimAss show as those two teams went head-to-head at the end of that match.
Ladies, we're enjoying this rooftop so much. We decided, you know what? Let's just stay here a little bit longer. We were expecting Falcons to make a bit of a comeback. We just heard on that interview they still have the confidence. Kalaris asked him, you expected to make it to the finals? They're like, yeah.
Yeah, look, I'm just enjoying the sunshine, but not so much the wind. You guys don't have hair like I do that gets all up in your face, but you know what gets up in your face is, like, obviously we had full sense on the height there above the Falcons, and this was kind of like a little bit of a difficult situation for them, obviously being embedded under the rock, but I mean, they were kind of causing that chaos, and the Falcons were able to sort of hold them off. They, full sense used so much utility on them. The grenades were flying in, yet they still kind of kept that composure so they could keep that sort of southeastern side to make their way in. But look, it was a little bit better of a game from them, and obviously we heard the interview before saying they're like, we're doing well. I mean, it's not super reflective of the leaderboard for them, but like it's nice to see that their mentality is still saying, look, we've got this. But look, I feel like we've got 2 matches left. Yep. They're going to have to do something crazy in the next group stages.
Yeah, I mean, full sense is, all right, sorry. Falcons are used to being on top of the mountain. That's the way they breed, right? When a Falcon's on the ground, they're at their weakest. So full sense up above them, covering them, keeping them locked up against the rocks. There wasn't much they can do. I liked Shrimzy's attitude in that interview. He said, you know, the game's going the way that not how we want it to, but we're not mad about our calls. Like getting to that rock, being run over in the last game, this time getting stuck underneath full sense. It's not necessarily bad choices. It's just unfortunate. Like we said earlier, PUBG happens. That mentality to bounce back and make a move is what matters most.
And that's one team that we expect to be able to bounce back and continue that consistency. And honestly, they even said it. They are one of the favorites. They're going to end up being on the finals, and I don't expect anything different from there. Talking about teams that are going to be going to the finals or might not be able to make it to the finals, because now we're moving into the last 2 matches of Group A. And this is why that win was so big for AGL. But we got to talk about some of the other squads. I'm looking at Tai Lu. Now they're going to be going to the last games. It's going to come down for them to pretty much just go for broke.
Yeah, I mean, sitting at 32 points with 2 games left to play is not where you want to be. We think the cutoff's going to be around 64 potentially, maybe lower. They might get lucky because there's 3 sponges so far that are developing, but that is going to be a little bit of a tough move. I will say, if they had managed to win that, going, you know, and pull out a couple extra points, I think it was better, but at least they now have some momentum. They can say, you know what, it's not our calls. We are making good choices, and that confidence going to 2 more games, maybe that's the difference maker.
I mean, what if we even pull it over to Na'Vi sort of sitting down in that? They're making some awesome calls as well, like sitting at this sort of mid-range of the leaderboard. They were able to get that push on Shadow. But you were talking to me about this, but at the cost of what? They took pretty much the entire team just to be able to get those eliminations happening, but that was down to 1, and they weren't able to sort of, I guess, resurrect themselves from that play.
When we talk about the Na'Vi situation, right? So Shadow set up a pretty good trap. They're tucked up against the hill. They get Hakatori. And if there's something you want to do when you fight Na'Vi, it's kill Hakatori as fast as possible. They did it. The problem is you have to remember, never go full stack. They stacked up together on the side of that hill, and it was 1 boosted grenade dropped on their toes. They looked down, they said, oh no. It was like one of those movies, like you're watching Saving Private Ryan, where all the guys are like, oh, it's over now. And they go. That's the end of them, and then Navi's able to sort of salvage up some points. Na'Vi, I think, is in the same position, I think, as the Falcons a little bit. That 20 points right now after 4 games, a 5-point average is okay. That puts you at 60 on this track, but you say these are all bad games, right? You got to have 1 good game out of 12, surely. So if they get one game where they average 9 to 12 off of that game, that puts them into a spot where they will probably qualify.
I mean, what I'm seeing from like Na'Vi is they are trying different things and they're making these decisions. And I'm not saying the Falcons aren't making the decisions.
Yeah.
You heard them. They are happy with what they are doing. But it looks like Na'Vi is just pulling out everything and throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks, which is what I like to see from a team. No, that didn't work out so well for them, but they'll go back to the drawing board in these next matches. And I feel like they could do something a little bit more in our match 5 and 6.
I think the thing I like about Na'Vi is, so we talk about Twisted Minds as a system-driven team often. Na'Vi, and I actually heard this, Twisted Minds wasn't stoked because Na'Vi came in and sort of memorized their system, adapted it a little bit, and has used it for themselves. So I think the idea that Na'Vi is system-driven, but when the fight breaks out, they become very sort of work on your own or work in duos. The system is dead, let's just frag. I think works really well for the modern environment and the way that PUBG has been evolving so quickly. This is one of my picks for teams over the next 2 years that will continue to just keep climbing that board and be world champions at some point.
And for Na'Vi, they just came in today, too. So they still have 6 more games tomorrow to go. They got time. If they're taking a little bit of time, that's completely fine. One team that started off hot today and it has slowed down in a way, but even though they've still been getting the points, it's VP. VP, in the way that they're positioned currently in the overall, they're looking like they're going to be going to the finals. But at this moment, I mean, if you're going into the last 2 games, they could use that to play a bit of a spoiler role to some of the other squads that are also in Group A that are having a hard time.
Yeah, it's one of those, do I take that risk? Do I sort of mess with someone and they come back around? If there's a $2 million tournament, that's the one to make bad blood on, right? So they could mess with someone. That's not VP's nature generally. I think what they'll do is try to run up those numbers a little bit because you also want that confidence. You want to walk with swagger into the grand finals and be like, yeah, we broke 110. And then everybody else is terrified of you. So I think that's what VP is going to look for the next 2 games, is to crack up above those 3 point, 100 plus and say, we are the guys to be scared of when it comes to the grand final.
And earlier we saw Full Sense being able to bounce back a little bit too, getting themselves closer. Shadow Esports is in that range as well. For some of these squads, I feel like if they can possibly end up clutching up a win in the next 2 games, Slays, that could end up meaning a ticket to the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely huge from these games, and we saw it coming out of like the first kind of group stages and stuff like that. They have really turned things around. They went back to the drawing board, and they are showcasing it today. And I know you've been a big fan of Shadow, and y'all saying it in the green room, but they are absolutely turning up.
I'm all in. I'm all in on Shadow Esports. Toppies doesn't agree with me, but the thing is that I'm all on Shadow Esports because of Toppies.
I said good day one.
Which they did. So after that, I was like, this man knows what he's talking about. That's why he's here with me in Paris for PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26. But I know we got something cool going on the stage with Barney and Luti.
Erangel, Miramar, Tago, and Rondo. You know, if me and you had a map, what would it be called?
I mean, we can do like everybody else. Like, we take our 2 names and we smash it together, like Looney.
No.
Okay.
Booty.
Oh, no, definitely not.
Yeah, no, maybe. Okay, regardless of what it's called, what about the terrain, okay? So, like, teacups everywhere.
Of
or like
course.
The Eiffel Tower in the middle.
That's a good idea.
And it's like destructible, so in every game, it just gets smashed to smithereens.
You want to destroy the Eiffel Tower? That's rude, bro. Like, imagine if I said the same about Big Bob.
It's Big Ben.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Map are good and great as they are now. So game 5 around the corner now. And for some of our players, there are only 2 games left in the group stage.
That's right. The points threshold is starting to take shape, but our teams from Group A really need to step up and do something and end with a bang if they've got any chance of making it through to the grand finals. And so with that being said, it's time to head over to our casters. Let's do this. Right, come on. We can destroy the Eiffel Tower.
No, buddy, we're not going to destroy the Tower Eiffel.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, we won't talk about Eiffel Tower destruction or the destruction of Big Bob, but we are going to destroy a couple of hopes and dreams here if these teams aren't careful. 2 games remaining for our squads in Group A, and there are definitely some that are going to be sweating going into these final 2 matches, Martin.
Yeah, there's going to be Tai Lu, very much sweating here. 32 points. Petrichor Road, 34 points.
That's a shocker to me.
46.
That's a shocker to me.
Yeah, there's some names here that should not be down here. And after what we see from AGL, then 56, they're safe. Full Sense is looking good on 52. So yeah, it's very much and very nervous for the teams at the very bottom here.
Well, 2 games remaining. Tago is where we are going now. We'll see if those squads that are in the hunt, in the chase, that desperately need something to go their way, they can find a little bit of Tago magic to bring them where they need to be. Plane is in the air and it is hugging the western side or southwestern side, so probably, hopefully, maybe not another shipyard circle.
You know what I love about Tego?
What's that?
We get to say, it's time to Tego, guys. 2 more games here, Paul. And you know what?
Can't avoid it.
From the southwest to the south side here, a lot of teams are not going to be able to get to Kangyong Airport, Shipyard, even to Yongchang. It's going to be a stretch in a car for VP. It's going to take some time to travel. Might see some contest for cars in some of the areas where teams are not used to. So I think it'll be difficult for this one here. Tyloo, 2 more games. So we're currently at the bottom of those teams that have played 10 games. And yeah, they're going to be close to Gen G, close to Vitality. And Vitality's been looking great. They're also have played 10 games. And 57 points for them. Guaranteed to go final in my book here. Sure, they're going to get a few more points. I think the cutoff, considering how kind of top-heavy we've had it so far, I think the cutoff might be significantly lower.
Yeah.
Maybe the 50 to 55 point mark. So yeah, we'll see. And we get a southern side shift here. And look at that. Look at the team straight smack bang in the middle here. It's going to be absolutely interesting to see what they're going to be able to bring.
Look at that. I was keeping a very, very close eye on this because anytime you see plane paths that really kind of tend to hug one side and really cut off a lot of normal drop spot locations, as you were saying, airport, anything up to the north, that's when you start getting a little bit worried because looking at these drop maps coming into this, it's the alt drops. Where everybody is kind of like piled on top of each other. Everybody says that Songam is their alt drop. They got like 4 teams saying Songam is their alt drop. Well, fortunately, it looks like everybody kind of got the message and they found different ways to do it considering this plane. So looks like the luck in their favor this time, and we won't see any early game shenanigans here. But as you said, Petrichor Road, they're in a really nice spot here. They got Chewy 7-1 right in the middle. The rest of the squad over in Buksansa, and they're going to come and join him very quickly.
I quickly want to talk about your biggest surprises so far we've seen. We've got 2 more games to talk about Group A here. What's your biggest surprise in Group A so
Shadow
far?
Esports.
Shadow Esports, 51 point, Poro.
I mean, it's
just
not
a
even
few
a
more,
doubt.
they're good. No, hands down. They've been very, very impressed with what they've been able to bring here. And yeah, sure, so far today it's been 16 points, but yesterday 35. They were actually the team coming into today here, considering we brought out and taken all of Group B out. They had the most points going into the start of the day here. Sure, they had a not as good of a day, but they still got 2 more games to go. And I'd say, again, with 51 points now, with 2 more games to go, they know they just need a few kills. They're going to set up and play around that. And with a home turf circle like this, where they're able to do School and Sangam alone, they're going to have all their prior compounds. My biggest worry is for this one and for Shadow, don't go too greedy.
No.
Like, I would even go as far as saying 4-man stack. If someone crashes you, as Delvin finds Earth Sabalui here, a lot of teams are going to be fighting outside the circle because they have no priority on that southern side. They're going to be fighting everywhere else in the map outside that.
Keeping eyes on Vicious Esports, getting a little close to Supers right now. It looks like they're just trading shots, but Vicious looking like they might actually want this. I think they realize that they've got Supers in a disadvantageous position, but Supers will retreat to the coastline, and I think, yeah, Vicious is going to see the other squad members from Supers starting to arrive, so they realize that the time is no longer there, and they're just going to go ahead and pull away. It's probably a smart play there.
That's some alpha move, just driving straight at them like a game of chicken here, as you say, and they're like, oh, we're bowing down. I'm like, okay, well, these guys are afraid of us, so let's just go towards the circle. TN Supers, as you say, 43 points, Poro. That is not enough. They got 2 more games to go here, and it's a team we've been discussing throughout the year here. Like, we're thinking of them as a team where, okay, they're actually going to be able to do some damage. Now Levante getting into a secret room, and I see a 3-West. I see everything going on here for him. He's absolutely stacked with a Groza as well in hand. Full 7-6-2 setup for him. This is going to be a huge game if everyone else is able to set up Levante on Team Vitality.
Tell me your secrets, Levante.
Only if you have the key, Poro. Only if you have the key. And that's obviously a new addition here in esports. It's awesome. Played a lot of it in ranked, and I actually really love it. It's high risk, high reward. Some of the areas are hard to get to. It's hard to contest. Some of them are a little bit more secret. And all the teams not fully prepared to, like, you have to remember, oh, where are these areas actually? Because we've been playing with them in esports where we didn't have the keys, where you couldn't get in, and they were really weak positions. But when being able to open the door, being able to play from inside, is actually way, way safer. So that's interesting to see. Sure, here it doesn't have a big impact for Vitality because they're going to go back to their 2-2 split or 1-1-2 split. And on screen here with Na'Vi, so far, of course, only have been played 4 games, but only 20 points. It's a team that, just by the sheer brute force of mechanical skill and pull-ups, they don't need placement points. They can just kill everyone. But they have only had 15 kills, 5 placement points. Is that enough for a team of this caliber? If you look at how many players and teams have mentioned Hackatory and Na'Vi as a contender here.
Always, yeah. No, I mean, but this is kind of always been the case for Na'Vi, hasn't it? I mean,
Sure.
we've kind of looked at him and you're like, oh my God, Hackatory, if not if not the best player in the world, especially when he's really, really on. And we've always kind of said, like, he just needs somebody else there. He needs some support. And there's certain days that Na'Vi, the rest of the guys are able to keep up with him. And now that with the addition of Boostic, obviously, a lot more firepower, a lot more mechanical talent being brought in. But it's still kind of, it feels like the story's still remaining the same. Like, you'll have Na'Vi will put up these 70-point, 80-point days where they just look unstoppable. And then they have these where, 20-point or less, just stinkers. And it's if they can just find a way, and tomorrow they could come in here and drop 80. That's the thing. Is like you never know with this squad.
No, and for this game here, they do have some pretty good terrain here, but we have such a big southern circle here. A lot of teams already inside. The teams that are out right now trying to get in, let's talk about it. As you see, 17 Gaming flying around the gliders. We might have some air combat here, and I do love that.
It's 17 and Na'Vi, so it's actually good for Na'Vi there. It looks like it's going to be enough to force 17 to continue their rotation, pushing off to the west. So Na'Vi will hold strong. They do have Petrichor Road kind of off to their south, but looks like they've got a decent spot to play here just off center.
Yeah, Falcons also drawing in, trying to get into position from the northern side. They're potentially going to butt head with T1. Tyloo coming in from the southeast. 17 Gaming is coming in from the north right now, inside the circle of Hosan here, but they're going to be having VP flying straight across from them from the helicopter. And the emergency pickup, of course. And all the teams already very, very centered up, close and around Song Am. A little bit nervous if we're going to see a western or eastern hard shift. We've seen these, hospital kind of hard shift to the east when we have these Song Am endings. But I would love the southern side, like the area between School and Song Am, this high ground kind of king of the hill fight. One of my favorite areas here on Taker.
And I feel like a lot of these teams may be thinking with those new circle changes in play, all right, what's the worst case scenario for us? It's that if this thing hard shifts down to the south. So let's put ourselves in a position to where if it does do that, we can kind of play around it and we feel better and more confident coming north, but it's not going to matter. It is going to hard shift down to the south. So 50% unplayable, and right off the bat, Falcons are going to run into T1, and once again, T1 running into trouble early. This time, it's going to be the Falcons.
These two teams are just butting heads all day here. It's crazy. Type goes down here, big names to take down, and Raining and Heather's going to have to drive away. That's 2 easy points for Falcons with BRDM as well. The way you can just brute force your way with that is just insane. So well played for them, 2 points in the bag, and now with this circle be this southern, they have no priority. They have no rush to get in there. They can loot, they can get the chips if they want, you can just get all the utility and just recoup just a little bit. Type still knocked out there. That's going to bleed out eventually in here in phase 2. But sure, Tickleton found him. It's going to be looting out. And now T1 being down to just Raining and Heather. Sure, they've had a absolutely fantastic day so far with 31 points in just 4 games. If they can replicate that tomorrow, it's going to be fine. Red zone straight on where we potentially could be ending up. It's going to create so much destructible terrain and areas and dips and foxholes for all the teams to play later.
You can see Virtus Pro, all hands on deck here, all pickaxes in action as they create a little bit of space for themselves, but they have to stop here momentarily as 17 has arrived, and 17 will lose Little Ghost. Nixie with a good spray will take down one. We'll see if the rest of 17 could escape. Looks like they will be able to, but where do you even go? AGAL off to the west, now Vicious down to the south. 17 just finding themselves in the middle of no man's land.
AGL has set up a great spot here on the mini palace on the southern side. They're going to get so much points from here. Boosting gets found by a red zone. Xiaowu's out from the glider. Destruction is happening everywhere here with the red zone straight on to like 20, 25 players. Absolute insanity.
Oh my goodness. How many do you think Boosting could probably count on one hand the amount of times he's been knocked by a red zone?
I can tell you it's not fun.
It's not great. You're never happy about it. Well, fortunately, nobody was really pressing them. They're still off to the east. They're going to get that revive up pretty quickly. Falcons, though, I wanted to ask you, so coming in so far from the north, right? You see the shift all the way down south, the second shift going all the way down south. At what point do you say, okay, now we're kind of in salvage mode? Right. We're not really feeling like we can maybe get a win off of this just because we're coming in so late. What point are you saying, like, okay, now let's just go for kills?
Everything just changes because they have a BRDM, right? They can play around it with where the BRDM can go in front, he can scout, he can see, okay, where's teams, and try to avoid the pants, of course. Here with this, they can kind of brute force their way through the circle where they still get space here. Even Tyloo shooting at them now here as it is. They're going to divert a little bit. They're going to kind of try to set up and still get inside the circle here. So they're going to be absolutely fine. Look at the agility here. Delvin finds Wenbo. Even though he had some cover, it's going to have a huge impact here. And Wenbo goes down. That car is also absolutely gone. And 200 damage order to Delvin. Another circle pop. We do go towards the Songan area and to the eastern side there, and Falcon's going to be happy with that. Wenbo flushed, Delvin get that point, and AGL absolutely on fire after that last game. Confidence at an all-time high here, Poro.
And if we're gonna call out these teams that are having a bad day, 17, man.
Oh yeah.
Not even 20 points on the day yet, with one game remaining. Well, this one obviously, but only Tiantian left, and it is they're leaving themselves with a lion's share of work to do here tomorrow. As we see the new circle is popped, most teams already in. I did want to point out T1, Falcons, after they took out those two players from T1, did not destroy the chips. Right. But T1 was able to get those revives. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them here. Now we check on supers. They've got JDG on the coastline. Looks like JDG is going to be able to avoid them for the most part.
That's going to be quite the amount of teams going to try to go for some of the coastline play here, because sure, it's phase 3, but no longer having land ratios, not going to be guaranteed to go away from this water area. And we've seen some tendencies where it actually goes towards water in those phase 4s and phase 5. So let's see what happens here. With that northeastern shift here, look at the amount of space that Falcons was able to create from some. Also, I'm going to have to get my magnifying glasses out, because it looks like there's like 5 or 6 teams in the dead center. It's Vicious, Gen G, Shadow Esports, Sharper, Vitality, Petrichor Road, and Na'Vi absolutely stacked on top of each other inside the city.
That is going to be very hectic if and when they have to leave. But right now, they'll just be uncomfortable neighbors as we check back in with AGAL. Still have to make their way inside zone, and they've taken their time about it. And as a result, Virtus Pro has kind of gotten themselves into a spot that they could maybe cause them some trouble. As we see exactly what Mr. Avenger was talking about. Lots of residents in the city of Songam right now.
New applications are closed for Songan.
No vacancies.
There's no vacancies available here in Songan, absolutely. And with the area that Falcons has, if this circle goes anywhere east, that's a double-digit big game for them here. That's exactly what they need. You can hear the confidence from Shrimpsy. They're like, yeah, we're one of the best teams in the lobby, and we're going to play like it. And this is definitely a game where we potentially could be seeing that, especially with a BRDM in hand.
Oh, look at this. Himas has no idea that Virtus Pro is just on the other side of this ridgeline. They've dug themselves in. Remember, we saw them.
No way.
4-man diggy hole, and they will eventually strike us. Now, of course, when there's 1 million people in the middle of the city, now is when the emergency, the drops are going to come through. So we'll see if anybody has the guts to go for it. I don't think we will, but AGAL, they think that they have a free and clear path up here, but it is not free nor clear. And Himas just has yet to figure it out. We see the stress coming through in the fans right now. They know
oh my
this could be dangerous.
That circle Poro is insanity.
Oh my.
45% water. Half the city is still inside here, but look at that. Tyloo is laughing. They're going to have a hard time as Thanowat finds Setsuna. And AGL is just running southwest here. They know backfilling that area, and taking some of the space is going to be so crucial. Look at that.
That circle pop just saved AGAL's life right there, because as soon as it popped, they immediately hopped in vehicles, started heading down south, going towards the coast, and Virtus Pro was not able to spring the trap that they were setting up. But now the fighting is going on in the city as Shadow Esports, Jexy and Hansi might be the last 2 players left alive, but they're finding Nox.
It's an urban horror story here for everyone. Shadow
Look at the kill feed.
Absolutely lighting up. We're not going to be 55 from another one from December 12th. Nance also with utility in hand, trying to fend off this aggressive push from Solalci and MAZZA.
That would have been a great grenade had they been actually standing on that one. But fortunately for JDG, they have pulled back. Did not want to make themselves too obvious. And AGAL smartly, I think, realizing that the timer is ticked down. We can't really afford to stay around for this. Let's find a different way in. Meanwhile, Vitality fighting their way on that northern side of the city. Petrichor Road still out there on the north side as well. You see the knocks coming through. Now mortars have arrived as well, as we see, again, just explosions causing chaos as Tiggleton will steal one away. Now Vicious will crash right into AGAL, or was it the other way around? Doesn't matter. Delwyn now has 4 kills.
Oh my god, it connected just a little bit here. Some damage done as well. Dogmai flush here from him as Hausker finds Tanadol on the other side here, but Himas finds another Panzerfaust out of the vehicle. Absolutely easy for him to come in and clear this. And now he's gonna have to run, try to disengage from this fight here. Trying to find him here. Tycon, oh my god, he's gonna know. He's gonna throw a molly straight to him. That's potentially gonna do some damage. Tycon got out of it though, and now he has utility as well.
Smart feet from Tycon. Will return the favor with a grenade that will be well placed, but will bounce just a little bit off. But unfortunately for Tycon, Gen G has snuck out. So smart play there from Salute. Might be the last player left alive, but he is trying to get points any way he can.
VP decided to get involved in the city because they're already qualified here for 76 points. They haven't reached after 10.5 game. Where Myth left yesterday. 79 points for them is insane here. But yeah, absolutely qualified there. Might as well have some fun here inside the city. Vitality, though, has a double crate gun. So Groza, a P90 on all of it.
Oh, Falcons, they're making a push now. And Tai Lu is spread across that ridge line. They're going to drop down some smokes. They do have that BRDM, but look at the Panzerfausts in hand for Tai Lu. I think Kickstart may have spotted one. He's not going to take that risk, not going to push directly in, but the circle will pull away. It's going to go off to the west. So Falcons don't need to fully commit to this fight.
Tai Lu need all of it. They need so much to get everything in here. Gedrox finds Tano. Tano's been knocked 14 times so far in this game here, so he's also going to be flushed quickly here from Gedrox with a P90. Jedi finds Gedrox now, though. That's a P90 out of play.
One Dragon trying to go for the flagging position, has utility left in the bag to send over, but it's just not finding the mark here, as Sharper will go down in the end, as all of our teams in Songam are still now fighting themselves through. They have to leave once again, as I believe AGAL and Virtus Pro are just kind of shepherding all the rest of the squads into each other. Meanwhile, Falcons looks like they're going to pull away from that fight with Tai Lu, as well they should.
If Gunnar continues to plug all that beer, he's going to be absolutely
not going to have anything left,
is he? Nothing left. Beamy finds Destroy. Delvin also down with another nade here from Beamy. A great push from VP here. Both of these teams are qualified, but who can make the most of it?
They're playing a high-risk, high-reward game of trying to play the edges of this city. And unfortunately, they run it right into each other. And there you go. AGAL gets wiped. 6 kills now for Virtus Pro. And they should be able to reset. Shrimsy and the boys came on to T1, but they will lose one. Reigning now the last player left alive. Tiggleton allowed to stay alive, but he's going to go down. Falcons get picked out.
That's insane. You would expect so much more from that. Tai Lu held that eastern side so well, but had to try to go for a center push with that BRDM, but everyone was just shooting at them, especially Na'Vi from that northern side. Songham on fire. Hello, my bad. Tons of damage taken here. Correction with utility. That's double nade straight on him, or double stun grenade straight on him. More utility being thrown. Correction finds it.
Levante goes down. Hello, my bad. Right behind him is Quizzy. Will have to retreat to the hard cover. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, they have been playing quietly over on the eastern side of Songham, have managed to keep everybody alive. Now they're looking over in that direction of all the teams that are going to have to cross that road. So they are in a great spot here. Petrichor Road is going to find Tai Lu before eventually going down. So Tai Lu doing the most here, but Na'Vi now sniffing over in that area as well.
Tai Lu 2 kills, potentially more to be had here, but DN Supers are sniffing out.
This could be huge for Supers.
Yeah, but look at the nades coming in. Triple 4 nades coming in. Hakatar Ferris gets the most of it. Now it's just Lee, and DN Supers is backfilling his position on that eastern side. They want to get it out of here. JDD and DN Supers is looking great from this position here. They have so much control from the water side.
Oh man, but the problem is 0 kills. Nobody has really revealed themselves to them. Everybody knows to expect a full squad down there. The only team that can really have to worry about right now is JDG, who's playing the western side of the coast, and now JDG is going to have to move over in that direction. But we are playing a wide open field. T1 down to a duo, have basically the only cover to find right now as Na'Vi trying to retreat as our city scrappers Virtus Pro. They're going to get another one. They'll finish off Gen G, and this is just Virtus Pro farming at this point. 8 kills on the board, and they are cleaning out what's left of Songam.
I can't believe it's still being 4 alive here. That's insane. The utility being thrown at Jaxi, and that's Shadow Esports out in 8th place. BP continues to farm the lobby here. Absolute insane. Shooting inside the smoke, maybe thinking there's more alive, but no. You just hit your teammate just a little bit, but that doesn't matter. Now Na'Vi, VP, and T1's going to have a fight. Oh, JDD!
Oh, nice grenade from Suze, as that's going to kick off the fight on the coastline. We'll see if Supers can rebound, but Na'Vi doing their best to try to hold out Virtus Pro right now. They see the smokes. If they can time the grenades perfectly, they might be able to get them, and a lot of damage comes through, but they'll be able to keep that UAZ alive and reposition as JDG continue their push.
Heather finds Corexi for the confirm. Raining also finds Spyro. T1 with a 2-man just fighting everyone still. That's huge. JDG finds Rex for the flush. And now he's pushing December 12. Well, more utility being thrown here and committed to this fight here. On to a 3v4.
Super's able to get one of those reses off. Weren't able to get Rex. They are just laying down the smoke, trying to slow things down, trying to slow JDG down. See if they can maybe get something here. But nice grenade from Cold will take down Guman. And they are once again on the back foot. The smokes aren't going to help them for that much longer. You got to wonder how much offensive utility JDG even has left at this point, as they're being very, very cautious about how they take this fight with Supers, because if they can come out of this clean with all 4 up, they are perfectly positioned for a win here.
Yeah, they're realizing, is it worth betting on us winning this 1v1 fight or 1v1 team fight with them? Because if we can coexist here, we could farm the rest of the lobby and then fight later on. I don't know if that's what JDD wants. Beamy finds Boostic though. Na'Vi's under some pressure. Tyloo still has Lee alive inside the circle, and T1 still 2-man stand. And Chan also from 17 surviving on that western side. Surely eventually he's going to be found by VP.
Yeah, that's who I'm looking at right now, because VP, I mean, they came from the city. They have no idea to even look over in this direction. Tian just being the sneakiest snake right now. Heather will find Boostic as the grenades from T1 just going to, I think that might have been a freshly rezzed Boostic, so not a lot of damage, but it gets him back up. But that one he'll finish him off, and he's going to get the knock onto Spyro. So Na'Vi, once again, backs up against the wall here. It's actually impressive that Virtus Pro was able to keep 3 alive and make their way into the circle, but Tian could strike at any moment.
How much this circle has. This is a crazy circle as well. T1 still being in, Na'Vi still having a ridge to play. That's huge. Actually, next fight could be JDD and DN Supers, because they need to move both of them. And let's see how they approach this one. Chan, yeah, could have an impact. Look, Human slowly pushing towards this rock here, trying to take space away from it. And even if they try to kind of wrap on the eastern side, that's going to be JDG trying to maybe put some bullets toward them.
Yeah, this is interesting though, because JDG has also sent Cold 119 back over to the west to kind of look back to see if that's an available rotation.
No way!
As T1 is going to hold the line. Virtus Pro tried to sneak up on him, but so far so good for them. 17's Tian will get spotted out by Cold 119, so that snake will not have the opportunity to strike. But T1 and Virtus Pro now fighting over the shack. JDG, they're getting the call from Cold 119 to come over here, because this is a lot more, this is probably an easier game-winning play if they can take out T1 while they're looking. But what a hold from the duo from T1 to take down Virtus Pro.
Insane plays here from Raining and Heather. What a way to take a 2v3 straight to VP. And now Lee's under pressure here. He does have a little bit of a backpack, and he's going to be able to survive that. Oh, the heal comes off as well. So, but Na'Vi knows exactly where he is. I wonder why. Maybe it's the 4 burning cars and all the dips around it.
could be a little bit of an indicator there, couldn't it? Don't say, hey, I'm being sneaky over here behind all of these
smoking,
burning husks of cars. Yeah. Well, look at JDG. Okay, so they're going to allow Supers to live for now, after the pressure came through initially, Nons and Suze have been left behind to try to see if they can find an angle onto DNS whenever they're moving. But, I mean, JDG, they're positioning themselves for late game while also keeping eyes over here towards Supers. We'll see. It doesn't look like anybody's got angles on them. T1 has eyes only for Na'Vi right now, and the same is true in reverse, as Na'Vi looks like they've run out of offensive utility to send over towards Lee.
If JDD plays this right, this is a double-digit kills win easily for them. The way that they've approached, the way that the south side is set up for them, with the cover that they have as well, it's going to be crazy. But T1 definitely the biggest winner so far of this game here. 6 kills as a duo. They got hunted from Falcons, and then later on, they killed them. That was absolutely insanity here. Deal trying to dig towards the circle. And this is actually setting around quite nicely. The only team that has a lip inside of it is JDD.
Just the tiniest little bit of space to play, and JDG is 4 alive. They have the opportunity to kind of go for that. Here's the blue zone grenade. It's going to force Spyro to move.
Double nade.
They do still have offensive utility left to send over towards Lee, but unfortunately, it's just not falling. The flashbangs are going to be perfect. Unfortunately, the grenades were not. So Lee able to survive a little bit longer, and Na'Vi still has to worry about him. Keeping eyes on T1 just to make sure nobody's sending it over. Lee did have at least 1 grenade to send over, will cause some damage. The second one will find the knock, but that is going to do it for offensive utility for him.
Look at that. He just found another nade and another Molotov.
Why not?
That's huge. December 12th finds rating, and this is the JDD push I was talking about. To be able to take that south side control and also hold out the other teams trying to get in. It's going to be T1 losing raining surely, and then it's just down to Heather.
He's got another one. Oh, he's going to get the re-knock on the Hakatori. Hakatori wasn't even able to stick the res just yet, so I think Ferris' job is just to send flashbangs over there to make sure he doesn't throw yet another grenade. He's got 1 Molotov in, but Heather will spot out Spiro as they try to make the push. Will steal it away as well. Make sure he secures that point. Ferris now the last player left up for Na'Vi as the blue is tickling his toes, and Lee will collect it. Lee doing the most here for Tai Lu.
Such an important game for Tai Lu. They needed these points here. They're going to be pushing this even further here. Potentially more points to be had here as Ian Supers is trying to dig in from the eastern side. JD still has space. Lee with a Panzerfaust potentially going to send it towards somewhere in the middle to create some destructible terrain ahead of him to be able to play that. Picks up the MK12 with the 6x2. Has a almost full 3-vest. He could potentially get more points. Maybe kills, maybe placements if he gets T1 out of this game.
Look at this, Supers. JDG, I mean, they're holding on the edge, but Supers have been able to take a lot of space here and are able to kind of dig themselves down. Let's see if they can hold off JDG at the edge. You see Lee doing his most to make his way in as well. T1, that's the situation they're dealing with. The smokes still kind of flying out, but you got to imagine at this point, all of these teams are going to be running pretty low on utility. Let's see who was the best at being disciplined, who was able to hold on to as much as they can, as Cold 119 taking shots over towards Heaven, not finding anything.
Simbatul just 1 stun grenade. He's going to have to be the point man. All of the guys have a little bit of utility. Suze finds Heaven, and Deal is on fire, potentially going down to the knees. Molotov, Human solo as well.
Oh my goodness, Lee just causing so many problems here as a solo. Human, just a little bit of HP left as Suze just continues to push through. Human not popping up just yet. He's going to find 1, he's going to get 2, and now JDG is down to Nons and Cold 119, but T1 can't capitalize. They have to go for the res. Human goes for another one. He doesn't get it. Nons and Cold 119 have to make the push here. They're going to spot out Lee, but he's able to retreat back into the smoke.
It's a 2v1v1. Cole, T1's out. 3rd place here now. Can they capitalize? Can they make this 1v2 happen? If Tai Lu wins this is going to be their push for the finals. He's still got some smokes, but now they break through and Nance finds it. Easy headshot, and it's JDG for a chicken dinner.
Through the smokes will take out the raid boss of Taego. Tai Lu's Lee did so much work there as a solo, caused so many problems, and essentially ruined the games for Na'Vi, for Falcons, for Supers, I mean, he was such an influential factor there. Almost ruined it for JDG at the end, but Human stepped up big there for Supers. But I know Supers has to be a little bit upset with the fact that they weren't able to collect a little bit more off of that, but JDG has to absolutely be beaming there.
Absolutely. 8 points so far today for JDG, and now this win to come alongside the 10 points for the chicken dinner, alongside the kills, is going to put them in a more comfortable area of that mid-20s points.
What a wild Tego game. I mean, that shift. And so was it C3, C2, C3, C2?
4 or 5, where we just had 45% water. It's just insane.
Unbelievable stuff. And I mean, all those teams that had crashed into Songam, I mean, we saw it, we talked about it. There was just, I mean, 6, 7 teams all inside Songam. And guess who was the one to capitalize off of all of that? Virtus Pro is just looking so good.
Yeah, there's no vacancy, and the Virtus Pro landlords, they came to throw everyone on the streets as the circle moves out. And look at that, JDG celebrating.
Gotta be happy.
Yeah, for sure. 2 points per game average before this game here. And now they're able to capitalize. I think they're going to be ending up around 25 total points after this. So that is huge for JDG.
Yeah, massive stuff for JDG. And they still got another day left to play as well. So they've got their eyes on the top 16. But Tai Lu starting to show some signs of life here late in the day. But is it too late? That's the question. Lee doing everything he can to drag his team up the leaderboard there, but we'll see if it's going to be enough. We've got 1 game left to play today, guys, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
We've managed to grab Trav from the Allianz Vault because it's day 2 of the group stage over on your side of things, and so we're looking for a little bit of a club championship update.
Yeah, we've had a few progressions here and there. Weibo Gaming are the reigning champions, and they've managed to claw their way through 2 real tough games, to be fair. It's been close, 2-2-1, so they've managed to get to day 3 of the competition into that knockout phase. It's going to be tough for them, though. AJAL managed to get some points on the board as well, joining them through to that third day. So they're catching up on the heels of Vitality at the moment, only 100 points behind them. And speaking of Vitality as well, they've been struggling on our stage. They're down to the lower bracket. They're looking a bit shaky here and there. But also as well, got to touch on Virtus Pro, because they seem to be one of these teams who's flying under the radar at the moment, around about that 5th spot in the club championship, and they've guaranteed themselves that minimum 200 points as well.
So the trend that I'm seeing for this week is that we actually have a lot of our big CC heavy hitters in a lot of these titles. So we're going to be keeping track of everything, how it all progresses, because I think this is going to be really impactful overall for the leaderboard. So of course, we'll check back in with all of you later.
Well, Glitter, AGL was trying to continue on that hype train, but that last game didn't end up going their way. It did end up going the way of JDG, which coming into this match, they were in last place, I believe, with just 8 points. A great bounce back out of JDG.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good start for JDG, but I mean, it's still their first day, right? So realistically, they have little room to grow. Even some of the teams that aren't doing as well today, they have some space, but I mean, time is going to run out for some of the teams that we're about to talk about.
Yeah, one of those teams being none other. I mean, we got to talk about the Group A. We're going now into the final match. We're going into pretty much make it or break it from the squads. AGL being one of those. Full Sands being one of those as well, and many more other squads in that list.
Yeah, I think we got all those teams that are on the big race as we honor JDG for their win up there. But that kill count, I think, says the name of the game. Suze makes some nice big plays, but it's not going to be enough for these guys. And I think the teams that did have enough, you heard AGAL, they're a team that's in the hunt right now. Sure. And for the Club Cup as well, I think they've hit a point where if they can just get like 5 or 6 points out of this game, they're in good shape. And I think also you got like Vitality in the same boat as they grind up as well. They just need to have sort of an average game here to put themselves in a less stressful position, I think, Godspeed.
Yeah, and they definitely had a much better day today, just like AGL, right? Which is ironic because they're two clubs that really need that as well. So putting those points, that's huge. They still have 1 game left. Now remember, our cutoff last year was just at 63 points, and we are getting close. We now look at these highlights. Disgusting sprays here coming out of Tyloo, which...
Oh, Tyloo!
Tyloo is... I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna call it. I don't think they're gonna qualify.
I agree. I'd say Ty Little to Ty Late. You know what I'm saying? But let's talk about this Ty Lee, if you will, as he has been twice now this sort of solo survivor. He plays this backstab, absolutely negates Navi's ability to get into it, doubles the chance for Heather to make this sort of big stab and gets T1 deeper into this one. But more importantly, I think breaks apart the two teams who had a chance to dislodge JDG in the end game. So if JDG wants to thank anyone for that win, I would give it to Tyloo.
And honestly, T1 as well. T1, even though it is their first day, their performance today has been great, Lace.
Yeah, I know. I've been sort of matching up like the T1 Falcons narrative, and the reason for that is because every time T1 comes into contention with Falcons, T1 is sort of taking over the top. It is a crazy narrative from them, and time and time again, they're facing our EWC champions, and they are winning. Heather and End both have more individual kills than Tiggs and Kickstart at the moment, and this rivalry goes beyond PUBG, as T1 are actually actively succeeding in their sabotage mission to deny championship points for the Falcons. And I mean, coming in with that 3rd place as well just bumps up their average even more. I mean, 3.2 average for their placement points and 7.4 for their eliminations. And that's well above Falcons at 1.25 and 5 for their eliminations. So, you know, this kind of rivalry is pretty dangerous.
I mean, it's funny because you think T1, like, from the organization's perspective, like, we're glad that you're hurting them, right? And, like, from T1's perspective in-game, they're like, any chance to see a Falcon limping, I have to go after, right? Because they become so strong potentially. They have a lot of upside. And I think any chance you can take to slow them down. Now, the king here is Heather. He has been unstoppable. We've seen multiple moves where they send him out by himself, and he walks away with 2 or 3 points strapped to his belt.
Even if he's the one that's surviving last as well, we saw that happen with the BRDM play early on with Falcons, running them over and then finish them off with the nade as well. But for some of the other squads, we saw a nice bounce back too from VP in this last game, Godspeed.
Yeah, I mean, VP is already safe, right? But at this point, they're just continuing to play how they should, right? Instead of stepping off the gas and being like, hey, we already qualified, why would we need to play harder? I like that they're just continuing to practice because they're going to need that practice going into the finals for sure.
Exactly. I mean, that practice is going to come into play. When you're thinking about that practice, some of the squads that are starting to, we really haven't seen a consistent day today out of Falcons. When we think about it, you were just talking about it too, Lace. We did see the confidence come out in that interview that they ended up doing with Kalaris. But at what point, especially going into tomorrow, do we maybe start waving a flag, a red flag of just I don't know. It's not looking good.
For who?
For Falcons.
Oh, okay, so that last send made me really worried. Okay, we're calling a spade.
I love how you looked at me for that, by the way.
Well, I was hoping you would be the mean one. So here, at the end of the day, here's what it is. I agree with Shrimzy's first assessment in that interview that they haven't necessarily had bad calls. It was just bad situations. And I'm not saying that last one was a bad call, but that send, they had to make a choice. Do we sit on the end and do we fight Tyloo, or do we make this big push? I think, was it Tyloo?
It was Tyloo.
It was Tyloo.
It was, in fact.
Do we make a big send towards the middle? Arguably a winning position. You know, T1 is sitting on it, but it's way riskier. And when you're in 13th and you're desperate for points, I feel like the edge is the move. But I'm not here to judge. I'm just saying, like, I'm starting to stress out over what I'm seeing.
Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only one, Godspeed.
No, I mean, I will never lose faith in those boys. But, I mean, you have to look, when we're talking about T1 and Falcons, you know, kind of being rivals, you're mentioning all these, it's hard to have a rival when you're T1 and you're just blasting past them, right? T1 also bullied the heck out of 4EM, which we're going to see tomorrow in PGS. So when I look at T1's performance, I expected Falcons to somewhat be around that level, even though T1's having a great time, but they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, the altercation between them too, like, it's just setting that standard, and Falcons are just not reaching that, unfortunately. But look, yeah, I'm still a believer in faith, Toffees. I'm on your side here. We got the faith for tomorrow. But yeah, it's now at this point, and you know, you're saying like, oh, you know, you have a couple of bad PUBG, but it's been kind of bad all today. So look, tomorrow has to be an insane performance for them. And you know, even if we look lower down at this leaderboard, you know, I was touching on Na'Vi before, saying, you know, they started kind of really super strong in this start, but something fell off for them, and they're not making these plays. They were sort of being that aggressive, and I was saying, throwing stuff at a wall and letting it stick, but now it just seems like a little bit falling off.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, we're going now into the final match for Group A. They will not be playing tomorrow. So for all those squads that you're currently looking at, VP, I mean, we mentioned it. Godspeed just said it. That squad is looking like it's going to be going to the finals, and they're pretty much set. AGAL and some of the other squads like Shadow Esports, they're still in that cups that if they could have a nice maybe 5 points or 7 points, they could end up securing that final spot.
I just want to point this out because I think it's insane, is that we've played some of these teams. 8 teams have 11 games played. Only one of them has passed Made in Thailand and Twisted Minds. Second and third place still are teams that have 6 games ahead of them. What that does mean, though, is that the cutoff tomorrow potentially drops significantly, because that means those 2 teams come in and can kind of sort of sap those points up there on the top and maybe drive someone a little bit higher.
I think Myth is genuinely the wild card of tomorrow. How many points they come in and absolutely just soak? 4AM also had a pretty decent day as well. And so when we look at Group B, and Twisted Minds could also come in, soak a bunch of points. GAM, they had 50 points in one day as well. So all these teams, if you are on the cusp, if you are towards the bottom of the leaderboard, you are biting your nails and you want to get as many points in this last game as possible. Otherwise, your chances of going to the grand finals are just cooked.
Yes, for these teams, I mean, we gotta repeat it. Shadow Esports, Tai Lu, DNS Supers as well. We've seen them being able to kind of spark up, but they just haven't been able to go and get those kills. They haven't been there. The proactiveness to try to get it to the finals with just making sure that they go for those kills is just not there. But it's gonna come down to this final match for those teams in Group A. Can they do enough to get enough points to make it to the finals, or is it just gonna be too little, too late?
One match left to determine who from Group A will be going on, or they can do as much as they can to set themselves up for tomorrow. We'll find out what that cut line is looking like a little bit closer after this one is done, but there are some teams that are still sweating going into this final map on Erangel.
8 teams with just 1 game to go, and we're going to be going back to the absolute most historic map, and it's going to be an absolutely insane plane path. Let's look at it.
Look, I'll tell you this right now, Martin. We were talking last game about how many alt drops you see on these southern plains. This is another one where this compound, just on this western side of Sosnovka Island, has about 6 teams that have claimed it as their alt drop, and this is a far, far south plain. So this is going to be interesting. We'll see if any teams decide to drop onto each other there. We might see some early combat here, considering how far south this plane is.
I'm surprised we don't see more teams going on to the military island. We've seen so many of these plane paths where we have a either full military circle or a 50-50 military circle or 50-50 ferry pier military circle. Wow. So I'm surprised I don't see any more going really deep south, or even trying to take a car and go and just loot some of the scrap on the southern side. But yeah, let's see how that evolves. Yeah. We have Vicious there, we have JD, we have DN Supers. Let's talk about the teams that are on the cusp here, though.
Let's do it.
We have Group A, it's Virtus Pro, Tai Lu, AGAL, Vitality, Supers, Full Sense, Petrichor Road, and Shadow Esports with their last game today. The team with the least points, though, out of those is Petrichor Road on 36. Absolutely shocking. And look at that circle. That's actually going to make it quite easy for most of the teams, unless we have a southern hardship.
That's honestly about as best as these guys could have hoped for, considering how far south that plane was. I think everybody was thinking Military Island. Unfortunately, it looks like it's not going to go that direction. So we'll see if Petrichor Road actually getting a little bit close here to AGAL off the drop, and they're going to lose 04MB, and that is awful news for Petrichor Road when they have so much left to play for here. Now they got to do it as a trio.
Yeah. We might have to call the agency.
They got to go for his chip, right? Like they have to.
Yeah, have to. Yeah. But
there's no other option. You have to do it if you're gonna try to make a run here.
That they're gonna have to do that, and you know, I don't see Petrichor Road making it. Like they're gonna have a 10-kill chicken dinner to lock this in to get to 56 points. It's just going to be pretty much impossible for them, having lost one. And sure, they can go for it, but Are they going to think, okay, are they going to camp it, or are they going to do something funny about it? Because AGL is already qualified, to say, with the 61 points that they have now. I think, as Toffee's mentioned on the desk, we're going to have a lower cutoff. We're going to see Myth and Twisted Minds go absolutely ballistic tomorrow. They're probably going to try to breach that triple digits. T1 trying to get into Yasnai here and getting some loot. They're going to have no priority inside the circle. They're going to be getting in really late. Starting to loot at the 3-minute mark. That's usually where a lot of the other early teams, they start moving from their loot to try to get some of the high priority. Look at that, though. Vitality and Hansi. Shots comes in, and Vitality and Levante, the big fragger of the team, finds another point for Vitality. And they're now on 63 points. That is massive for Vitality here on home turf.
That is huge. And it's great news for Levante, too, as he has been the victim a couple of times of going down early to something like that happening. So, again, another team that could definitely use a few more points to feel a little bit safer here. Shadow Esports only 54. They're going to have to hope that that cut line is a little bit lower, but it looks like Vitality is starting to kind of loop around and see if they can spot out the rest of these Shadow players. Quizzy going for the US. I don't think he knows that Setsuna is there. Setsuna will try to go for the spray, gets him down to half HP, but Vitality will leave. Yeah, Levante reading that, and good cover there from Quizzy to make sure that Setsuna can't just free fire at him.
Yeah, that was well played. Shots comes in from that Dragon. Big shots, potentially. Some headshot put them really low, but yeah, they're just gonna dip and dive out of it. So many teams, you know, outside the circle trying to just be the big white shark in the water. And now JDG tries to go for a actually pretty early E-pick up here and trying to maybe find some control inside the circle here. I like this play from them. And if it wasn't for that last game, they would have been dead last so far. 27 points now for them. They just need a little bit more, and they're going to have everything on the table for tomorrow. We also have to talk about Tyloo, 42 points. That's not going to be enough in my book. They're going to need 10, maybe even 13 points more cut off in what I could expect and see here. 50 points, maybe 55 points, depending on what happens tomorrow. If we have a big, you know, game from both Myth and Twisted Minds, it's going to be lower. But if they don't, and if they just go out and have fun with it, then the middle pack's just going to be so tight.
Cutting back over here to Petrichor Road. I've been keeping an eye on this. They've been doing a little bit of a chess match, a little psychological warfare going on here between Petrichor and AGAL, but they will get that chip, which is great news for them. They have Razak for free, should get that revive off very easily, and Razak's still inside zone, so they can afford to take the time to get him back and get him looted up. Now, they had the north pretty much to themselves, but it looks like Vitality doing the long wraparound on the north side, north of the river. T1 also starting to creep over in this direction, but they're coming in on the south side of the river, so Petrichor Road will need to be on keeping eyes off to the east. Make sure that T1 doesn't take them by surprise.
Absolutely. We're going to get that res off. 0-4 MB comes in. The Nightbane of Petrichor Road. They need this last player to make this happen. 36 points so far. One more game to go. In 30 minutes, we're going to know exactly where we end up with them. And if they're going to be flying home tomorrow or going to play in the final. Oh, Panzerfaust left for that. Now Falcons as well coming in this northeastern side into this circle here, Poro. Quite the space ahead of them, but if timing allows it, they could be driving straight into Petrichor Road or AGL.
All the timing right now is kind of weird for Petrichor Road because Chewy was sent to scout off to the south and he's returning back. It looks like he'll be able to get back to him. Petrichor Road, after they hit that revive spot, they immediately got on the move, which is good news because T1, as you see, has now made their entry into Razak after looting up in Yasnaya, but they're going to see the taillights of Petrichor Road. So Pero not going to have time to get loot up for 04MB, but 04MB already on the move. You can see he's coming back in as Petrichor Road still trying to find a spot to play. This might be a ruins, if anything else. AGAL already in position, and I think Petrichor Road knows it.
This could be very scary, both for T1 and for Petrichor Road, because AGL is just going to spring out and do some damage. Some drive-bys are happening now, though. T1 trying to get some damage done onto Petrichor Road, and they're shooting back as well. T1's flying around, Raining taking so much damage, down to 48 HP.
T1 has had a banger of a day so far for themselves. They'd love to be able to get a few more points here today, as EN will get taken down and flushed out by Falcons, so that'll be a point secured for the boys in green. But for T1, you have to imagine trying to get as many points as they can today, because when tomorrow arrives, they have an enemy entering the lobby that they have a lot of familiarity with in 4 a.m. That is going to be a major storyline for tomorrow. As you see, 04MB will land. Pickleton taking shots from range, but it looks like he should be safe in Petrichor Road. Now back up to 4 strong.
Absolutely. 04MB just running for his life, trying to get a little bit of scraps of loot here that's on this higher ground of ruins as the other guys trying to get some space ahead of them here. As this
Thank goodness for esports loot, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It's insane. Gonna have plenty of loot there for him. He's just gonna need some helmets. The other guy's gonna have the utility. And Vicious from that military island trying to get in with an E-pickup too. We're gonna have this circle pop though. Let's see where we do end up, Poro.
Yeah, it's a real AD pickup for Vicious. See where I mean, yeah, you can't blame them for it. Obviously, they're waiting for the circle to pop and be able to drop wherever it may go, and it's going to go on the mainland. Still hugging the coastline here. Na'Vi have their pick of the litter as far as places they want to play. AGAL also in a pretty decent spot, but a number of teams off to the west are all going to be running into each other right now, and it's immediately starting as you see a number, some more E pickups being popped up there by Gen.G. I don't think that they're going to end up taking that one. Salute just kind of holding the line.
Absolutely, so much is going to be happening on the western side here. Correctly goes down. Beamy returns the favor. Deal finds Beamy as well. DN Supers needs these points. They're in 48. They could be the cutoff team if they don't get more. And now they turn around here. Virtus Pro down to just 2 players. A red zone dead center as well. We're going to have such a absolute fiesta towards the late game here with so much cover being created. Tanaba finds Tianchan. Sharper being engaged in 17. Lots of damage done here with utility as well.
Yeah, the top of Pachinki Hill getting a lot of love right now here between 17 and Sharper. See if they can get Tianchan back up. Gotta give credit to Supers immediately getting those 2 kills and flushes onto Virtus Pro and getting their knocked man in the trunk of the car and get him out of the danger zone. It looks like Vicious has arrived as well. Eyes in the skies will be taking shots at them, but all the people on the ground have maybe more important things to worry about, so that might be good news here for Vicious.
Jedi sees 17 shots, comes in, connects quite a lot, but the car is also providing cover. Jedi and Earthsapalui from Sharper trying to fend off 17. Look at that. Dogmai goes down as well from Vicious.
Did he get hit while he was in the air? I've always wanted to know if that could happen, if they were parachuting down, if he could get hit by a red zone bomb while in the air. But Dogmai finding out the hard way. It looks like he might have got hit while he on the ground, so they should be able to get the res. But VC do manage to get all boys onto the ground, and we'll see if they can reset. Now 17.
Come on, guys,
again,
follow,
really
like,
tough
and
out
don't
here.
forget to subscribe.
17 able to get Tianchan back. They've got 4 men alive, and they've got the time right now to devote to finishing these guys off.
Bill goes with the push. Can he get Earthsapalui off this ridge here? Stun grenade applied. That's going to be huge. It's going to be a little bit too far here. Earthsapalui finds Xiaowu, gets another one, but Tianchan returns the favor to him.
That's a massive double knock, though, for Earthsapalui. That gives Jedi a little bit of time here, a little bit of room to work with, as he's going to throw a Molotov off in that direction, hope for the best, but Wembo is his primary concern currently as he continues to throw flashbangs over, and Wembo knows all I've got to do is just keep him distracted while these revives come through. He'll go ahead and rejoin the rest of his squad mates. Jedi gonna hop down because he hears the vehicles of Shadow Esports coming in right behind, and JDG now arriving as well. 17, they've got their backs up against the wall.
We're down to just Wenbo and Lil Ghost. They're going to have to fend this off. Zeus is knocked, but Wenbo gets down from the top, turns around, damage towards December 12th, but Jexy also gets involved. So much fights here, so many third parties. Shao is going to be flushed here by December 12th.
Look at this Vitality now. They see all this going on. They're going to finish off Lil Ghost, and that's going to do it for 17 Gaming. Vitality just roaming around just below the hillside. They hear all the gunshots, they see all the smokes. Let's see if they decide to go up there and get involved. Doesn't look like they will. Gedrox will just go for position. Full sense, though, they are in a good spot here to maybe do a little bit of gatekeeping.
17th out in
on there.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 out in 16th place here means they're going to end the day on 23 points. It's probably the lowest I've ever seen 17 Gaming on at an international level. Benadol with the MG3 in hand, the bullet hose. They decided to not take shots towards Shadow here, so they're going to be able to set up towards the center of the zone.
Looks like Vitality is actually going to avoid all that as well and just continue down to the south. Meanwhile, Petrichor Road, they wrapped all the way from the northwest all the way to the southeast. We'll see how much longer they can stay alive as Shadow Esports are just dug in. See if here they're just getting peppered. I think that's Full Sense mostly taking shots over in that direction. As Full Sense now have control over the west. They do have Jedi on the top of the hill, and that's about the only problem that they have to worry about.
Yeah, as we have the final match here on the Qiddiya City grid for the Battle Royale stage at Esports World Cup 2026. You see live from Paris, you see the nerves coming in from everyone. Levante finds Lucarux though. That's a big headshot with the MK. Quizzy gets the confirmation. And sure, Virtus.pro had a great day so far today. 85 points. Took them 11 games to get up off mid.
A hell of a tournament so far for Virtus.pro, and they're down to just Nixie right now as Supers continue to clean out that compound. Meanwhile, Shadow is just expecting the push here from Full Sense. There you go, Nixie will go down. So Virtus.pro is eliminated. They will be comfortable and happy with their performance here for the first 2 days and can start thinking forward towards the final.
Genji also on only 16 points after 5.5 games is insanity. If you look at the names on that roster, Falcons here in the northern side, they're actually in there safe. Gustav is creating space around him on that eastern side, actually taking some of the great big compounds that's available as T1 is driving ahead of them. It's going to be quite congested towards the middle in some of these smaller dips. We have Navi playing extremely aggressive, trying to hold down that compound with the big white building inside of it. Tigger finds Kamals from Shadow Esports as Full Sense approaches and engages.
Oh,
look at that utility being committed to that. That's going to be a complete wipe of Shadow Esports from Full Sense.
There's just nothing you can do. If you get smoked off like that and you're not in a position to prevent them from getting into grenade range, you know what to expect, right? You know that these guys are just going to get within grenade range and just drop it right on top of your heads. And unfortunately, they had no better option than to stack on top of each other as the circle will pop. It's going to go dead center. Petrichor Road right in the middle.
And they needed 36 points before this game started, Poro. And yeah, it could be the Patty situation with the burger all around them, and you don't want to be that. Look how many teams are trying to get close. Vitality actually getting and sniffing closer to the area here. D finds Quizzy. Genji also needs the points here. Levante also has been found. Heaven stole the point away though, as Supers are playing their last game too. They need the points. They need to try to get into this 55+ terrain.
Oh yeah, rough stuff for Vitality. They will survive for now under pressure from Vicious, keeping 2 alive. Regardless of what happens in this game, that 3 kills that they've gotten so far will bring them up to 65 points. You got to imagine that they're probably feeling comfortable here as we get a look at Rex finishing off young Nixie. Yep.
Boom.
Not what you want to see peeking around the corner is a guy with a Panzerfaust in hand.
Oh, you just think I'm dead. Tickleton finds Raining now. The T1 and Falcons, they just continue to fight throughout all the game here. Tig, can you get the confirmation as well? At least they know the information now. More shots, more knocks are coming in here as they try to approach it. I think he's trying to pick him up. Tig finds a knock and a flush onto T1. More points come the way of Falcons. He has more mortars in hand coming towards it.
He is able to just put them in their pocket right now. Gustav just giving them the readings, letting them know where they are. As Type will, yeah, you can see him just kind of crawling around. The rest of T1 looks like they're going to hop into vehicles. Ian and Heather already on the move. Shrimsy tried to take the flanking angle to catch them as soon as they did. And T1, they're in trouble. Heather is going to go down, and there's going to do it for T1. They will go out early, but 43 points on the day. Not too shabby for old T1.
Not considering Tyloo after 11 games is on 42, so that is massive. Tyloo under a lot of pressure from Falcons now as they're going to have a scrappy fight on this northern side. Hakatar finds Shrimsy, and now Tyloo's going to potentially try to steal that away from him. Yeah, Hakatar actually gets the confirmation. That's huge from Navi. They also need the points, but they are dead center. They got hot cover to play around, so let's see how far they can take it in this game here for their campaign.
Tyloo in a really good position to be a problem. They've got a lot of work left to do if they want to try to feel a little bit more comfortable, considering that they were sitting on 20 points after 3 games today. They've managed to double that in the last 2 games, so hell of a job by Tyloo here to close things out. We'll see if they're able to clutch any more as JDG Gaming just trying to survive under the shadows of AGAL bullets.
And it's just trying to create space here around the trees for cover. A little bit of a foxhole being dug out here as the phase is closing. And 5 more seconds, we're going to see this next circle here. It's going to have such an impact. If we don't send her up, it's going to make and force teams to move. We've got, yeah, it's going to be a slight donut, but Petro dead center. Can they capitalize from this circle luck?
Again, you bring up the problem as well as the benefit. Obviously, you get great luck. You're right in the dead center, but there's not hard cover there. There's not a compound. They're just hiding in the middle, and you can only be so aggressive from that position without putting yourself at major risk. And you see the mortar still falling over in Falcons territory, but Tig is going to return the favor.
Both Tyloo and Falcons are shooting mortars. Tig finds Kong. What a shot. Oh my God. And another one that's in a different position back to back. Trigonometry happening here. Lee returns the favor onto Kickstart. Can they capitalize? Can they make something happen here in the last game for Falcons?
They're getting too good with these mortars as Tig will avoid the gunshots from Na'Vi. Get to the ditch in time to go for the res onto Kickstart. Tyloo, though, they've gotten both of their men back on their feet. They might be able to send another mortar over in this direction as, no, it looks like they're going to try to reposition. I think maybe taking a little bit of damage, but Kickstart get him back on his feet. Tyloo, no kills despite, yeah, now he's back on it. We'll see if the Falcons can get out of that ditch before the mortars come again. Right on top, and no, not going to find him this time.
Evan goes down as well. Genji finds points here. D is on a rip this game here. Tickleton with 3 kills so far. Flash finds Jedi. That is Sharper out in 12th place. It's going to be a little bit rough for them as well, with 29 points just. They're going to be joining that mid-pack.
Oh, guys are alive with mortar fire right now, but it looks like it might calm down as Falcons will try to regroup, reposition, secure themselves a spot here. Nice spray from Tig. Will take down one dragon as Tyloo. Their late game heroics might be put on hold here. Kong Kong and Hausker are the last 2 players left alive, and they are
Hi
Pranav,
right welcome to the stream.
He will get the knock on a Kickstart, and that might open up a little bit of a door here for Tyloo.
Yeah, Kickstart's on the 2nd or 3rd knock. He's bleeding out fast. 15 more seconds. I don't see them getting it. He's going to get flushed potentially here. Kong finds it. Hausker goes down to Ferris, and Tyloo is on a lot of pressure here. They're going to try to go for the rest. The circle is pressuring them. It's going to be closing in 30 seconds.
It's been a little bit of a slow day for Na'Vi as well. But they might be able to find some more points here in this final game. 4 alive, complete control over the East as Hausker is going to go down to Tiggleton. He'll get
5 kills.
Tiggleton now up to 6 kills, putting the Falcons on his back here in the end as Gedrox gets the double knock onto Genji.
Gustav finds Delwyn as well. Flash finds Tycon. There's so much pressure being applied on the western side here. A lot of teams are trying to approach it. Delwyn's down. D gets flushed as well. Flash finds Tycon as Full Sense try to get DN Supers out of this lobby.
I mean, remember how Vicious got here. They took the E pickup. They got one of their players knocked by a red zone upon arrival, and now they are in great position to cause problems with Thanadol. He's got that
good cover
in
actually.
hand, and he is making it sing as he finds 2 of Supers.
Eliminated.
Supers now down to just human.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Not happy with that one, but they're going to be ending up on 61 points, and in my book, that's absolutely safe for finals. Now DN Super is trying to make the most of it, but they're out in 9th place, and is that going to be enough? 53 points here. I'm not certain that's going to be enough for the cutoff. Dogmai finds lots of points onto Full Sense as well, as Vicious have had a great day 1 for their first showing here at Esports World Cup.
Hell of a performance from them as Thanadol, now the last player left up here for Full Sense. 60 points for them today, or for them overall as well. Gotta imagine they're feeling pretty comfortable. Would love to be able to get a little bit more here if possible. That may be asking too much versus Vicious, just in perfect position here. And there's not much Thanadol can do, and he will go down at the end to Simon T.
Oh, this 55 to 60 points cutoff, that's going to be so many teams. The mid-pack's going to be packed tomorrow, but now look at this. As you mentioned, Tiggleton 6 kills, Gustav 1 here. The last 2 Flying Falcons. They have the north side. They could get a little bit more out of this one here, potentially placements, but also the kills. Petro still hunkering down in the middle. Is it going to be enough, though? They're 4 alive, Poro. I'm not sure. Some teams are going to drive up and pull up straight on top of them.
There you go, Petrichor, I-26 V6 will find December 12th as JDG tried to make the send. There's just not anything for them to do here. Nons, you can see, is just getting pressed from all sides. He's going to go down to Soul from Gen G from range. It's just now taking damage from Gen G. Gen G kind of coming alive here late as well. They really need to. Only 21 points on the day for them so far, but they are in a good position to try to get some damage done playing from the south.
Utilities being deployed now. I-26 trying to get that flush onto him. Gustav finds Dogmite. That's a good point to secure Falcons. 8 kills, top 7 for them. Great game. It's going to be enough. 34 points here. They're in 16th place with only 6 games played. That's fantastic.
Yeah, no, you're never upset about that. I think 35 points around that after 6 games. That's about average. That's what you would hope for. No matter how you go about getting it, it's going to put you in good position for tomorrow. All you got to do is hope that you maybe get a little bit of luck and a few more kills going your direction. But look at that leaderboard. All the bottom half of it right now are the teams that are still left alive as we get to see a little bit of that trigonometry in action. The back-to-back knocks onto Tai Lu.
That was insane.
Lion's share of that damage, and he immediately pops up, finds one dragon. It's been the Tiggleton show for the Falcons. We'll see if they can keep it going as the circle will abandon them. They're going to continue playing around on the north from the edge. It looks like they've spotted out Suze.
Oh, is that a C4? It's a C4. They're going to be driving that straight onto Petrichor Road here. Take's going to be waiting a little bit for it, then driving it forward, and then rolling it down onto Petrichor Road. That might have quite the impact. Gustav finds Suze. That is JDG out. And now they're into the top 6. Look at this. It's chasing him. It's going to get I-26 down. Exactly what Petrichor Road was hoping for not to be happening. Hakator steals the kill away, though.
Oh, still got grenades left. That's going to be right in their pocket. Gustav, perfect throw from him to ruin Petrichor Road's chances. They're down to just one player. Chewy nowhere near, but Falcons needs to make sure that they can secure these points, these so important points. Chewy alive via the grace of the smoke, but Virtus, you can see Vicious looking over in their direction, Gen G looking over in their direction, and Tiggleton and Gustav now the dangerous, deadly duo coming from the north, causing so much problem.
Chewy trying to fend off this, but Pau has a P90. He's going to be able to survive for just a little bit longer. If Chewy goes down, it's just going to be the 2 kills going the way of Falcons. They are first knock, though, so it's going to take 100 seconds.
And when is Na'Vi going to get active here? They've got 4 kills so far, but they're 4 alive playing from the eastern side. They have not really started to wrap around and get involved in all of this. Simon T will go down to the blue zone. Powell, the last player left alive. You can see he's got that. There we go. There you go, Tiggleton. Add another one to the count. 12 total for Falcons, but Gustav has gone down. And he even go for the res at this point as now Na'Vi has started to activate. They're going to go down to the south and deal with Gen G.
Boostic finds Hakator with the car. That's so unfortunate. Maybe the rest is going to be able to happen here. Pau finds Gustav. That's going to alert Tiggleton. Maybe he can get another point and a kill. And look at that. He finds the point from the placement and a kill onto Pau from Vicious. Tiggleton, what a game for him so far.
One-man army for Team Falcons right now as Bean will get spotted out by a nicely placed grenade from Spyro. Na'Vi back up to 4 strong after that unfortunate incident with the vehicle. Hollow, my bad, still involved here as well. He could pop up and get involved at any moment. Na'Vi sending Spyro down to the south side, playing around the edge to see if he can find any angles, but Gen G are dug in. It's not going to be easy to spot them out.
Tiggleton alone on the northwestern side here. Actually backfilling the Gen G position could be huge for him. He could get more points out of it. Still 1 Vitality solo, still Tiggleton solo, but he's locked in.
Let's see what Gen G is dealing with. Soul, a grenade in hand, waiting for that inevitable push from Na'Vi. Meanwhile, Tiggleton has just been going ape on this northern side.
P90 now.
He's got a P90, because why not? Why not give a P90 to the guy that is just absolutely farming? But this is what we're dealing with on the top of this hillside with the new destructible terrain. Even jump peeking, it looks like Hakator may...
He's sniffing.
Yeah, he's definitely nervous about it. He's not going to walk up right onto Hello My Bad. In fact, he might be calling Boostic over here to provide support.
You could also see the way he was jumping and then pointing down. He was trying to mark the exact location, so they have an active marker on that location. So let's see what happened here. 8 kills and 1,000 damage, though, for Tiggleton, and a 3 helmet. Let's see if he can get more out of it. Can he get an impact onto Gen G? Soul still alive. Also, with Salute.
Playing with house money at this point. I mean, goodness gracious. That is a salvage game and a half for Falcons. Salute, though, looking over in that direction. He's expecting it. Waiting for the push. Might have spotted him out, and in fact he did. He's going to trade the shots. Almost gets him, but Tiggleton will go down. Salute able to spot him out and heal up once again. As Gen G, they're finding some success here late in the day as well.
Vitality absolutely squeezing the most points possible out of this one here. And Gen G only 16 points after the 5 games we played until this one here. So they needed this. Now with 5 points in placement guaranteed. Let's see how much they can get. Can they get Vitality out? Can they get another kill? Can they get a flush onto Na'Vi? Surely Na'Vi wins this just by the grace of being 4 alive. Hackatory finds Soul. Now without just Salute.
Yeah, Soul trying to go for that northern flank, but Na'Vi more than ready for it. Salute will try to trade some shots back as we'll have to get on the move once again. I think he just spotted out Hackatory behind the tree, but will run away, and that grenade might be enough to do it. No, it's going to fall just shy, and now Hallow My Bad will strike. The grenade will find Salute, but Hallow My Bad securing a second place for Vitality. Can he get any more of it? He cannot. But Na'Vi, a massive win here, a much needed win at the end of the day.
And Na'Vi being absolutely different here, playing it surgically perfect. They did not want to risk it. They wanted to be 4 alive to secure this chicken dinner. And it's going to put them quite deep into the race here. Sure, it's their first day tomorrow. They got 6 more games to play. And they're going to be ending up somewhere in the 40+ points here after this game. What a way to play it. But the story of this game surely has to be Tiggleton and his new duo partner of Gustav. What a way to impact this northern side. And what a way to make a name for themselves in this last game.
Massive salvage game for them, and definitely going to be feeling a lot more comfortable going into day 2 after that big performance to close out the day. So hopefully maybe get a little confident snowball rolling there as well. But Na'Vi, man, I gotta feel like if they were in a better, if they had had a better first 5 games, they were in a position to where they could have been a lot more deadly if they were more in a spot to take high-risk plays. But instead, they realize, okay, we need to have a win here. We need to just secure this. We're 4 alive. We see the kill feed just lighting up like a Christmas tree. Let's not throw. We don't need the kills just yet. Let's just get these placement points. We're perfectly positioned for it. We'll take the 6-7 kills to go along with it, and that's going to set us up very nicely for day number 2.
He didn't even get the point for the kill there, but he did get the point for placement. Surviving out from Gen G there. Vitality also, what a great day for them.
Fantastic day for them.
They're able to put themselves into 60+ points, so that's absolutely amazing. Even maybe 70+ points here. So far, so good. Virtus Pro saved, Made in Thailand saved, Twisted Minds, Team Vitality. In my book, AGL is also safe.
Yeah. On the other side of that coin, teams that we were keeping eyes on, Petrichor Road.
Out.
I don't know, buddy. I think you might be donezo. Tai Lu also in that same predicament. So we'll see. Yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, anything can happen now that you got Myth and Twisted Minds in there tomorrow. You got T1 that's had an insane day today. That's another team that could just farm. You really, at that point, if you're one of those teams that are kind of sitting lower, you just hope that some team comes in tomorrow and just pops off and sponges up all the points, lowering that cut line.
If I would be deciding it right now from what I'm thinking is going to happen tomorrow, I think Petrichor Road is absolutely out. Tai Lu is absolutely out. But my worry is Super's going to be out? Are there going to be that, 16th, 15th place team? It's going to be so many teams in that big make pack. One big game is going to jump you up straight into the top 8 quite easily. And does Made in Thailand Myth, do they go out and farm tomorrow? Do they go for the triple digits? Do they go for the absolute dominance? If I know Kiss Right and the guys, they're going to come in and have so much fun with everything tomorrow, just fragging out and pulling up on everyone.
Well, that's the thing, is that team is probably at their most dangerous when they have no fear. Like they're not worried about anything. They're not concerned. They know they've made it. So they're just going to take all the high risk, high reward plays. And usually when you're playing loose, you're playing fast, those rewards end up being pretty large here. You could say the same thing about Twisted Minds. That's not a team that you want to have to play when they're playing confident and don't have the stress and the pressure of having to reach that cut line as well. So we'll see. A lot of obviously a lot of things on the line here tomorrow when we play with groups B and C to close things out. Group A, you did what you had to do. Hopefully you did enough.
Yeah, let's go throughout today though. So far, Petrogro last place, 17 points. 17 Gaming, only 23 points. Shadows down there with 20, but Tyloo only 24. That's not good enough. Genji, after this last game here, jumps up into 26. There's so many teams in that mid-pack, but Virtus Pro, what a way to start and end. So far, 50 points today here. Vicious starting on 45, Na'Vi on 44, Vitality 43. What a way to go about it for these teams here.
It's beautiful work by those teams, and very happy for them, and we look forward to seeing them in the final. But we are going to throw it over to an interview, so make sure you tune in, and make sure you tune in tomorrow, because we will be back.
As day 2 comes to a close, we of course have some interviews down here on the main stage. I've got the main man himself. I have Himas here from AGAL. Himas, let's kick things off by talking about today. Slightly better than yesterday. Yesterday seemed like an uphill battle, but talk to us about the end. You looked like you were particularly upset after that last match.
Trận cuối cùng bọn em cần nhiều điểm hơn để có thể vào chung kết, nhưng mà bọn em đã làm không tốt cho nên là em hơi bực.
In the last match, we really need a lot of points to be able to get to the final, but we didn't do well enough. That's why I was upset.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, let's think back a little bit to PGS5. You know, to come so close, and then to, you know, 17 Gaming to kind of pip you guys right at the post, just at the very end. Did that have more of a negative impact on you guys as a team, or did that motivate you coming into the Esports World Cup?
Sau khi mà giành top 2 ở BGS5 thì bọn em đã lấy lại tinh thần cũng như là động lực để có thể bắn giải tiếp theo.
After we get to the top 2 of PS5, we try our best to get here.
That's fair, and you know, touching on what you said earlier very quickly before I let you go, 61 points. Do you feel like you've done enough to get into the grand finals?
Em có nghĩ là hôm nay em đã làm đủ tốt để có thể để đến được vòng chung kết không?
Việc mà 61 điểm thì em nghĩ là em cũng không biết được, nên là bọn em phải chờ ngày mai, nốt ngày mai để mới biết được có được vào chung kết hay không.
61 points, we really don't know at the moment. We have to wait until tomorrow to be able to know we are going to be in the final or not.
It's true. Himas, stoic, but you know what? You're a legend of the esport. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview. You're an absolute legend. Don't go anywhere, because we have another interview set up right across the way with, of course, Kalaris.
Yeah, thanks very much, Barney. Production, can we cut the stream? You're doing me dirty. What is this? All right, I've got... we played basketball earlier. Have you ever played basketball?
Yeah, I played in the NBA.
Oh, this makes way more sense. Ibby here, the coach from Virtus Pro. So you guys have looked spectacular today. My first question for you guys is 85 points going into that last game. A very aggressive 2-2 split. Was this you guys limit testing, or you did lose 2 on the rotation?
No, that's just playing with balls. I would have also done that 2-2 split. I like it that they did it. We got caught by DNS, kind of like a timing thing. We go next.
Fair play, fair play. So I did speak to Nixie at the end of yesterday, and he was kind of a bit, you know, up and down about the results as a whole. Obviously, it was a bit of a difficult day, despite you getting 37 points anyway. So was the game plan changed? What was the discussion coming into day number 2, and what you guys had to approach?
Not really. We had 2 situations that were pretty similar yesterday. We kind of spoke about that. And we didn't speak much before the games today. Same focus, good comms. We played insane. Our comms today were great. I'm super happy, and we played great.
No doubt, no doubt. You did look really, really good here today. So let's go kind of bigger picture here for a moment. You guys are obviously in that grand final, but for Virtus Pro, for the Esports World Cup Championship and everything like that, the club championship specifically, for Virtus Pro, obviously, I think a lot is on the line. You've got a lot of strong contenders across some of these games as well. How are you guys looking at it as a whole?
I mean, we know it's really important for VP. We're going to try our best, and I know we have a really good chance. The team is looking really good right now, and we're really confident. So we're going to give it our all, and I'm really looking forward to the finals.
All right, thank you very much, Ibiza, for joining me here. Production, you can't find anybody else much taller than this man, so get out of here.
I beg to differ, Kalaris, because you know what? Let me actually do this real quick.
Squeeze in real quick with us right here.
It looks like we're the security detail for this guy.
Let's take our son to school, shall we?
I look like one of my kids, I swear. But honestly, we're going to talk about that last game a little bit. We had Navi being able to put up a good performance there in that last one. And finally, I was getting ready to wave those red flags for Falcons, but it all comes down to just one superstar player being able to make plays, getting those kills, and boy, did he show up with Tick.
Well, so we talked about earlier today with like Navi and Falcons and how they were having tough days, but they were still sort of grinding out this 5 points per game average. And the goal with that is that you have that one big bopper out of 6. Both of them got it in the end. Navi obviously comes out with the win through placement points, Falcons is with kills, but now they're back in the race. And that's what I expect from these two teams. That's what I expect from any great team, right? That's where the difference is made.
Now,
let's do this.
That was excellent of Navi, excellent of Falcons. They salvaged the day. Love to see it. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about 7. There are teams here, as we look at the leaderboards, they're just going home. Now, AGAL in full sense, there is a high possibility because of the teams coming into tomorrow. Myth, Liquid, Twisted Minds, that they sponge up enough points to make 60 just about the cutoff. But when you're talking about Shadow Esports, Supers, and unfortunately, Petrichor Road, I think their run is done.
I believe so too, honestly. With Shadow, I'm still on copium for that squad. I'm hoping that they might be able to just done enough with those 55 points, but I don't think it's going to happen. Supers as well, because we have some of the other squads. You were talking about them earlier. GAM Esports, Team Liquid, even the Vicious. The Vicious showed up today in a big way.
They're going to make big pushes, and I think, during that interview, AGL was a little bit worried, like, is 61 going to be enough? I'm stressed. I think it is, because at the end of the day, there are 5 teams below them that are basically eliminated today. They just haven't gotten enough, and they're way below that cutoff. R8, who plays tomorrow, as you're going to see here in just a second when we get to the last stage of the board, has 10 points. So they are going to have a nightmare fuel, impossible ride tomorrow. Gen G was almost in that same position. They had 12 going into the last game. So the fact that they had a good game and now are sort of back in the 30s hunt means that they could potentially do it tomorrow. But what that means is for AGAL, there's really only 2 teams that they have. Like, there's only 2 teams that they have to worry about not getting passed by. You know what I mean? Like, when you count those numbers. So I think that they are probably okay. In fact, I would even argue if that cutoff goes to 60, some of our other teams, like Full Sense, might still be in.
Yeah, it's very much a chance. But 2 teams I really want to talk about, too, as far as going into tomorrow, are T1 and 4AM. Because, again, 4AM has pretty much been bullied in PGS by T1, and they're going to face off. And both of them are just around kind of the 30-point cusp. So that's going to be a really interesting fight to watch tomorrow as well.
17 Gaming, one of those teams that we were expecting them to do a little bit better. 2 Toffees today, only 23 points.
What was that? Exactly. That's how I feel about what I saw from them today. To be 17 Gaming, to get the middle drop on every map, to have the chances to move. And it wasn't like they weren't getting circled. Like, it wasn't sliding to extreme circles in every single game.
It wasn't, no.
They should have been able to play those placements, set their traps. They just did not do it. And for a team like 17 with players like Xiaowu, I just don't think that that's acceptable.
Well, I mean, you want to talk about some teams that are also coming in tomorrow that are really struggling. Geekay is one of those. They only got 23 points in their first day of play, and they're really going to need more than that, plenty more than that, if they want to actually qualify into the finals.
And the reason why it's so scary for some of those squads that we were talking about that we're in Group A, that we don't think that we're able to do it good enough, because of what we have been able to see today out of Falcons, right? We were talking about them earlier on, saying that it's starting to look a little bit sketchy. Then they have an amazing game. Same with JDG. The team was at the bottom at one point and was able to bounce back. There's a lot of squads here that have been able to bounce back, and with the way that some of the squads were performing in that Group B, it is a little bit sketchy.
Especially like when we look at the Falcons highlight here, you see Gustav making a good play. And if the rumor is true that they did make a change to who is the in-game leader, and they just did it before this event, you only get better, right? If you've got those 6 new IGL games in a super competitive environment under your belt, I think that's where you start to adapt and grow. So I think Falcons tomorrow comes in, shows up. They always do. Navi comes in, shows up. I expect those teams to sort of keep rising.
Yeah, I could agree with Falcons. Navi should show up. I feel like in that last game on the south side, they could have done more. They could have been a little more proactive to get some more points. Do I fault them for it? No, because as you stated, they just need that win. Right. They just want to be safe. But again, the champion mentality, yes, it's just top 16. I wanted to see more. That being said, Falcons, I do agree with. I think they're in a good position, and after that game, kind of a sigh of relief. Hey, we just need to play at least decent tomorrow, and we should make that cutoff.
So you say champion mentality, and I agree with you. I get that idea of like, you want that sort of aggressive, take all the points idea. But I think Poro pointed it out as well. He said they just were in a position where they couldn't risk it. They had to get the 10. They knew the win was on the table. And it's fair. But to me, that actually is my champion's mentality. The idea, the ability to go, now is not the time, right? Like that is a really tough thing for a lot of pro athletes across the board to truly wrap their head around. It's like that this is not the moment. This is where we go slow. This is where we stay passive. This is where we make moves.
And the beautiful thing is that tomorrow we'll get a chance to see both of those champion mentalities, because Myth is going to be coming in, Falcons is still going to be here, and tomorrow will be the final day of PUBG Battlegrounds at EWC 26 Group Stage. Don't worry, we still got a lot more to come your way. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today. Shout out to production. Shout out to everybody being able to work this amazing event. And I can't wait to see who's going to be going home tomorrow, because we'll finally get to crush some keys.